The New York City skyline shimmered beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the penthouse, its lights casting reflections on the polished marble floors. Emily Madison Hughes stood silently, her gaze unfocused, as she stared at the glittering horizon. There had been a time when this view left her in awe, a time when it symbolized endless dreams and possibilities. But that was years ago. Now the very lights that once captivated her seemed cold and distant, mocking the hollowness of her existence. Emily's hands trembled as she placed a small, white envelope on Adrian Hughes's mahogany desk. Next to it, she laid down her wedding ring, the diamond catching the city's lights and scattering prisms across the room. The final item she set down was a pregnancy test, the proof of a life growing inside her, a life she had sworn to protect from the suffocating void her marriage had become. For 5 long years, she had been Mrs. Hughes, a perfectly composed figure in designer gowns, attending endless galas and charity events. To the outside world, she lived a life of privilege and glamour. Inside, however, she was a prisoner, trapped by appearances, by expectations, and most of all by Adrian's relentless pursuit of control and perfection. Tonight, that life was over. Emily was no longer the accessory that adorned Adrian's empire. She was a woman reclaiming her identity, preparing to return to the one place where she had once felt whole, her family's vineyard in Napa Valley. Memories flooded Emily's mind as she stood alone in the stillness of the penthouse. She recalled the countless nights she spent waiting in the shadows, hoping Adrian would come home before midnight. But when he did, he barely acknowledged her presence, walking past as if she were invisible. His usual excuse echoed in her mind: "I have early meetings." To Adrian, she wasn't a partner. She was merely a piece of his carefully curated image. The painful memory of last week's charity gala resurfaced, sharp and vivid. Emily had stood amidst a group of investors attempting to discuss a charitable initiative. Before she could finish, Adrian had patted her hand condescendingly and addressed the crowd. "My wife. She's quite decorative, isn't she? Though I'm afraid that's the extent of her contributions." Polite laughter rippled through the group. Emily had struggled to keep her hands from trembling as she quietly retreated, their judgmental eyes following her. Later that night, she had locked herself in the marble bathroom and muffled her sobs, just like so many nights before. But this time was different. This time, she had made a choice. She was done enduring. "Mrs. Hughes?" Maria's voice came from the doorway. The housekeeper's weathered face was etched with concern. "The car's ready, ma'am." Emily inhaled deeply, gathering every ounce of courage she had, and nodded. "Thank you, Maria, for everything." Maria stepped forward, pressing a small package into her hands. "Your favorite herbal tea, it'll help with the morning sickness." Her eyes were warm and knowing. "Sometimes, the bravest thing we can do is walk away." Tears threatened to fall, but Emily blinked them back. She had shed enough tears in this house. Taking a deep breath, she smoothed down her simple black dress, a far cry from the designer clothes Adrian had always insisted she wear. Tonight, she wasn't Adrian Hughes' trophy wife. She was Emily Madison, a woman choosing freedom for herself and her unborn child. Emily stepped into the elevator, her mind a storm of emotions that threatened to overwhelm her. The polished metal doors slid shut behind her with a muted echo, as if closing off the last chapter of a life built on appearances and loneliness. For a moment, she exhaled deeply, feeling the weight on her chest begin to lift for the first time in years. She took a slow, measured breath, each second stretching out as the elevator silently descended. In the grand lobby, Marcus, the building's loyal doorman, looked up as she approached. His eyes reflected a deep understanding and quiet empathy. He had seen her walk through this lobby too many times with tear-streaked cheeks after lonely, sleepless nights. "Take care of yourself, Mrs. Hughes," he said softly, holding the large glass door open for her. Emily paused for a moment, her lips curving into a faint smile. "It's just Emily Madison now." Marcus gave a respectful nod without further comment. She stepped outside, leaving behind the glittering facade of the life that had trapped her for so long. A sleek black car waited by the curb. Richard, her uncle's trusted driver, opened the door for her. Her small suitcase was swiftly placed in the trunk. Emily slowly eased herself into the back seat, her hand instinctively resting on her stomach. "Let's go," she murmured, her voice soft but resolute. As the car pulled away from the curb, she caught a final glimpse of the towering building that had been her gilded cage for the past 5 years. She didn't look back. Instead, she spoke quietly to the life growing inside her, her words a solemn promise. "You'll never feel unloved, I promise." The city lights faded into the distance as the car merged into traffic, heading toward the airport and the path to freedom. The warm California sun bathed the endless rows of grapevines in a golden glow as the car traveled down the familiar dirt roads leading to her family's vineyard. The scene pulled Emily back to her childhood. Days spent running barefoot between the vines, breathing in the earthy scent of the land and the delicate fragrance of wildflowers. From the rearview mirror, Richard gave her a reassuring smile. "Almost there, Miss Emily. Home's been waiting for you." Emily nodded, but her heart remained conflicted, both heavy with the ghosts of her recent past and cautiously hopeful. She glanced out the window at the familiar landscape, her mind drifting to memories of her mother's voice whispering comfort among the vines. This was her sanctuary, yet she knew healing would not come instantly. She gazed out the window at the vineyard, where clusters of ripe grapes shimmered in the sunlight. In the distance, the family villa came into view, a Mediterranean-style house with whitewashed walls and red-tiled roofs, standing proudly amidst the sea of green. The car turned onto the stone-paved driveway leading up to the main house. On the front porch, Uncle Leo waited, his sturdy frame silhouetted against the warm glow of the late afternoon sun. Though older now, he still exuded the quiet strength of a man deeply rooted in the land. One look at Emily, and his eyes softened with understanding. "Jose, my darling niece, you're finally home," Uncle Leo greeted her warmly, opening his arms wide. Emily stepped forward and sank into the embrace, inhaling the familiar scent of oak and sunshine clinging to his jacket. Tears threatened to fall, but this time they carried a sense of release. "I was afraid I'd never feel this again. You're here now, and that's all that matters. We'll take care of you, Emily," he promised with quiet conviction. From inside the house, Aunt Sophie appeared, her hands dusted with flour. "Good heavens, look at you, skin and bones. What have you been eating all these years, air and water?" Emily laughed, a genuine, unexpected sound. Aunt Sophie grabbed her gently and ushered her inside, chattering about the meal she had prepared: fresh bread, ripe fruit, and their family's signature wine. For the first time in years, Emily felt like she had crossed a threshold, not just into a house, but into the comforting warmth of home. Emily stepped into the grand house, immediately enveloped by the comforting warmth she had missed for so long. The scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of oak barrels, filling the air. At the large wooden table in the center of the room, Aunt Sophie was already bustling, arranging a spread of delicious homemade food. "Sit down, sweetheart," Aunt Sophie said, gently guiding Emily into a chair. "You need to eat something. No one's here to control your meals anymore." Emily smiled softly, though a pang of sorrow tugged at her chest. In New York, Adrian had insisted she follow a strict diet overseen by nutritionists to maintain the perfect image. Now, the sight of simple food, bread, cheese, and fresh fruit, brought her an overwhelming sense of comfort and healing. "You need rest," Aunt Sophie continued, settling across from her. "We've got your room all ready. It's just the way you left it, though we may need to make a few changes soon." Her gaze shifted subtly to Emily's midsection, where the faint curve of her pregnancy was beginning to show. Emily placed a protective hand over her stomach, feeling the growing life within her. "You already know?" Emily asked softly, her voice laced with surprise. "Didn't need anyone to tell me," Aunt Sophie replied with a knowing smile. "I can see it in your face. Plus, I've got a bit of intuition when it comes to these things." Uncle Leo entered the room moments later, setting a stack of clean towels on a nearby shelf. "We'll take care of both of you," he said firmly. "You don't have to worry about anything anymore. This is your home, Emily, and we won't let anyone hurt you again." A wave of relief and safety washed over Emily, bringing tears to her eyes. For the first time in years, she felt the true meaning of home, a place of belonging, love, and healing. Adrian Hughes entered the penthouse close to 3 a.m., exhausted after a grueling day of business. The silence that greeted him was something he normally welcomed. He had grown accustomed to not hearing pointless conversations about someone's day or Emily's futile attempts to connect with him, but tonight the stillness felt unsettling. As he stepped into his office, he noticed something was off. A familiar scent hung in the air. Jasmine, Emily's perfume. She never entered his office. It was an unspoken rule between them. But tonight it seemed she had broken that rule. His gaze fell upon the desk, where 3 objects lay waiting. The glittering diamond wedding ring, a pristine white envelope with his name written in Emily's elegant handwriting, and something else, a pregnancy test. Adrian's chest tightened. "This is ridiculous," he muttered under his breath, but his hands shook slightly as he reached for the envelope. He opened the letter carefully, an unfamiliar feeling of dread settling over him. Emily's words hit him like a series of sharp blows, each line cutting through the armor of detachment he had meticulously built. "Adrian, by the time you read this, I'll be gone. Not for a few days or weeks. Forever. I've spent 5 years trying to turn this marriage into something real, but you can't change because you don't want to. I've endured enough, but now there's someone else to consider. Our child." Adrian paused, his eyes shifting to the pregnancy test on the desk. The word positive glared back at him like an accusation. He continued reading the final lines of the letter. "Don't try to find me. Your power and wealth won't reach where I'm going. Consider this my gift to you. Freedom from the burden of pretending to be a husband. You can finally live the way you want, completely alone." The letter slipped from his hand, fluttering to the floor like the fragile remains of their broken marriage. For a moment, Adrian stood frozen, her words echoing in his mind like the final toll of a bell, cold, resolute, and unrelenting. The weight of her departure crushed him in a way no corporate loss ever had. Then panic surged. He grabbed his phone and called his head of security. "Bind Emily, now," he demanded, his voice tight with urgency. But within minutes, he received a grim report. Her credit cards hadn't been used, her phone was off, and the last footage showed her leaving the building at midnight in a car owned by her uncle. Every plan to track her down hit a wall. Her family had shielded her, blocking his influence at every turn. Standing alone in the silence of the penthouse, Adrian felt something he hadn't experienced in years: fear. The fear of losing something that no amount of money could ever replace. In the days following her return to the vineyard, Emily slowly began reconnecting with herself and the land that had shaped her. Morning sunlight shimmered across the rows of grapevines, casting a golden glow on the dewdrops that clung to the leaves. She walked slowly through the vineyard, taking deep breaths of the familiar earthy air, feeling the peaceful rhythm of a life she had lost during her years in New York's suffocating world of appearances. Each morning, she rose early to help Aunt Sophie prepare breakfast for the vineyard workers. Simple tasks like kneading dough, baking bread, and harvesting fresh vegetables brought a quiet sense of healing to her soul. One quiet afternoon, Emily sat on the porch, her gaze drifting over the sprawling vineyard. Memories of her mother, Catherine, surfaced. Memories of a woman who had taught her to cherish the land and to find beauty in life's simple moments. Her mother had passed away many years ago, leaving a deep void in Emily's life. Uncle Leo joined her, sitting down with a gentle expression. "You know, your mother was always so proud of you," he said softly. "She always believed you would find your way, no matter how hard life might get." Emily smiled faintly, placing a hand over her growing belly. "She's still guiding me even though she's not here, I think. I've finally found my way back." "She'd be thrilled to see you now," Uncle Leo replied. "And you don't have to face anything alone anymore. You have your family here, and a whole community ready to support you." Later that afternoon, Emily worked alongside the vineyard crew, pruning the vines and reviewing the vineyard's records with Uncle Leo. The simple, steady rhythm of her tasks grounded her, giving her a sense of ownership over her life once more. For the first time in years, she felt like she was truly living, not just existing as a part of someone else's world. Adrian arrived in Napa Valley with the intention of seeing Emily immediately, but his plans were quickly thwarted. Her family, especially Uncle Leo, refused to let him near her. In a tense conversation at the gates of the vineyard, Uncle Leo made his stance clear. "You won't see Emily unless she's ready. This is family land, and here, your power means nothing." Adrian stood in stunned silence, realizing for the first time that the money and influence he had always relied on held no sway here. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply and asked, What do I need to do? Uncle Leo gestured toward the small nearby town. Prove yourself. We don't need promises or cash. If you truly want to understand Emily, start by learning where she comes from. Adrian made the decision to stay in Napa, taking a job at a small vineyard run by a family friend. His first day was grueling. His hands, accustomed to signing contracts and holding conference calls, struggled to grip tools and carry heavy barrels. Sweat soaked through the old work shirt he had hastily bought from a local shop. The townspeople watched him with suspicion. They knew exactly who he was and what he had done to Emily, but instead of giving up, Adrian patiently learned and worked hard. Jack, the vineyard owner, observed Adrian over several days before offering a curt nod of approval. "You're doing all right. Not bad for a guy who used to think power came from his wallet." Day by day, Adrian found himself slowly adjusting to the rhythm of vineyard life. His muscles ached, his hands blistered, and he cursed under his breath more times than he could count, but he kept going. Over time, he began to notice the small rewards. A smile from Jack when he correctly pruned a vine, a nod of approval from the townspeople as he helped unload grape crates. These moments of connection, built through effort rather than power, began to reshape his understanding of success. For the first time in years, he felt like he was building something real. Emily never expected to face Adrian again under such dire circumstances. The day had started like any other. She woke early, tending to the vineyard and checking the southern fence line. However, by late afternoon, a dull ache began to spread across her lower abdomen. At first, she brushed it off as fatigue, but the pain gradually intensified. Jack, the vineyard owner, found her stumbling between the rows of grapevines. "Emily, are you all right?" She tried to remain composed but couldn't hide the agony on her face. "Jack, I need to get to the hospital. The pain, it's too much." Without hesitation, Jack called out to Adrian. "Get the truck, now! We've got to get her out of here!" Adrian rushed over, his face paling as he saw Emily clutching her stomach. "Emily, what's happening?" he asked, fear evident in his voice. The baby's coming," she gasped, sweat pouring down her face. "I didn't think it would be this soon." Together, Adrian and Jack helped Emily into the truck. They sped down the rural road toward the nearest hospital, the bumpy terrain making the situation even more tense. Adrian held her hand tightly the entire ride, speaking softly to reassure her. "You're strong, Emily. You and the baby are going to be okay, I promise." At the hospital, nurses quickly whisked Emily away to the emergency room. Adrian and Jack stood anxiously in the hallway, the weight of the moment pressing heavily on both of them. An hour passed, stretching endlessly. Finally, a doctor emerged with a calm, reassuring expression. "Both mother and baby are safe. The baby was born early but is in good health." Adrian nearly collapsed in relief. He followed the doctor into the recovery room, where Emily lay resting. When she saw him, she offered a weak but genuine smile, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Her baby," she whispered. Adrian sat beside her, gently taking her hand in his. "Emily, thank you for letting me be here with you. I'll never let you go through this alone again." The gentle morning sunlight streamed through the hospital window, casting a warm glow over the room where Emily held her newborn daughter in her arms. The tiny baby, wrapped in a soft pink blanket, slept peacefully against her chest. Adrian stood quietly beside them, his eyes filled with awe and gratitude as he took in the scene before him. "She looks like you," he whispered, his gaze never leaving the baby's serene face. Emily gently ran her fingers over her daughter's delicate hair. "She's a part of both of us, Adrian, but she will grow up surrounded by love, not control and coldness." Adrian nodded, a mixture of sorrow and resolve in his eyes. "I know. I can't change the past, but I want to build a different future for her and for you. I bought a small vineyard nearby. I want to learn how to care for it from the ground up, the way you did. I want our daughter to know both sides of life, love, family, and responsibility." Emily studied him, seeing a man who was no longer the cold, power-obsessed figure she had left behind. Now, he was someone searching for redemption, someone willing to embrace a new way of living. "It's going to be a long road, Adrian," she said softly. "I need time to learn how to trust you again." "I understand," he replied. "I'm not asking for forgiveness overnight. I just want to be near you and our daughter, one day at a time. Outside the room, Uncle Leo and Aunt Sophie entered, carrying fresh flowers and baked goods. "The whole town is thrilled for you and the baby, Emily," Aunt Sophie said, placing the bouquet on the bedside table. "We held a prayer circle last night." Emily smiled, warmth flooding her heart at the support and love surrounding her. Adrian stepped toward the window, gazing out at the sprawling vineyards in the distance. The golden morning sun illuminated his face, revealing a man transformed, a man learning to love without conditions. He turned back to Emily and their child, hope glimmering in his eyes. "Shall we start over?" Adrian asked gently, his voice trembling with both hope and fear. Emily hesitated for a moment, her gaze locking with his. Slowly, she nodded, feeling the weight of both forgiveness and caution. "One day at a time," she agreed, her hand resting protectively over their child. "But I'm willing to try." In her arms, their daughter stirred slightly, as if agreeing with her mother. The warm sunlight bathed the room, signaling a new beginning for all of them.
Working as a waitress at a Christmas party, the woman froze when she realized the millionaire was her husband who died 7 years ago. She approached and the Parker household was unusually quiet that evening, except for the faint crackling of the fireplace and the distant sound of carolers outside. The scent of cinnamon and pine filled the air, clinging to every corner of their modest home. Allison adjusted the ornaments on the slightly crooked Christmas tree, her fingers brushing against a delicate angel figurine that Connor had insisted on putting up last year. The ornament was fragile, much like the sense of normalcy she had tried so hard to rebuild for her family. "Mom, does this go here?" Mia's small voice broke the silence as she held up a glittering silver snowflake. Her eyes wide with innocent curiosity, Allison turned and smiled, a warmth that barely masked her fatigue. "That's perfect, sweetheart. Right at the top." Mia grinned. Her cheeks flushed from the warmth of the fire, and carefully hung the ornament near the star at the top of the tree. Connor, now 9 years old and growing far too quickly, was sprawled on the worn-out couch, fiddling with a half-finished puzzle, his brow furrowed in concentration, though he was fully aware of the conversation. "You always say that to Mia," he teased, shooting his sister a playful look. "She gets all the compliments." Allison chuckled and walked over, ruffling his unruly brown hair. "That's because she has excellent taste, you on the other hand." She paused dramatically, her eyes twinkling. "Well, let's just say you're a work in progress." Connor rolled his eyes, but the corner of his mouth twitched into a grin. "Thanks, Mom. Love you too. Always. Buddy," Allison whispered, her heart swelling with affection and a bittersweet ache. She looked at her children, their faces illuminated by the twinkling lights of the tree, and felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude mixed with sorrow. They were her whole world, the only thing that kept her anchored when the weight of the past threatened to pull her under. The warmth of the moment couldn't erase the cold shadow that loomed at the edges of her mind. Every Christmas carried that shadow with it, the absence of Tyler. 7 years had passed since the accident, and yet the pain still felt fresh, like an open wound that refused to heal. She could still remember the night the police knocked on her door. The somber faces, the carefully chosen words, the numbness that followed. Tyler was gone. His car had been found wrecked on a dark, icy road. No survivors. Just like that. The life she knew had been shattered beyond repair. Mom. Mia's soft hand tugged at her sleeve, pulling her back to the present. Are you okay? Allison blinked, her eyes stinging. She forced a smile and knelt to pull Mia into a hug, her daughter's small arms wrapping around her neck. I'm fine, honey. Just thinking about how lucky I am to have you two. Connor's gaze softened, the playful glint replaced by something more serious. We're lucky to have you too, Mom, right, Mia? Mia nodded vigorously, her pigtails bouncing. Yeah, we love you more than anything. Allison's throat tightened, and she pressed a kiss to Mia's cheek. I love you both more than anything, too. She straightened and took a deep breath, pushing the sorrow back into its corner. Now, who's ready for some hot chocolate? A chorus of excited cheers filled the room. The heaviness lifted. If only for a moment, Allison moved to the kitchen, pulling mugs from the cabinet and heating milk on the stove. The rhythmic clinking of spoons stirring marshmallows into the hot chocolate was oddly comforting. This was their tradition. Small, simple, but theirs. Don't forget the whipped cream, Connor called, peeking over the counter. I wouldn't dare, Allison replied, squeezing a fluffy swirl into each mug before handing them off. The kids settled back on the couch, their faces glowing with contentment as they sipped the steaming drinks. Allison sank into the armchair by the fireplace, her fingers curling around her own mug. The flickering flames cast shadows on the walls, and her gaze drifted to the mantel where framed photos stood like silent witnesses to a life that once was. There was one of Tyler holding a newborn Connor, his smile full of pride and joy. Another of the four of them together, their last Christmas as a family. Her fingers traced the edge of the frame, and a familiar ache settled in her chest. She hadn't had the heart to take those photos down, even though looking at them sometimes felt like pressing on a bruise when the kids finally drifted off to sleep. Allison stayed by the fire, the house wrapped in an almost sacred silence. The weight of the day finally pressed down on her shoulders. She wondered, not for the first time, if she was doing enough for them. If she was enough. You're stronger than you think, her sister Jill had told her once. But you don't have to be strong all the time. But what choice did she have? Weakness wasn't an option when 2 little lives depended on her. As the clock inched closer to midnight, she stood and turned off the lights on the tree. The angel on top sparkled faintly in the dim light, a fragile symbol of hope. She whispered into the quiet, her voice trembling. I hope I'm doing okay. Ty, I hope I'm making you proud. But deep down, a darker question gnawed at her. Why did it never feel like he was really gone? The morning sun filtered through the thin curtains of the Parker home, casting a soft glow on the living room. The Christmas tree still twinkled with its colorful lights, the faint smell of pine and leftover cocoa lingering in the air. Allison stood by the kitchen sink, rinsing out the mugs from the night before. Her thoughts swirled as she absent-mindedly watched the water swirl down the drain. The sound of the mail slot clinking open broke her reverie. She wiped her hands on a dish towel and walked to the front door. Picking up the small pile of mail, bills, coupons, and an envelope from the kids' school, she sighed, her shoulders sagging slightly. December always seemed to stretch her thin, both financially and emotionally, as she shuffled through the envelopes. A knock at the door startled her. She opened it to find her neighbor and friend, Carla, standing there with a bright smile and a thermos in hand. Morning, Allison. Thought you might need a coffee refill, Carla said, extending the thermos. You're a lifesaver, Allison replied, taking the warm container gratefully. Come in for a minute. Carla stepped inside, her eyes sweeping over the cozy but worn living room. Tree looks great. The kids must be excited. They are, Allison said, her smile faint. They always are. I just wish. She trailed off, not finishing the sentence. Wishing didn't pay the bills. Carla tilted her head sympathetically. Something will come through, it always does. She paused and then brightened. Actually, that's why I stopped by. Remember my cousin Liz who works catering for those fancy Beverly Hills events? Allison nodded, curious. She called me last night. One of their regulars needs extra hands for a big Christmas gala tomorrow night. Pays really well, and they're desperate for staff. I told her I'd ask if you'd be interested. Allison blinked, the weight on her chest momentarily lifting. A job like that could mean buying the gifts Connor and Mia had been hinting at, maybe even a little cushion for January's rent. That sounds amazing, she said slowly, trying to keep the surge of hope from showing too plainly. Are you sure they'll take me on such short notice? They'll take anyone who can carry a tray and smile, Carla assured her. It's at some big shot's mansion. You'll be serving drinks, hors d'oeuvres, that kind of thing. The shift's long, but it's worth it. Allison took a deep breath. I'll do it. I'll tell Liz I'm in. Carla grinned. I knew you'd say yes. I'll text her right now. She said to dress in black and show up at the Hilton on Wilshire tomorrow afternoon. They'll shuttle everyone to the venue. Allison's mind buzzed with a mix of anxiety and relief. It had been years since she'd been anywhere near a high-end event, and the idea of walking into a mansion filled with the wealthy and privileged left her stomach in knots, but she couldn't afford to pass this up. Thanks, Carla, she said softly. I really appreciate it. Anytime, hun. Carla gave her a quick hug. Now go enjoy the rest of the day with those kids. After Carla left, Allison took a moment to lean against the door, the thermos warm in her hands. She felt a flicker of hope, small but persistent. Maybe this was the break she needed, a little light in what had felt like an endless tunnel. That afternoon, she took Connor and Mia to the park. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp leaves and distant chimney smoke. Connor raced ahead with a group of kids from the neighborhood, while Mia clung to Allison's hand, her eyes sparkling as they walked toward the swings. Push me, Mommy, Mia squealed as she scrambled onto the swing, her legs kicking excitedly. Allison smiled, positioning herself behind her daughter and giving the swing a gentle push. The laughter that bubbled out of Mia was pure and uninhibited, a sound that momentarily washed away the heaviness in Allison's chest as Mia swung higher, her giggles blending with the rustling of leaves. Allison's thoughts drifted to Tyler. He used to take them to this very park on weekends, his deep laugh echoing as he chased Connor around the playground. She closed her eyes for a moment, breathing in the chilly air and pushing the memories away. Higher, Mommy. I want to touch the sky. Allison laughed softly. Okay, hold on tight. For those brief moments, everything felt almost normal. That night, after the kids were asleep, Allison stood in front of the small closet in her bedroom. She pulled out a simple black dress, one of the few things she'd kept from before. It was modest but elegant, a relic of a time when dressing up for a night out was part of her life. She ran her fingers over the fabric, her thoughts swirling with anticipation and nervousness. Tomorrow night, she would step into a world that felt 1,000,000 miles away from her own. But she reminded herself of the reason why she was doing this. For Connor, for Maya, for the chance to give them a Christmas they deserved. She hung the dress on the door and turned off the light, the faint glow of the street lamp outside casting shadows on the wall. As she lay in bed, the quiet hum of the night settled around her. A strange feeling fluttered in her chest, part hope, part dread, a whisper that something was about to change, whether it was for better or worse. She didn't know, but she would face it, just as she had faced everything else, head on, with no other choice. The winter sun had already started to dip behind the skyline when Allison arrived at the Hilton on Wilshire Boulevard. A cold wind nipped at her cheeks as she adjusted her black dress and smoothed her hair back into a neat bun. The lobby was bustling with other caterers, waitstaff, and event organizers, all dressed in black and white, their faces set in focused determination. Allison Parker, a woman with sharp eyes and a clipboard, called out. Allison stepped forward, clutching her small purse tightly. Yes, that's me. The woman gave her a brisk once-over and nodded. Good. You'll be assigned to drink service. Follow the group outside. The shuttle's waiting. Allison joined a small cluster of workers as they filed out the glass doors into the evening chill. The van was already half full, the hum of quiet conversation inside mixing with the occasional burst of laughter. She slid into a seat by the window, her eyes fixed on the city lights flickering to life. First time working one of these gigs, a young man beside her asked, his voice friendly. She turned to find a smile on his face, his dark eyes warm and open. Yeah, first time you. Nah, I do this all the time. It's good money if you don't mind sore feet and rich people pretending you're invisible. He chuckled. I'm Marco, by the way. Allison. Well, Allison, don't worry. Stick with me, and you'll be fine. She managed a small smile, grateful for the kindness. The van pulled away from the curb and they rolled through the city, past twinkling decorations and crowded sidewalks. The chatter in the van faded as they entered a wealthy neighborhood where gates were tall, hedges were perfectly trimmed, and the air seemed colder somehow. The van finally stopped in front of an imposing mansion. The house was a symphony of grandeur, tall windows framed by ivy, golden lights spilling onto a circular driveway lined with luxury cars. A large, decorated wreath hung on the massive oak doors, twinkling with tiny white lights. Showtime, Marco muttered, stretching his arms. Ready? As I'll ever be, Allison replied, her stomach in knots. They climbed out of the van, the cold biting through her thin dress. A man in a sharp suit directed them through a side entrance, away from the grandeur of the main doors. The hallway they entered was a stark contrast to the outside world. Polished marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and an air of quiet opulence. All right. Everyone, the event manager barked. This is a high-profile crowd. No mistakes, no lingering, and absolutely no fraternizing with the guests. Understood? A chorus of yes, ma'am echoed back. Allison took a deep breath as she picked up her tray of champagne flutes. The glasses clinked softly. A delicate, nerve-wracking sound. She followed the other servers into the main hall, her eyes widening as the space unfolded before her. The ballroom was breathtaking. Golden lights glittered from the massive chandelier overhead, casting warm hues onto the polished floors. Guests in designer gowns and tailored suits drifted through the room, laughter and conversation swirling like an elegant dance. A live string quartet played in the corner, the notes floating gently through the air. She felt like an outsider peering into a world that wasn't hers. The wealth, the glamour, the effortless smiles. It was all so far removed from her reality. But she shook the feeling off, forcing her hands to steady as she balanced the tray. Just keep moving, she whispered to herself. You're here for the money. That's it. She wove through the crowd, offering drinks and dodging the occasional dismissive wave. Most guests barely glanced at her, their eyes skimming over her like she was part of the decor. She found Marco across the room, giving her an encouraging thumbs up before disappearing behind a group of laughing socialites. As she passed near the grand staircase, she caught sight of herself in a gilded mirror. For a moment, she didn't recognize the woman staring back. The black dress, the tight bun, the mask of calm professionalism. It all felt like a costume, barely concealing the anxiety bubbling beneath the surface. Allison, a voice murmured. She blinked, realizing the voice had come from inside her head, but the sensation of hearing her name in that setting sent a chill up her spine. She shook it off and turned toward the center of the room, her gaze sweeping over the guests. That's when she saw him. At first, it was just the back of a man in a sharp charcoal suit, his broad shoulders and dark hair familiar in a way that made her stomach twist. He was standing near the fireplace, a drink in his hand, laughing at something someone said. The sound of his laughter, deep, rich, unmistakable, clawed its way into her memory. Her breath caught in her throat. No, it couldn't be. The man turned slightly, his profile coming into view, and the tray in her hands trembled. The world around her dimmed, the chatter and music fading into a dull roar. Her knees felt weak, and for a moment, she thought she might drop the glasses. It was him, Tyler, alive. A cold wave of disbelief crashed over her, her heart pounding so loudly she was sure the entire room could hear it. Her fingers gripped the tray tighter, knuckles white as she tried to breathe. The years of grief, the nights spent wondering, the crushing loneliness, all of it slammed into her at once. He wasn't dead. He was here, alive and well, in this world of money and privilege, and he was smiling like nothing had ever happened. She felt sick. Her mind screamed 1,000 questions, but only one rose to the surface, clear and sharp as a knife. How could he do this to us? The air seemed to thin around her. Allison's chest tightened as she stared at the man she once knew better than anyone, or thought she did. Tyler's profile was etched in her mind. Every curve of his jaw, the slight crinkle around his eyes when he laughed. She had memorized those features in her grief, afraid that time would erode the image of him from her mind. And yet, there he was, in the flesh, smiling, breathing, alive. Her hands trembled, the tray of champagne flutes clinking softly in her grip. She clenched her jaw, forcing her legs to remain steady. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind, but none of them made sense. How was this possible? Why was he here? Why hadn't he come back to us? Her heart pounded so loudly she could barely hear anything else. She took a shaky breath, forcing her feet to move, one step forward, another. The space between them narrowed, yet it felt like an abyss. She weaved through the crowd, her vision tunneling until Tyler was the only thing in focus. Her fingers curled tighter around the tray, the glass stems digging into her skin. As she drew closer, Tyler turned slightly, his gaze sweeping the room. For a heartbeat, their eyes met. His laughter faded mid-sentence, his smile faltering. Confusion clouded his expression. And then, shock. Recognition flashed across his face like a lightning strike. His eyes widened, his body stiffening as if he'd seen a ghost. Allison's voice was a whisper, tight and raw. "Tyler." He blinked, his mouth opening slightly, but no sound came out. The color drained from his face, and for a moment they stood frozen in a bubble of stunned silence. Around them, the party continued. Laughter, clinking glasses, and the hum of the string quartet, oblivious to the storm brewing in the center of the room. "Allison," he finally breathed, his voice barely audible. He took a hesitant step forward, his eyes darting around as if he expected the floor to collapse beneath him. What are you doing here?" A sharp laugh escaped her lips, bitter and hollow. "What am I doing here?" she echoed, her voice trembling. "I'm working, Tyler. You know, surviving. Something I've had to do alone for the past 7 years." Tyler flinched, his face contorted with guilt. He glanced around nervously, as if afraid someone might overhear. "Allison, I can explain." "Explain?" Her voice cracked, and tears burned at the corners of her eyes. "Explain how you're standing here, alive and well, while I spent 7 years thinking you were dead. Explain how you left me to raise our children alone." His eyes darted away at the mention of the kids. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Please, not here," he whispered urgently. "Can we go somewhere private? I'll tell you everything, I promise." She shook her head, the sheer audacity of his request igniting a fire inside her. "Private? You want to hide this conversation like you hid from us?" Her voice rose, drawing curious glances from a few guests nearby. She didn't care. The years of pain and confusion clawed their way to the surface, refusing to be suppressed any longer. "Allison, please." His voice cracked, desperation seeping into his eyes. He reached out a hand, but she stepped back, the gesture like a slap to her face. Her grip on the tray loosened, and suddenly, she didn't care about keeping up appearances. She set it down on a nearby table. Her hands finally freed a ball into fists at her sides. The tremor in her voice was gone now, replaced by a cold, hard edge. "Who are you, Tyler?" she asked, her voice low and steady. "Because the man I loved, the man I married, would never have done this. He would never have abandoned me. He would never have abandoned his children." Tyler's face crumbled, and for a split second, she saw the man she had once trusted with her whole heart. But the moment passed. He glanced over his shoulder, his eyes landing on a woman in a glittering red dress across the room. The woman's gaze met his, and her expression tightened with concern. Allison's breath caught in her throat. "Is that her?" she asked, the question a dagger on her tongue. "Is she the reason you left us?" Tyler's jaw clenched, his silence answering for him. The betrayal hit her like a physical blow, the air rushing from her lungs. The man she had mourned, the man she had spent nights crying for, had not only left her, he had replaced her. Her vision blurred with tears, but she blinked them away. She refused to cry in front of him. He didn't deserve her tears. "You're a coward," she whispered. "You didn't die, Tyler. You just ran away." "Allison." "No." She held up a hand, cutting him off. "You don't get to say my name. You don't get to ask for my understanding. Not after everything. She turned on her heel, her heart shattering with every step. She pushed through the crowd, her mind a whirlwind of rage and grief. The world spun around her, but she forced herself to keep moving. She had to get out, away from him, away from the lies. Her vision tunneled as she stumbled toward the side exit. The cold night air hit her like a slap, but it wasn't enough to calm the storm inside her. She pressed a hand to her chest, struggling to breathe. 7 years of mourning, 7 years of questions. All of it had led to this nightmare. Behind her, the door creaked open. "Allison, wait!" Tyler's voice cracked in the night, but she didn't stop. She didn't look back. She was done waiting. The cold night air bit at Allison's skin as she stumbled away from the mansion, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. The world outside was a blur of twinkling lights and muted holiday cheer, so at odds with the chaos raging inside her. Her shoes crunched on the gravel path, but she barely registered the sound. All she could hear was the echo of Tyler's voice, his feeble attempts at explanations, his hollow pleas. Her legs carried her forward with a mind of their own, desperate to put as much distance as possible between her and the lie she'd just uncovered. She stopped near a towering hedge, leaning against it for support. The neatly trimmed branches pressed into her back, grounding her in reality. She inhaled deeply, trying to slow her racing heart, but every breath felt like shards of glass scraping her lungs. "Allison," his voice, frantic and broken. Sliced through the night, she squeezed her eyes shut, willing herself to disappear. But his footsteps grew louder, and before she could move, he was there, standing a few feet away. The light from the mansion spilled onto his face, highlighting the lines etched by time and choices. He looked like a stranger wrapped in a familiar skin. "Allison, please," he rasped, his breath misting in the cold air. "I need you to listen to me." Her eyes snapped open, and she fixed him with a glare so sharp it felt like it could cut through steel. "Why should I listen to you, Tyler? 7 years. 7 years I thought you were dead. I buried you. I cried for you. Our children cried for you. And you were out here, living some new life." Her voice cracked, the anger fighting to hold back the sorrow. He winced as if each word was a slap. "It wasn't that simple. It never is with you, is it?" she snapped. "Nothing's ever simple enough to keep you from running away." He took a hesitant step forward, his hands outstretched, palms up. The gesture was painfully familiar, a relic from arguments long past. But it didn't work this time. "I didn't want this," he whispered, his voice hollow. "I thought I was protecting you, protecting me." Her laugh was bitter, sharp as a blade. "From what, Tyler? From the truth, from having a husband, from our children having a father." He looked away, shame darkening his features. "I got in over my head. I was involved with people. Dangerous people. I made mistakes, Allison. Big ones when the deal went south, I thought. I thought the only way out was to disappear. I was afraid they'd come after you and the kids." Her heart twisted painfully, but she refused to let his words soften her. "So, instead of facing it, you took the coward's way out. You let us think you were dead. You let your children grow up without a father." He nodded slowly, his shoulders sagging. "I thought I was doing the right thing, but I was wrong. Damn right you were wrong." Her voice trembled with the weight of all the years she'd borne alone. "Do you have any idea what you did to us? Connor barely remembers you. Mia asks me why her daddy isn't in heaven with the other angels. I had to explain to a 5-year-old why life isn't fair." Tyler's eyes glistened with tears, but they didn't move her. Not this time. "I wanted to come back," he whispered, "but every year that passed it got harder. I didn't know how to fix it." "You can't fix it," she said, her voice cold and firm. "Some things are beyond repair." A painful silence stretched between them. The sound of distant laughter and clinking glasses drifted through the air, cruel reminders of a world that kept turning while hers had shattered. "Who is she?" The question slipped out before she could stop it, her voice barely above a whisper. "The woman in the red dress. Is she part of this mess?" Tyler's face tightened. "Her name is Ashley, and she knows." Allison's jaw clenched. "She knows you abandoned your family and decided to play dead." He nodded, the guilt etched deep into his features. "She was part of it. She helped me disappear." Her stomach churned with disgust. The betrayal was complete. each piece falling into place like a nightmare puzzle. You didn't just leave us. Tyler, you replaced us. It wasn't like that, he pleaded. It was survival. Survival. Her voice rose, trembling with fury. I know all about survival, Tyler. I survived without you. We survived without you. You don't get to use that word. A tear slipped down her cheek, but she wiped it away angrily. He didn't deserve to see her cry. You should have stayed dead, she whispered, her voice breaking. At least then, we could have held on to the memory of who you were. Now all I see is a lie. He reached for her again, but she stepped back. The distance between them now an unbridgeable chasm. Go back to your party. Tyler, go back to your new life. Her voice was steel. Because you sure as hell aren't welcome in mine. She turned on her heel, the cold air filling her lungs with each determined step. Behind her, she heard his choked sob, but she didn't stop. She didn't look back. She had 2 children waiting for her. They were the only truth she had left. The cold air gnawed at Allison's cheeks as she hurried down the long, winding driveway of the mansion. Her footsteps were quick and unsteady, fueled by a desperate need to escape, to put as much distance as possible between her and the painful reality she'd just faced. The echoes of her confrontation with Tyler replayed in her mind, each word a barb that dug deeper into her heart. Her breath came in short, sharp bursts. The glittering lights of the party blurred behind her. Swallowed by the night, she barely noticed the few guests who gave her curious glances as she passed. Her vision narrowed, focused only on the iron gates ahead. If she could just get outside, maybe she could breathe again. Allison, Marco's voice cut through the chaos in her mind. She paused, her hands gripping the wrought iron bars of the gate, the cold metal biting into her palms. She turned slowly, blinking through the haze of tears. Marco jogged toward her, his brow furrowed with concern, his breath misting in the chilly air. Hey, what happened? He asked, his voice soft but urgent. You look like you've seen a ghost. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. I have. Marco's eyes searched her face, trying to understand. Do you need a ride home? You can't go back in there like this? She shook her head, the thought of returning to the mansion making her stomach twist. No, I need to get out of here. He hesitated, then nodded. Come on, my car's parked down the street. She followed him through the gate, her feet numb as they crunched over the gravel. The street beyond was dark and empty, a stark contrast to the golden glow of the mansion. Marco unlocked an old sedan, and she slipped into the passenger seat, the worn fabric of the seatbelt rough against her skin. The silence in the car was thick, broken only by the hum of the engine as Marco started it. He glanced at her, his eyes cautious. You okay? She let out a shaky breath. No, not even close. He didn't press for details, and she was grateful for that. Instead, he pulled onto the road, the headlights slicing through the darkness. The city lights glimmered in the distance, a blur of motion and life that felt foreign and out of reach. They drove in silence, the radio playing a soft jazz tune that seemed wildly out of place. Allison stared out the window, the familiar streets of Los Angeles passing by like a dream. Her mind was a whirlwind of memories and questions she couldn't answer. Tyler was alive. The words felt surreal, like something out of a cruel fantasy. For years, she had mourned him, convinced that she'd failed to protect their children from the harsh reality of loss. She had grieved alone, cried in the dark when the kids were asleep, and forced herself to move forward because there was no other choice. But it had all been a lie. He hadn't died. He hadn't been taken from them. He had chosen to leave. A fresh wave of anger bubbled up, hot and fierce. But beneath it, a gnawing doubt began to fester. What if he was telling the truth? What if he really had been trying to protect them? Could there be a reason, a good reason for what he'd done? She shook her head. No, there was no justification for abandoning his family, for letting them suffer while he built a new life with someone else. Where do you want me to drop you? Marco asked gently. Allison blinked, realizing they were close to her neighborhood. Here's fine, she muttered. Pointing to the corner a block from her house, he pulled over and put the car in park. You sure you're going to be okay? She forced a tight smile. Yeah, thanks Marco for everything. He nodded, his eyes kind. Take care, Allison. She stepped out of the car, the cold air biting through the thin fabric of her dress. The familiar sight of her street brought a fleeting sense of comfort. The houses were quiet, their windows glowing softly with Christmas lights. She wrapped her arms around herself as she walked home, her thoughts a tangled mess. The porch light was on, just as she'd left it. She unlocked the door quietly, careful not to wake the kids. The warmth of the house wrapped around her like a fragile shield. She leaned against the door, closing her eyes for a moment, willing herself to hold it together. "Allison?" Her sister Jill's voice startled her. Allison's eyes flew open to see Jill standing in the hallway, her expression a mix of relief and worry. "Hey," Allison whispered. "Sorry I'm late." Jill shook her head. "Don't worry about it, the kids are asleep." She paused, studying Allison's face. "What happened?" Allison's lips trembled, and for the first time since she'd seen Tyler, the tears she'd been holding back spilled over. Jill was by her side in an instant, wrapping her in a hug. "He's alive, Jill," Allison choked out. "Tyler, he's alive." Jill froze, her arms tightening around Allison. "What?" Allison nodded, sobbing now, the dam breaking. "He's alive. He left us. He lied." Jill's eyes blazed with fury. "That son of a bitch!" Allison's shoulders shook. "I don't know what to do. The kids. How am I supposed to tell them?" Jill pulled back, gripping Allison's shoulders. "You don't have to figure it out tonight, right now. You need to rest. You need to breathe." Allison nodded weakly, the exhaustion crashing over her. Jill guided her to the couch, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she let herself fall apart as she cried into her sister's shoulder. One thought haunted her. What if the truth was even worse than the lie? Allison woke to the soft hum of morning traffic filtering through the window. Sunlight streamed in through the thin curtains, casting patterns on the worn carpet. Her eyes felt gritty, her head heavy from the restless night. She blinked, trying to piece together the fragments of her shattered world. The couch cushion beneath her was still warm, the faint scent of Jill's perfume lingering in the air. Her sister must have stayed with her through the night, holding her as she cried herself empty. Now the house was eerily quiet, the kind of quiet that follows a storm. She forced herself to sit up, her muscles aching. The events of the previous night crashed back into her mind, each memory a jagged shard. Tyler, alive, the confrontation, the lies, the gut-wrenching betrayal. Her breath hitched, but she swallowed the sob threatening to rise. She couldn't afford to fall apart again. Not now. Footsteps padded softly down the hall, and Jill appeared in the doorway, a steaming mug of coffee in her hand. Her eyes were red-rimmed, exhaustion etched into her features, but her expression was resolute. "Hey," Jill said softly, walking over and handing her the mug. "How are you holding up?" Allison took the coffee, the warmth seeping into her fingers. She stared into the dark liquid, her voice a hollow whisper. "I don't know." Jill sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "You don't have to know right now. One step at a time." Allison nodded, taking a careful sip. The bitterness grounded her, cutting through the fog in her mind. "The kids. They're in the kitchen having breakfast. I told them you weren't feeling well." Jill paused. "They're worried about you." Guilt twisted in her stomach. "I need to be strong for them." "You are strong," Jill insisted, her voice firm. "But you don't have to do this alone. Whatever you decide to do about him, I'm here. We'll figure it out." Allison took a shaky breath. "I have no idea what to do, Jill. Part of me wants to forget he exists, but another part, a stupid, broken part, wonders if there's more to the story. What if he really was trying to protect us?" Jill's jaw tightened. "Even if that's true, abandoning you and the kids wasn't the way to do it. He made his choice. Now you get to make yours." The words settled heavily in her chest. Jill was right, but the weight of the decision felt suffocating. Whatever she chose would shape not just her future, but Connor's and Mia's too. How could she possibly explain this to them? The sound of little feet pattering toward the living room interrupted her thoughts. Connor appeared first, his brown eyes wide with concern. Mia followed close behind, clutching her stuffed bunny, her lip trembling. "Mommy, are you okay?" Mia whispered. Allison set the coffee down and opened her arms. Her children rushed to her, their warmth a balm on her raw nerves. She held them tightly, pressing kisses to the tops of their heads. "I'm okay, sweetheart," she murmured, though her voice cracked. "I just needed some rest." Connor pulled back, his gaze searching her face. Did something bad happen? The innocence in his question nearly broke her. She glanced at Jill, who gave her a subtle nod of encouragement. Something unexpected happened, Allison said carefully. But it's going to be okay. I promise. Mia snuggled closer, her small fingers gripping Allison's shirt. We love you, Mommy. I love you too. More than anything, she whispered, her voice thick. Jill cleared her throat. Hey, who wants pancakes? I make 'em almost as good as your mom. Mia's face lit up. Me? Connor managed a small smile. Okay, but you better not burn them, Jill laughed. No promises. As they disappeared back into the kitchen, Jill shot Allison a pointed look. We'll talk later. The message was clear. For now. The kids came first. Allison sat back, exhaling slowly. Her mind still spun with doubts and fears. But for the moment, the weight on her shoulders felt a little lighter. Later that afternoon, after Jill had taken the kids to the park to give her some space, Allison found herself pacing the living room. The silence felt oppressive. Every time she closed her eyes, Tyler's face loomed behind her eyelids. The shock and guilt etched in his features. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table, jolting her out of her thoughts. She snatched it up, her heart pounding. An unknown number flashed on the screen. Her fingers hesitated before she answered. Hello? Allison? The voice was low, cautious, male. Who is this? Her breath caught in her throat. Detective Ramirez, I got your number from Jill. She said you might need some help. Her knees went weak with relief. She sank onto the couch. Yes, I do. She told me a bit about your situation. If what she says is true, you've got a lot more going on than a missing husband. This sounds like something we should look into. Allison's pulse quickened. You believe me. I've seen enough in my line of work to know that the truth is often stranger than fiction. If Tyler's alive and there's a chance he's involved in something illegal, we need to figure it out. For your safety and your kids. Tears welled in her eyes, a mix of gratitude and fear. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. This could get complicated. But you're not alone in this, Allison. I promise. As she ended the call, a spark of determination ignited inside her. She wasn't powerless. She wasn't alone. For the first time since she'd seen Tyler, a plan began to form in her mind. She would uncover the truth, whatever it took. Allison stared at her phone long after the call with Detective Ramirez had ended. The weight of his words pressed on her shoulders. This could get complicated. She had no illusions that uncovering the truth about Tyler's disappearance and his new life would be easy. But for the first time in years, she felt a flicker of control. She stood and paced the living room, her mind buzzing with questions. Tyler had claimed he was protecting them. But from what? Who were the dangerous people he mentioned? And why had he resurfaced now, at that gala, so brazenly? The pieces didn't fit, and she was determined to force them into place. Her eyes fell on the family photo on the mantel. She picked it up, her fingers tracing Tyler's face. He looked so genuine in that picture. His arm wrapped around her, his smile bright with promises of a future they were supposed to build together. The lies made that smile feel like a slap to the face. She set the photo down, a spark of anger replacing her despair. She wasn't going to let Tyler's betrayal break her any further. She owed it to herself and her children to get answers. A knock at the door startled her. She wiped her hands on her jeans and took a steadying breath before opening it. Detective Ramirez stood there, his expression calm but serious. He was in his mid-40s, with a neatly trimmed beard and a presence that radiated quiet authority. Allison, he asked. She nodded and stepped aside. Come in. He walked in, his eyes scanning the room with practiced ease. He seemed to take in every detail. The worn furniture, the toys scattered in the corner, the faint scent of cinnamon still lingering from the night before. Thank you for coming, she said, her voice steady. He nodded. Your sister gave me the broad strokes, but I need to hear it from you. Start from the beginning. She gestured to the couch, and they sat. The words tumbled out in a rush. How Tyler had been declared dead in a car accident 7 years ago. How she'd seen him alive at the gala, the confrontation, and his cryptic explanations about a botched deal and dangerous people. Ramirez listened intently, his brow furrowing deeper with each detail. When she finished, He leaned back, exhaling slowly. "This is messy," he said, his tone thoughtful. If he's telling the truth about being involved with dangerous people, there could be more at play here than just a man abandoning his family. Allison's jaw tightened. He still made that choice. He still left us. "I know," Ramirez said gently. "But if he's tangled up with criminals, that means you and your kids could be in danger too." A chill ran down her spine. "Do you think they know about us?" "It's hard to say," Ramirez admitted, "but we can't take any chances. I'll look into Tyler's disappearance, see if I can find any record of a financial deal gone wrong or connections to known criminals. In the meantime, keep an eye out for anything unusual. People hanging around who shouldn't be. Strange cars. Anything." Allison nodded, her mind spinning. "What if Tyler tries to contact me again?" "Let me know immediately," Ramirez said. "We need to know what he's up to." A knock at the door interrupted them. Allison's heart leapt into her throat. Ramirez's eyes narrowed, and he stood, motioning for her to stay put. He walked to the door and peered through the peephole before relaxing slightly. "It's your sister." Relief flooded her, and Allison hurried to open the door. Jill stood there with Connor and Mia, their cheeks rosy from the cold, clutching half-eaten bags of popcorn. "Hey," Jill said, her eyes flicking to Ramirez. "Everything okay?" Allison forced a smile. "Yeah, come in." Connor and Mia darted inside, their chatter filling the air, blissfully unaware of the storm their mother was weathering. Jill followed them, her gaze still sharp with questions. "Detective Ramirez is helping us," Allison explained, her voice low. Jill nodded, her expression fierce. "Good. We need all the help we can get." Ramirez stood, his presence a steady anchor. "I'll start digging. Stay safe, Allison, and remember, you're not alone in this." She nodded, gratitude tightening her throat. "Thank you." He gave her a reassuring nod and left, the door clicking softly behind him. Jill turned to her, hands on her hips. "So, what's the next move?" Allison exhaled, the weight of the decision settling on her shoulders. "We find out what Tyler's hiding. No more lies. No more secrets." Jill's eyes shone with approval. "We'll get through this. You've got me, and now you've got Ramirez. Tyler doesn't stand a chance." A determined fire ignited in Allison's chest. For too long, she'd been at the mercy of Tyler's choices. Now, she was taking back control. She hugged her kids tightly, their warmth reminding her of what mattered most. No matter how tangled the web of lies became, she'd fight her way through it. For them, the next few days passed in a haze of forced normalcy. Allison kept her routine as steady as she could for the kids. She made breakfast, packed lunches, and helped with homework, as if her world hadn't just been flipped on its head. But underneath the calm exterior, her thoughts churned endlessly. Every time the phone rang or a car slowed near the house, her heart would seize with dread. She watched the street carefully, noting every unfamiliar face, every vehicle that lingered just a second too long. Sleep came in short, restless bursts, her mind replaying the moment she saw Tyler at the gala over and over like a broken record. By the third day, the anxiety was wearing her thin. She sipped coffee in the kitchen, the bitter liquid doing little to clear the fog of exhaustion. The morning sun streamed through the window, but it did nothing to lift the dark cloud hanging over her. Her phone buzzed on the counter, making her jump. She snatched it up, her fingers trembling. It was a text from Detective Ramirez. "Meet me at the station in an hour. I found something." Her stomach flipped. She took a shaky breath, trying to steady herself. She glanced at the clock. Connor and Maya were at school, and Jill had offered to pick them up later. She had time. Grabbing her coat and keys, she left the house, her mind racing with possibilities. The police station was a squat, gray building that looked as tired as she felt. Allison stepped inside, the hum of fluorescent lights and the low murmur of voices adding to her sense of disorientation. She spotted Ramirez near the front desk. He waved her over, his expression unreadable. "Thanks for coming," he said, his tone clipped. "Come with me." He led her to a small windowless office. The walls were lined with case files, and a single desk lamp cast long shadows across the room. He gestured for her to sit, then closed the door behind them. "I found something about Tyler," he said, sitting down across from her. His eyes were sharp, serious, and "it's not good." Her mouth went dry. What is it? He slid a folder toward her. A few months before his death, Tyler was involved with a man named Vincent Marks. Marks is a financier. On paper, off the record, he launders money for some very dangerous people. Drug traffickers, arms dealers, you name it. Allison's hands shook as she opened the folder. A black and white photo of a man stared back at her. He had slicked back hair and cold, predatory eyes. Tyler was part of a deal that went sideways, Ramirez continued. He was supposed to help Marks move a large sum of money, but it disappeared. When it did, Tyler vanished too. We always thought Marks had him killed, but now it looks like Tyler faked his death to escape. She swallowed hard. And Marks, what happened to him? Ramirez's jaw tightened. He's still out there, and he doesn't like being played. If he finds out Tyler's alive, the implication hung heavy in the air. Marks wouldn't just come for Tyler. He'd come for anyone connected to him, including her and the kids. Panic surged through her. We're in danger, aren't we? Ramirez's eyes softened. We don't know for sure, but we need to be careful. I've put a patrol on your street and I'll be checking in regularly. You're not alone in this, Allison. She nodded, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Her thoughts darted to Connor and Mia, their innocent faces blissfully unaware of the storm brewing around them. What do I do now? She whispered. Ramirez leaned forward, his voice firm. For now, you go home and stick to your routine. Don't let the kids know anything's wrong. I'll keep digging. If Tyler contacts you again, let me know immediately. She clenched her fists, her nails biting into her palms. Okay. He stood, giving her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. We're going to figure this out. I promise. She wanted to believe him, but fear gnawed at her insides. The world she'd built for her children was fragile, and she could feel it cracking beneath her feet. The drive home was a blur. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles white. Every car behind her felt like a threat, every pedestrian a potential enemy. By the time she parked in front of her house, she was trembling. She sat in the car for a moment, trying to collect herself. The street was quiet, the afternoon sun casting long shadows on the pavement. The patrol car Ramirez had mentioned was parked a few houses down. The sight of it brought a small measure of comfort, but it wasn't enough to chase away the fear. She took a deep breath and stepped out of the car. As she walked up the steps, she noticed something unusual. The mail, normally stuffed into the mailbox, was strewn across the porch. Her heart skipped a beat. She looked around, her eyes darting to the bushes and the street beyond. Stay calm, she told herself. She bent down to gather the mail, her hands shaking. That's when she saw it. A single, unmarked envelope among the bills and junk mail. The paper was smooth and stark white, standing out against the rest. Her stomach twisted as she picked it up, her fingers trembling. She slipped her thumb under the flap and tore it open. A single sheet of paper slid out. The message was typed in bold. Black letters. You can't hide the truth forever. A cold chill ran down her spine. She spun around, scanning the street, the houses, the windows. Everything looked the same, but she felt eyes on her, watching, waiting. Her heart hammered in her chest as she hurried inside and locked the door behind her. She leaned against it, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The web of lies was tightening around her, and whoever was behind it was closing in. Allison's fingers gripped the envelope so tightly it crumpled in her hand. The words burned into her mind. You can't hide the truth forever. The house felt too quiet, the walls pressing in around her. She took a shaky breath, forcing herself to think. She needed to stay calm. Panic wouldn't help. She glanced out the window. The patrol car was still parked a few houses down. Ramirez's team was watching, but the note had still made its way to her doorstep. Whoever left it was bold or desperate. Maybe both. She grabbed her phone and called Ramirez. He picked up on the second ring. Allison? His voice was sharp, alert. There was a note, she said, her voice trembling. Someone left a note on my porch. Silence then. What does it say? She read the message aloud, her hands shaking. It was typed. No name, no address, just those words. I'm on my way, he said, his voice firm. Don't open the door for anyone. Stay with the kids and keep the curtains closed. She nodded, even though he couldn't see her. Okay. She hung up and took a steadying breath. Her eyes drifted toward the clock on the wall. Jill would be bringing Connor and Mia home any minute. The thought of them walking into this nightmare made her stomach churn. The sound of tires crunching on gravel outside made her jump. She peeked through the curtain and exhaled shakily. It was Jill's car. She rushed to the door and opened it just as Jill stepped out with the kids. "Hey!" Jill called cheerfully, holding Mia's hand while Connor swung his backpack over his shoulder. "We're back." Allison forced a smile, her heart pounding. "Come inside. Quick." Jill's smile faltered. "What's wrong?" "Just get in. I'll explain." Jill's eyes narrowed, but she didn't argue. She herded the kids inside. Allison shut the door, locking it behind them. "Mom," Connor called, his face lighting up. "Guess what? I got an A on my science quiz." "That's wonderful, sweetheart," she said, her voice tight. She kissed the top of his head, trying to mask her fear. "Why don't you two go play in your room for a bit?" "I need to talk to Aunt Jill." Connor's brow furrowed. "Are you okay, Mom?" She smiled weakly. "I'm fine. I just need a minute." Okay. He grabbed Mia's hand, and they disappeared down the hallway. As soon as they were out of earshot, Jill turned to Allison. "What the hell is going on?" Allison handed her the crumpled envelope. Jill's face went pale as she read the note. "This was on your porch." She nodded. "Ramirez is on his way." Jill's eyes blazed. "Someone's threatening you. Do you think it's Tyler?" "I don't know," Allison whispered, her voice breaking. "But whoever it is, they know something, and they're not going to stop." Before Jill could respond, there was a firm knock at the door. Allison's heart leapt into her throat. Jill stepped protectively in front of her, her jaw tight. "It's Ramirez," a voice called from the other side. Jill exhaled sharply and opened the door. Detective Ramirez walked in, his expression grim. 2 uniformed officers followed him, scanning the room with trained eyes. "Where's the note?" Ramirez asked. Allison handed it over, her fingers still trembling. He examined it, his brow furrowed. "Whoever left this wanted you to feel vulnerable," he said, his voice steady. "They wanted you to know they're watching." Allison swallowed hard. "Does this mean they know about the kids?" Ramirez's jaw clenched. "We can't rule it out, but we're going to increase patrols in the area. I'll have someone stationed outside your house 24/7. Jill crossed her arms, her face flushed with anger. "That's not enough. What if they break in? What if they try to take the kids?" Ramirez's eyes softened. "I understand your fear, but right now we don't have enough to go on. The best thing you can do is stay vigilant. Lock the doors, don't go anywhere alone, and call me the second anything seems off." Allison nodded, fighting the rising tide of panic. "What about Tyler? Should I try to find him?" Ramirez shook his head. "No, let me handle that. Whoever's after him is dangerous. If they think you're looking for him, it could put you and the kids in more danger." She bit her lip, the frustration bubbling up. "So I just wait. For now, yes," he said gently. "But you're not powerless, Allison. You're smart, and you've made it this far. Trust me, we'll get through this." His words were meant to comfort, but the knot in her chest refused to loosen. She watched as the officers swept through the house, checking windows and doors, before setting up a post outside. When they finally left, the house felt both safer and more suffocating. The curtains were drawn tight, the doors bolted, but the sense of vulnerability lingered like a poison. Jill turned to her, her eyes blazing with determination. "You're not going through this alone. I'm staying here. We'll protect the kids together." Allison nodded, tears welling in her eyes. "Thank you." Jill hugged her tightly, her voice fierce. "We've survived worse. We can survive this too." As they pulled apart, Allison's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen, an unknown number. Her heart pounded. She hesitated, then answered. "Hello." A distorted voice crackled through the line, cold and menacing. "Stop digging, Allison, or you'll regret it." The line went dead. She stared at the phone, her hands trembling. The trap was closing in, and she was running out of time. Allison's hand shook as she set the phone down, the distorted voice still echoing in her mind. "Stop digging, Allison, or you'll regret it." The cold finality of the threat wrapped around her like a vice. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves, but the air felt thin, like she couldn't get enough of it. Jill's eyes narrowed, her voice sharp. "Who was that?" What did they say? Allison swallowed hard, the words catching in her throat. They told me to stop digging or I'll regret it. Jill's face went pale, but her expression hardened. We need to tell Ramirez. Allison nodded, her mind racing. I will. But what if telling him makes things worse? What if whoever this is gets more aggressive? More aggressive. Jill's voice rose. They're already threatening you, Allison. They know where you live. This isn't going to stop unless we do something. Her sister's anger matched the storm inside her, but fear was the loudest voice in her mind. I can't put the kids in danger, Jill. I can't let them get hurt because of Tyler's mess. Jill clenched her fists. Then what's the alternative? Living in fear until they decide to make good on their threat. Allison closed her eyes, the weight of the situation pressing down on her shoulders. Every choice felt like stepping onto thin ice. One wrong move away from catastrophe. Her thoughts darted to Connor and Maya, blissfully unaware in their bedroom. Safe for now. For now. A knock at the door made them both jump. Jill rushed to the window and peeked through the curtains. It's Ramirez. Allison let out a shaky breath and opened the door. Ramirez stepped inside, his face tense. He took one look at Allison and knew something was wrong. What happened? He asked, his voice low. She held out the phone. I got a call. They told me to stop digging. Or else. Ramirez's jaw tightened. He took the phone, examining the screen. Blocked number. They're covering their tracks. He looked up, his eyes blazing with determination. This changes things. They're getting bolder. Allison's knees felt weak. She sank onto the couch, her fingers gripping the armrest like it was the only thing keeping her grounded. What do we do? We're not backing down, Ramirez said firmly. But we need to be smart. I'm going to have someone analyze this call, see if we can trace it. And I'm putting a team on you and the kids around the clock. You won't be alone for a second. Jill crossed her arms. What about Tyler? He's the reason this is happening. Can't you find him and... I don't know. Use him to stop this. Ramirez's face darkened. We're trying, but Tyler knows how to disappear. He's been doing it for years. If he doesn't want to be found, it's going to take time. Time we don't have, Allison said, her voice hollow. Whoever this is, they're closing in. Ramirez knelt in front of her, his voice softer now. I know you're scared, but I promise you, we're going to keep you and the kids safe. I won't let anything happen to you. A tear slid down her cheek. She wiped it away, frustrated with herself for showing weakness. I just want this to be over. We'll get there, Ramirez assured her. One step at a time. That night, after the kids were in bed and Jill had fallen asleep on the couch, Allison sat at the kitchen table, staring at the flickering candle in front of her. The shadows danced across the walls, her thoughts a chaotic swirl of fear and exhaustion. She thought about Tyler, the man she had loved, the man she had trusted with her heart and their children's futures, the man who had shattered that trust into pieces so small, she wasn't sure it could ever be put back together. A part of her still wanted to believe there was a reason, a shred of justification for what he had done, but the reality was far harsher. His choices had led them here, to this terrifying precipice, and she was left to pick up the pieces. The faint creak of a floorboard jolted her from her thoughts. She turned, her heart hammering in her chest. Connor stood in the doorway, his eyes wide and sleepy. Mom. She forced a smile, pushing the fear down. Hey, buddy, what are you doing up? He shuffled over, his bare feet silent on the cold floor. I had a bad dream. Her heart ached. She scooped him up, holding him close. It's okay, you're safe. He buried his face in her shoulder. I dreamed someone was chasing us. Her throat tightened. No one's going to hurt us. I promise. He pulled back, his eyes searching hers. You're scared too, aren't you? She hesitated, the truth like a stone in her chest. Yeah, a little. But being scared doesn't mean we aren't strong, and we're going to get through this, together. Connor nodded, his small hands gripping her shirt tightly. I trust you, Mom. Her eyes welled with tears, but she smiled. I love you, buddy. I love you too. She held him until his breathing slowed, his weight going limp in her arms. She carried him back to his bed and tucked him in, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead as she closed his door softly. She made a silent vow. No matter what it took, she would protect them. She would face the darkness head on, because her children deserved to live without fear, and if that meant confronting Tyler and the demons he'd unleashed, then so be it. The trap might be closing, but she refused to let it snap shut without a fight. The morning light was thin and pale, seeping through the curtains like a reluctant visitor. Allison's eyes burned from lack of sleep, but she couldn't afford to stop. The coffee in her hands was lukewarm, forgotten as she stared at the front door, half expecting it to burst open at any moment. Her nerves felt like frayed wires. Ready to snap, Jill entered the kitchen, her hair tousled and eyes lined with worry. She poured herself a cup of coffee and leaned against the counter, watching Allison carefully. "Did you sleep at all?" Jill asked softly. Allison shook her head. "Couldn't. Every noise feels like a threat." Jill sighed. "This isn't sustainable. You can't keep going like this, Allison. It's going to break you." Allison's jaw tightened. "I don't have a choice. If I break, what happens to Connor and Mia? You don't have to carry this alone. Ramirez is doing everything he can. Let him help." Allison stared into her coffee, her reflection rippling in the dark liquid. "It's not enough, Jill. They're getting closer. I can feel it." Before Jill could respond, there was a sharp knock at the door. Both women froze. The air seemed to solidify, trapping them in place. The knock came again, louder this time. "Allison, it's Ramirez." Relief flooded through her. Making her legs weak, she rushed to open the door. Detective Ramirez stood on the porch, his expression grim, a manila folder clutched in his hand. "Can I come in?" he asked. She stepped aside, and he entered, his eyes scanning the room before settling on her. "We need to talk." They sat at the kitchen table. Jill hovered nearby, her arms crossed, as if bracing for impact. Ramirez slid the folder toward Allison. "We traced the call you got. It was rerouted through several networks, but we managed to narrow it down to a burner phone. The location pinged near a warehouse district downtown." Allison's fingers tightened around the edge of the table. "Do you think it's Tyler?" Ramirez hesitated, his jaw working. "Maybe, or it could be someone connected to him. Either way, it's a lead." A spark of hope flared in her chest. "So we can find out who's behind this." "We're going to try," Ramirez said, "but I need you to stay put. It's too dangerous for you to get involved." Allison's hands clenched into fists. "I can't just sit here and do nothing." "You have to," he said, his voice firm. "Your job is to protect your kids. Let us handle the rest." Before she could argue, her phone buzzed on the table. Her heart leapt into her throat. The screen flashed with another blocked number. Ramirez's eyes narrowed, and he nodded for her to answer. She took a deep breath and pressed the call button. "Hello." A voice crackled through the line. Low, cold, and unmistakably male. "You didn't listen, Allison." Her blood ran cold. "Who is this?" "You had your chance to walk away," the voice continued. "Now. It's too late." The line went dead. Her hand shook as she lowered the phone. Ramirez grabbed it, his face hard with fury. "We'll trace it, don't worry." But worry was all she could do. The threat hung in the air like a noose, tightening with every passing second. "What do they want?" she whispered. Ramirez stood, his shoulders tense. "They want to scare you, and it's working." Jill stepped forward, her voice shaking with anger. "We need to get out of here. Take the kids somewhere safe." Allison shook her head. "We can't run. They'll find us no matter where we go. The only way to end this is to face it." Jill's eyes widened. "Are you serious? You want to face them?" Allison's voice was low, steady. "I don't want to. But what choice do we have if we run? We'll be looking over our shoulders forever. I can't live like that. The kids can't live like that." Ramirez nodded reluctantly. "You're right. But we do this my way. You stay here with an officer on guard. I'll check out the warehouse. If Tyler's there, we'll bring him in." Allison's stomach twisted. The idea of Tyler being so close, yet so unreachable, made her feel sick. "What if it's not Tyler? Then we deal with whoever it is," Ramirez said. "And we end this." He turned to leave, but before he reached the door, Allison called out, "Ramirez." He paused, looking back over his shoulder. "Be careful," she said, her voice trembling. He gave her a grim smile. "Always." As the door closed behind him, the weight of the situation settled heavily on her chest. Jill put a hand on her shoulder. "You're doing the right thing." Allison nodded, but doubt gnawed at her. Every choice felt like a gamble, and the stakes were her children's lives. She closed her eyes, trying to steady the storm inside her. The clock on the wall ticked loudly in the silence. Each second stretched, the waiting almost unbearable. She thought of Connor and Maya, playing in their room, blissfully unaware of the danger closing in. Her phone buzzed again, making her jump. A text this time. "I warned you, Allison. Now you'll pay the price." Her breath caught. Her hands went cold. She rushed to the window, her eyes scanning the street. The patrol car was still there, but dread settled in her gut like a stone. A sudden crash echoed from the kids' room. "Mom!" Connor screamed. Allison's heart stopped. She bolted down the hallway, Jill close behind. The door to the kids' room was wide open, the window shattered, cold air rushing in. Connor stood frozen, his eyes wide with terror. Mia was gone. "No!" Allison's scream tore through the air, raw and desperate. She stumbled into the room, her eyes darting frantically. Shards of glass glittered on the floor, cold air whipping through the broken window. Connor stood frozen, his face pale, his eyes locked on the empty space where Mia had just been. Her baby girl was gone. "Mom." Connor's voice was small, shaking. "They took her. They took Maya." Allison dropped to her knees, grabbing Connor's shoulders, her fingers trembling. "Did you see them? Did you see who took her?" He shook his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. "There was a man. He broke the window." He grabbed her and climbed out. A wave of nausea crashed over her, her vision blurring with panic. She pulled Connor close, her heart hammering in her chest. "I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry." Jill burst into the room, her eyes wild. "What happened? Oh my God. Where's Maya?" "They took her." Allison choked out, her voice barely a whisper. "They took my baby." Jill's face contorted with rage and fear. "We have to call Ramirez." Allison's hands were shaking so badly she could barely hold her phone. She hit Ramirez's number, the call connecting immediately. "Allison." His voice was tense. "They took Mia," she sobbed. "They broke into the house and took her." A sharp intake of breath. "We're on our way. Stay calm. Lock the doors and don't let anyone in. We'll find her." She hung up, the words "stay calm" echoing in her head like a cruel joke. How could she stay calm when her daughter was out there, terrified and alone? Jill grabbed her arm, her grip firm. "We'll get her back, Allison. Ramirez will find her." But what if they were too late? The thought clawed at her, a dark and unrelenting fear. She wiped her face, pulling herself together. She couldn't fall apart now. Mia needed her to be strong. Connor clung to her, his small body shaking. "Is Mia gonna be okay?" Allison kissed his forehead, her voice shaking. "Yes, baby. We're going to get her back." Her mind raced through possibilities. Tyler, the threats, the shadowy figures lurking just beyond her understanding. It all led back to him. Whoever had taken Mia was connected to Tyler's past, and the only way to save her daughter was to confront that past head-on. She couldn't wait for Ramirez. She had to act now. 15 minutes later, Allison stood outside the warehouse district Ramirez had mentioned. Jill had insisted on coming, and Connor was left with the officer stationed outside the house. The cold wind whipped through the empty streets, carrying with it the scent of rust and decay. Abandoned buildings loomed around them, their windows shattered, their walls covered in graffiti. "This is crazy," Jill whispered, her eyes darting around. "We should be waiting for the police." "They'll be here," Allison said, her jaw tight. "But I'm not waiting. I can't." She clenched the note in her hand, the last threat she'd received. The words were burned into her mind. "You can't hide the truth forever." Whoever had sent it thought they had the upper hand. They thought fear would keep her from fighting back. They were wrong. She moved cautiously, her footsteps echoing off the cracked pavement. Every shadow felt alive, every sound amplified. Her heart pounded in her chest, adrenaline surging through her veins. She couldn't let fear paralyze her. Mia's life depended on it. Jill kept close to her side. How do we even know where to look? Allison's eyes scanned the buildings. One stood out, a crumbling structure with a chain-link fence partially torn down. The windows were dark, but something about it felt wrong. A chill ran down her spine. "That one," she whispered, pointing. Jill's face was pale. but she nodded. Let's go. They slipped through the gap in the fence, the metal rattling softly. Allison's breath came in short, sharp bursts. Her palms were sweaty, but she wiped them on her jeans, forcing herself to stay focused. As they approached the building, a faint sound reached her ears. A muffled cry. Her heart clenched. Mia. She bolted toward the sound. Jill right behind her. The door was ajar, a sliver of darkness beyond it. Allison pushed it open, her breath catching as she stepped inside. The air was cold and stale, the floor littered with debris. Mommy! Mia's terrified voice pierced the silence. Allison's eyes darted around, landing on a figure in the shadows. A man, holding Mia tightly, a hand clamped over her mouth. Her daughter's eyes were wide with terror, her small body trembling. Let her go. Allison's voice shook with fury. The man stepped forward into the dim light. His face was hard, cruel, his eyes glinting with malice. You shouldn't have come. Allison, let her go, she repeated, her voice stronger now. Take me instead. Just let her go. He laughed, the sound hollow and chilling. It's too late for bargaining. Allison's heart pounded, her mind racing. She had no weapon, no plan, but she had to do something. Suddenly a shout echoed from outside. Flashlights swept through the darkness, beams cutting through the shadows. Police, drop your weapon. The man's eyes widened in panic. He shoved Maya away and bolted for the back door. Allison lunged forward, catching Maya in her arms, clutching her daughter so tightly she could feel her heartbeat against her chest. Mia, baby, I've got you, she sobbed. Jill grabbed them both, her arms shaking. Ramirez stormed in, his gun drawn, his face fierce. Are you okay? He barked. Allison nodded, tears streaming down her face. We're okay! The sound of sirens filled the air, but all Allison could hear was the steady thud of Maya's heartbeat. For now, that was enough. Allison's hands trembled as she clutched Mia to her chest. Her daughter's small fingers dug into her shirt, her sobs muffled against Allison's shoulder. The world around them, the flashing lights, the shouting officers, the chaos, blurred into insignificance. All that mattered was the warmth of Mia's body, the steady rhythm of her heartbeat against her own. Ramirez's voice cut through the haze. We need to get you both out of here. It's not safe yet. Jill nodded, her face pale but determined. Come on, let's go. Allison followed them outside, her legs shaking with every step. The cold night air hit her like a slap, but it wasn't enough to clear the fog of fear and adrenaline clouding her mind. She stumbled toward one of the police cruisers, Ramirez holding the door open. Get in, he urged. She slid into the back seat, her arms still wrapped tightly around Maya. Jill climbed in beside her, pulling the door shut with a decisive thud. The car's interior was warm, a stark contrast to the icy dread still gnawing at her insides. Ramirez leaned in through the open window, his face etched with exhaustion. We're taking you to a safe house, he said. You'll stay there until we figure out who's behind this. Allison's jaw clenched. It's Tyler, it has to be. He's the reason all of this is happening. Ramirez nodded. Maybe, but we need proof, and until we have it, you need to stay off the grid. She swallowed hard, her throat tight. I can't keep running, Ramirez. I need to end this. We will end this, he said firmly, but you can't do it alone. She met his eyes, the weight of the past 7 years pressing down on her shoulders. I'm tired of feeling powerless. He gave her a small, grim smile. That's exactly why we're going to stop this. Trust me. She nodded, her fingers brushing Mia's hair as her daughter's breathing began to slow. The exhaustion was finally catching up with her, her body craving rest even as her mind screamed for answers. Jill wrapped an arm around her shoulders, her voice soft. We'll figure it out, Allie, one way or another. The safe house was a modest, nondescript bungalow, tucked away in a quiet neighborhood. Ramirez led them inside, the door closing with a solid finality. The living room was sparsely furnished, a couch, a coffee table, and heavy curtains drawn tightly over the windows. It was safe, but it felt like a prison. You're secure here, Ramirez said, his voice low. There's an officer stationed outside. No one gets in or out without my say-so. Allison nodded, the weight in her chest growing heavier. Thank you. I'll be in touch, he promised. Rest if you can. He left, the sound of the door locking behind him echoing in the silence. Jill turned to Allison, her face lined with worry. You should get some sleep, she said. I'll stay up and keep watch. Allison shook her head. I can't. Not until I know Mia's okay. Jill sighed. She's strong, just like her mom. She'll be okay. Allison knelt beside the couch where Mia was curled up under a blanket, her thumb tucked into her mouth. She reached out, brushing a strand of hair from her daughter's face. A wave of fierce love and protectiveness surged through her, mingling with the anger bubbling just beneath the surface. This has to end. Hours later, after Jill had finally convinced her to lie down, Allison drifted into a fitful sleep. Images swirled in her mind. Tyler's face at the gala, the shattered window, Mia's terrified eyes. A voice echoed through the chaos, low and cold. Stop digging, Allison, or you'll regret it. She jolted awake, her heart pounding. The room was dark, the only light a faint glow seeping through the curtains. She glanced at the clock. 3:27 a.m. The silence was oppressive, pressing down on her like a physical weight. She swung her legs off the couch and stood, her body heavy with exhaustion. Jill was asleep in the armchair, her head resting on her hand. Allison tiptoed to the kitchen, needing something, anything, to ground her as she poured a glass of water. Her phone buzzed on the counter. The screen lit up with a blocked number. Her breath caught in her throat. Every instinct screamed at her to ignore it, but she couldn't. With shaking fingers, she answered. Allison. The voice was distorted, but she recognized the cadence, the underlying tone. Tyler. Her voice was barely a whisper. I didn't want this, he said, his voice cracking. I never wanted you or the kids to get hurt. Then stop it, she hissed. Stop this madness before it's too late. It's out of my hands now, he said. I made mistakes, Allison. I thought I could fix them, but they're closing in on me, too. Where are you? She demanded. Tell me where you are, and we can end this together. A long silence stretched between them. She could hear his ragged breathing, the hesitation in his pause. I'm sorry, he whispered, but you need to stop looking for me. They'll never stop if you don't. Who are they? She begged. Tyler, please. But the line went dead. She stared at the phone, her body trembling. Anger and frustration burned through her, hot and bitter. He was running again, leaving her to clean up the wreckage. But she was done waiting. She turned, her eyes blazing with determination. Jill was awake now, watching her warily. What happened? Jill asked. Allison's voice was cold, hard. I'm going to find him, and this time I'm not stopping until I do. Jill's eyes widened. Allie, you can't. I have to, she said, her voice resolute. For Mia, for Connor, for all of us. The trap was closing in, but she was done playing the prey. Allison's resolve crystallized with every beat of her heart. Fear had been her constant companion for too long, but it wouldn't control her now. She glanced at Jill, whose face was tight with worry. Allie, think this through, Jill said, her voice low. You can't just go out there and find him. Ramirez said it's dangerous. I don't care, Allison snapped, the anger in her voice surprising even herself. He called me. He knows where we are. As long as he's out there, we're never going to be safe. Jill's shoulders slumped, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. You're not alone in this. We'll figure it out together. Allison shook her head. I have to do this, Jill. I can't live like this anymore. I need answers. Before Jill could argue, the door creaked open, and Detective Ramirez stepped inside. His face was grim, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion. You're awake, he said, glancing between the two sisters. We have a lead. Allison's breath caught. Where? Ramirez hesitated. We traced the burner phone to an abandoned hotel downtown. We think Tyler might be holed up there. A cold shiver ran down her spine. Then that's where I'm going. Ramirez's jaw clenched. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. We'll handle it. Allison stepped forward, her eyes blazing. I need to be there. I need to face him. He's the reason this is happening. He owes me the truth. Ramirez studied her for a long moment, then sighed. You won't back down, will you? No. He nodded reluctantly. All right, but you stay close to me. No heroics. Jill grabbed Allison's hand. "Be careful." Allison squeezed her sister's fingers. "I will." The ride to the hotel was silent. The air in the car thick with tension. The city passed by in a blur of neon lights and dark alleyways, the glow of early dawn just starting to lighten the sky. Allison's heart pounded in her chest, a steady drumbeat of determination and dread. The hotel loomed ahead, a relic of forgotten times. Its facade was crumbling, the windows dark and vacant. The once grand sign now hung crookedly, its letters faded and chipped. The building seemed to exhale despair. Ramirez parked the car a block away, his eyes scanning the area. "Stay behind me. We don't know what we're walking into." Allison nodded, her fingers clenching and unclenching at her sides. The wind cut through her coat, but she barely felt it. Her focus was razor sharp, every nerve on edge. They moved toward the entrance, their footsteps muffled by the debris-strewn sidewalk. Ramirez drew his gun, his body tense. The door was ajar, hanging off one hinge. He pushed it open with the barrel of his gun, the creaking sound echoing through the empty lobby. The interior was dark and musty, the air heavy with dust and neglect. Peeling wallpaper curled away from the walls like dead leaves. Broken furniture lay scattered across the floor. "Stay close," Ramirez murmured. Allison followed him, her breath shallow. Every shadow felt alive, every sound a potential threat. They moved down a hallway lined with cracked doors, the dim light filtering through shattered windows, casting eerie patterns on the walls. A faint noise stopped them, a creaking floorboard, barely audible. Ramirez held up a hand, signaling for her to stop. He moved forward, peering around the corner. Allison's heart leapt into her throat when she heard Ramirez's voice, low and firm. "Freeze! Don't move!" She stepped forward and saw him. Tyler. He was standing at the end of the hallway, his hands raised, his face gaunt and haunted. He looked so much older, the lines on his face deeper, his eyes hollow. "Allison," he whispered, his voice cracking. Rage surged through her, drowning out the fear. "How could you?" she hissed. "How could you put us through this?" He swallowed hard, his eyes flicking to Ramirez. "I didn't have a choice." "Bullshit." Her voice trembled with fury. "You always had a choice, and you chose to leave us." His face contorted with pain. "I was trying to protect you. Protect us." Her laughter was bitter, sharp. "You call this protection? Mia was kidnapped because of you." He flinched as if she'd slapped him. "I didn't know it would get this far. I thought if I stayed away, they'd leave you alone." "Well, you thought wrong," Ramirez snapped. "You've put your entire family in danger." Tyler's shoulders sagged. "I know, and I'm sorry, but it's too late for apologies." Allison took a shaky breath, tears burning her eyes. "Why did you call me Tyler? Why now?" He looked at her, his eyes brimming with regret. "Because I can't run anymore. They're closing in on me. I didn't want you to get caught in the crossfire." "Who are they?" Ramirez pressed. Tyler's gaze flicked over his shoulder, fear etched into his features. "Vincent Marks and his men. They know I took the money. They want revenge." Ramirez's jaw tightened. "Where's the money now?" Tyler shook his head. "Gone. I spent years hiding it, trying to buy time, but it wasn't enough." A sudden noise echoed through the building. Footsteps, fast and heavy. Tyler's eyes went wide. "They're here." Ramirez spun around. "We need to move now." Gunshots erupted, the sound deafening in the narrow hallway. Tyler grabbed Allison's arm, pulling her behind him as they ran for the back exit. Ramirez returned fire, his jaw clenched with determination. "Allison, go!" he shouted. They burst through the exit door, the cold air hitting them like a wall. Tires screeched in the distance. More gunshots. Tyler stumbled, his breath ragged. "Keep going," he gasped. "Don't stop." But Allison knew with a sick certainty that they were out of time. The icy air burned Allison's lungs as she sprinted through the alley, her fingers locked around Tyler's wrist. Ramirez's shouts and the crack of gunfire echoed behind them, each shot like a knife slicing through her nerves. Her legs felt like lead, but fear kept her moving. "Keep running," Tyler gasped, his breath ragged. They turned a corner, skidding on loose gravel. A rusty chain-link fence loomed ahead. A dead end. Allison's heart clenched. She spun around, her chest heaving, panic clawing at her throat. "We're trapped," she cried. Tyler scanned the alley frantically. His eyes landed on a metal door set into the brick wall, paint peeling around the edges. He lunged for it, yanking the handle. It didn't budge. "It's locked," he muttered, his voice desperate. Heavy footsteps pounded closer, the sound of their pursuers drawing near. Ramirez's voice carried from the distance. "Allison, hold on." Her eyes darted to Tyler, who was frantically looking for another way out. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear and regret. She gritted her teeth, the weight of everything they'd endured crashing down on her. This had to end now. "We can't keep running," she said, her voice steady despite the terror coursing through her veins. "They're going to find us." Tyler turned to her, his eyes hollow. "I'm so sorry, Allison, I never wanted this." His words sparked a fire inside her. She stepped forward, her voice cold. "Sorry won't protect our children. Sorry won't fix what you've broken." Tears glistened in his eyes. "I know. Then do something," she hissed. "Stop running. Face them." A tremor ran through his body, and for a moment, she thought he might collapse under the weight of his choices. But then something shifted in his expression, a steely resolve she hadn't seen in years. He nodded. "Okay," he whispered. "I'll end this." The footsteps grew louder. The alley seemed to close in around them. Tyler took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. He turned to Allison, his eyes softening. "Take cover. I won't let them hurt you." "No," she said fiercely. "We do this together." Before he could argue, Ramirez burst into the alley, his gun drawn, his eyes flashing with urgency. "Get down!" Allison dropped to the ground, just as gunfire exploded. Bullets whizzed overhead, sparks flying off the metal fence. Tyler dove beside her, his breath coming in sharp gasps. "Stay low!" Ramirez shouted. More figures stormed into the alley. Vincent Marks's men. Their eyes were cold, their weapons gleaming in the dim light. Allison's heart pounded, but she refused to give in to fear. She grabbed a piece of broken brick, her knuckles white. One of the men stepped forward, his gun trained on Tyler. "You really thought you could get away with it, Brooks," he sneered. Tyler's jaw clenched. "It's over, Marks. Let them go. I'll give you what you want." Vincent Marks emerged from the shadows, his face twisted in a sinister smile. He was impeccably dressed, his cold eyes glinting with malice. "You always were a disappointment, Tyler," he drawled. "You stole from me and now you think you can bargain, pathetic." Tyler stood slowly, his hands raised. "I'll come with you. Just leave my family out of it." Marks laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "Oh, you don't get to make demands. I want to see you suffer, and what better way than to take away everything you love?" "No," Allison shouted, standing despite the fear clawing at her. "You're not taking anything else from us." Marks's gaze shifted to her, his eyes narrowing. "You're brave. Stupid, but brave." In that split second, Ramirez moved. He fired a shot, hitting one of Marks's men square in the shoulder. Chaos erupted. Gunfire cracked through the alley, the sound deafening. Allison ducked, grabbing Tyler's arm and pulling him behind a dumpster for cover. "We have to help Ramirez," she gasped. Tyler nodded, his face grim. He snatched a metal pipe from the ground, his knuckles white. "Stay close." They moved together, adrenaline surging through Allison's veins. Tyler swung the pipe, knocking a gun from one of Marks's men. Ramirez tackled another, wrestling him to the ground. Marks's eyes blazed with fury. He aimed his gun at Tyler, his hand steady. "This ends now." Time slowed. Allison's heart stopped. Without thinking, she lunged forward, slamming into Marks's arm. The gun went off, the shot echoing through the alley. Pain seared through her side, but she didn't stop. She clawed at Marks, her vision blurring. Tyler roared, wrenching the gun from Marks's hand and tossing it away. He pinned Marks to the ground, his chest heaving. For a moment, the urge to end it all flashed in his eyes, but then he looked at Allison, saw the pain and fear in her face. "Don't," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Don't become like him." Tyler's hands shook, his breath ragged. Finally, he released Marks, his shoulders sagging. Ramirez rushed forward, slapping handcuffs on Marks and hauling him to his feet. "It's over," Ramirez said, his voice hard. Tyler turned to Allison, his eyes brimming with tears. Are you okay? She nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. We're finally free. Tyler collapsed to his knees, his face crumpling. I'm so sorry. She looked at him, the man who had caused so much pain. Forgiveness wasn't simple, but for the first time, it felt possible. It's time to face the consequences. Ramirez nodded. He will, as the sirens wailed in the distance. Allison felt the weight lift from her shoulders. The nightmare was over. She was free to rebuild, to heal, and this time, she wasn't afraid.
He screamed. He ordered her to abort. She agreed. She marked the date. But when he arrived at the clinic, filled with regret, she was already leaving. It's over, she said, without looking back. You don't have to worry anymore. 8 months later, he saw her belly, and he understood everything. She never aborted. She only severed him from the story. And now, would it be too late? The price of silence, a second chance at love. What keeps a man by a woman's side isn't love, it's obligation. That phrase was uttered with the casualness of someone spreading butter on toast. It was a Tuesday night, warm and unremarkable, like most nights in that silent house, where only the clinking of cutlery and the creak of the rocking chair on the terrace could be heard. Robert Sterling's father delivered the pronouncement between sips of beer and bites of meat, without even looking at his son. And it was there, at that table, swallowed by the darkness of the living room, that Robert understood, or perhaps merely accepted, that he was living a life he never chose. Rose, sitting opposite him, didn't even look up. She was used to heavy phrases spoken in a mild voice. Those words didn't wound her as they might have. They hurt, yes, but she had already grown a callus. She just spread butter on her toast, eyes downcast, and wondered why she kept trying. They married young. The villagers said they were in love. Some even bet it would be one of those eternal loves that defy desert winds. But those who truly knew Robert, and perhaps even he himself wasn't on that list, knew he only married because his father decided it was time. Because Rose was a good girl, from decent folk, with always clean hands and eyes too sweet to say no. The problem was, Rose loved him. Truly. Not the soap opera kind of love, but the kind where you love just because you don't know how to live any other way. She loved his silences, his contained manners, even the flaws everyone criticized. She believed that, with time, his heart would awaken. But time doesn't awaken anything that's locked. Robert, for his part, never knew what to do with Rose's love. He felt it was too much, that it suffocated him. And he also felt guilt, not for not loving her, but because she didn't seem to notice. When Rose smiled and said, "I made you cinnamon coffee, just how you like it," he felt a knot in his stomach. He wanted to thank her, but he couldn't. He wanted to smile, but his mouth seemed made of stone. His love lived in the past, in a name he kept under his tongue, like a secret that burned. He never had the courage to tell Rose, not because she needed to hear it. She knew. Women always know. But she preferred to pretend otherwise. The house they lived in was simple, built with the hands of both their fathers. It had exposed brick walls, smelled of firewood, and had windows that let the mountain wind in. But what blew inside wasn't a breeze. It was absence. Rose moved around the house like someone dancing alone. She tended the plants in the courtyard, hung sheets that smelled of soap, and wrote little notes she hid in the pockets of his shirts. Silly notes, like "Today I dreamed of us on the beach," or "You smiled in your sleep last night." He read them. He kept them. But he never replied. In the village, they said he was cold. She said he was just tired. That someday he would wake up different. But days passed, and he didn't wake up. During a rainy night, Everything almost changed. Rose had a high fever. She trembled and sweated, her eyes lost, her body fragile as a wet rag. Robert ran to the village pharmacy, soaked to the bone. He returned with medicine, warm towels, and a desperate silence. He spent the night by her side, changing compresses, adjusting the blanket, murmuring things he didn't even know how to say. When the fever broke, she fell asleep resting on his chest. And he didn't move. He stayed there, looking at the ceiling, with the feeling that something inside him wanted to be born. But it wasn't. The next morning, she woke up and saw him there. She smiled tenderly, wanting to capture that moment with her eyes. He simply got up and said he had to go to work. It was as if nothing had happened. But something, yes, had happened. Something small, discreet, but real. Still, the distance between them remained. A chasm without a bridge, only with attempted gestures from one side and walls from the other. Rose started talking less, stopping writing the little notes, hiding the coffee in her own sips. The silence between them grew until it became a presence. It was no longer something to avoid. It was what filled the spaces. She looked out the window, watching the tree branches dance with the wind, and wondered when she started living like this. When she stopped trying to be happy and began only to resist. Maybe the wedding day. Maybe at the first thank you he didn't say. Maybe it never even began. Robert felt the weight of expectations on his chest, like a sandbag no one could see. He blamed Rose for being there, for that house, for that role he played so badly. But deep down, he knew the problem wasn't her. It was him. It always was. It was just easier to blame than to admit it. His father said a real man swallows pain and moves on. That love is for the weak. And Robert swallowed everything. The boredom, the discomfort, the desire to disappear. He swallowed Rose. One night, he arrived later than usual. He had spent hours driving aimlessly, just to avoid coming home. Entering, he found the house dark, with a lamp on in the corner of the living room. Rose was there, sitting on the sofa, with a book on her lap that she wasn't reading. "I thought you weren't coming," she said, without anger, without reproach. "I'm here now," was all he replied, and he sat at the other end of the room. They said nothing more to each other. They just stayed there, two silent bodies, breathing slowly, as if the night could heal what love couldn't. Outside, the rain fell lightly. Inside, the emptiness was thick, dense, like a third inhabitant in that house. And so, between unspoken words, forgotten notes, and shared silences, their marriage took shape, not with promises, nor with kisses, but with pauses. Long, painful, deep pauses. Without anyone saying it, and perhaps precisely because of that, both knew. Something was about to change. They just didn't know what. Not yet. The silence between them is deafening, yet promises a storm. Have you ever felt this kind of profound, unspoken disconnect in a relationship? What would you do to break free? Share your insights in the comments. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for the heartbreaking truth to unfold. That morning, the sky seemed blank, neither blue nor gray, as if the day itself had forgotten to begin. Robert left early, without saying where he was going. Rose heard the door close with that cruel lightness of someone who has already learned to leave internally long before their feet move. She stayed there, in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling a different kind of silence. It was no longer the silence between them. It was the silence within her, as if her body knew before her mind that something had broken and wouldn't return. The days that followed brought disruption. He started coming home later and later. Sometimes he didn't sleep at home. Other times, he returned with the scent of another's skin clinging to his clothes. Rose didn't ask. She had learned that certain answers weren't worth the bitter taste of the question, until the night he didn't even bother to hide it. They were having dinner, or trying to. 2 plates served, 2 chairs occupied, and an abyss in the middle. He dropped his fork onto the table with a dry clatter and said, "I want a divorce." Rose slowly raised her eyes, not in surprise, but like someone finally facing what she had always known. "I never loved you," he continued, without hesitation. "My heart always belonged to someone else." She remained still. She didn't cry. She didn't scream. She just took a deep breath, trying to keep her whole body in place. Inside, the ground had opened up, but outwardly, she simply got up from the table, took her plate, and carried it to the sink. He looked at her, confused by her lack of reaction. He expected a scene. He expected guilt. But all he received was a silence that hurt more than any words. That night, Rose didn't sleep. She sat on the terrace, a blanket over her shoulders, and her feet cold. She looked at the empty street and wondered how it was possible that, even having sensed everything, it still hurt so much. 2 days later came the dizziness, the nausea, the missed period. She knew. Her body once again told her before the test did, but she took it anyway. Alone? At a pharmacy in the village center, where no one met your eyes, and everyone knew too much. Positive. She returned home with the result folded in her coat pocket. She sat on the bed, took a deep breath, and waited for him to arrive. She needed to tell him. It was the least she could do. Robert entered as always. No knock, no glance. He threw his bag in a corner and went straight to the bathroom. When he came out, Rose was standing in the center of the room. "I'm pregnant." He froze. His eyes blinked slowly, as if his brain refused to understand. "What?" "Pregnant," she repeated, her voice clear. He took a step back, almost laughing nervously. "No, it can't be." He ran a hand over his face. "You must be mistaken." "I'm not." Silence. And then, the explosion. "Abort it!" The word dropped like a punch. "I'm already out. I'm not staying for a mistake I didn't choose." She didn't move. She didn't open her eyes in surprise. She didn't plead. She just replied, "It's fine. I'll take care of it." And it was that calmness, that lack of fight, that made him sigh with relief. He thought she had understood. That this was it. That now he could leave with a clear conscience. But what he didn't see, what he never saw, was that behind that calm was something else. There was a plan. Or rather, there was something growing inside her. Something he would never understand. In the following days, Rose pretended to go on with her life. She cleaned the house, took short walks on the village paths, avoided the neighbors. Some looked at her with curiosity, others with pity. She just smiled without showing her teeth. She carried the secret like someone carrying a knife in their pocket. Cold, sharp, necessary. Robert started going out even more, and when he was home, he remained silent. He spent more time on his phone than looking at her. And still, Rose watched him. Every gesture, every doubt, every new weariness on his face. One night, they sat at the table in silence. But something hung in the air. "Have you spoken to a lawyer yet?" she asked, without looking at him. "Not yet." "But I will," he replied dryly. "When you want me to sign, let me know." He nodded, and she looked back at her plate. But she didn't eat. She just played with her food, like someone searching for something that was never there. Later, lying in bed, Rose caressed her own belly. Still flat. still invisible, she thought about what would become of that baby. She thought about how to protect something so fragile in a world where no one held anything with both hands. She still didn't know what she was going to do. She only knew what she wasn't going to do. The next morning, while he was still asleep, she wrote something on the bathroom mirror with lipstick. "I wish you peace, even if it's not with me." And she went for a walk. In the village market, she saw a middle-aged woman with a child in her arms. He laughed, covered in flour, and hugged his mother, his feet dangling. Rose couldn't look away. She felt like crying. But she didn't. When she returned home, Robert had already left. In the kitchen, his mug was still on the counter, with traces of cold coffee. She washed it with slow, almost delicate movements, as if, by cleaning that, she could erase all that hurt. Later, she sat at the table and began to write. Not letters nor farewells. She wrote plans. She thought about routes, about names, about what it would be like to flee, not out of fear, but out of love. A love that was now only hers, and of that being growing, silently, protecting her from within. And that night, going to bed, she looked at the dark ceiling and whispered, "You don't need anyone else. I have you." And that was enough. The quiet strength of a mother. What brave steps would you take to protect your child from a painful past? Share your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for the continuation of this inspiring story. Across town, Robert was drinking. With friends who didn't truly know him. With women who didn't truly care for him. He laughed loudly, as if the world was simple, as if everything was fine. But deep down, there was something strange. An echo, an unease, an emptiness that no drink could fill. He didn't know, yet, that the biggest lie of the whole story was about to begin. And that, for the first time in his life, Rose was not the victim. She was the author. And like any author of a story she no longer wanted to live, Rose picked up an invisible pen and began to rewrite her destiny with trembling but firm hands. The next dawn, before the first rooster crowed, she left the village without a sound. She carried a small suitcase, the test results hidden among cotton clothes, and the last photograph of their marriage, not out of nostalgia, but as a reminder of what would never be again. The bus departed, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Rose didn't look back, not out of strength, but out of exhaustion. Behind her lay a house where love never truly entered. Through the bus's misty window, she saw the outlines of the hills fading into the fog, as if the world she left behind was gradually erasing itself. Her destination was San Jeronimo, Tlacochahuaya, a forgotten village nestled among the dry hills of Oaxaca, Mexico. That's where Doña Mercedes, her maternal grandmother, lived. A woman with small eyes and a firm voice, whose face bore every lived year as a seal of wisdom. Rose didn't announce her arrival. She just appeared. When Doña Mercedes opened the door, she said nothing. She just looked at her granddaughter, her eyes swollen, and silence clinging to her skin, and understood everything. She let her in, pointed to the bed in the back room, and went back to sewing as if it were any other day. Because women like her didn't make a scene. They offered refuge. The first day passed without questions. The second too. Only on the third, while they were separating corn for the chickens, her grandmother said, "If you're hungry, eat. If you want to cry, cry, but don't live with all that locked inside." Rose bit her lips. She didn't reply. She kept shelling corn until her fingers burned. It was easier to feel pain in her body than to speak. Time in that village had a different rhythm. There was no internet, no rush, no uncomfortable glances. Only dry earth, thick wind, and barefoot children running on dirt roads. Rose started dressing like the local women, wide skirts, cotton blouses, and her hair always tied back. It was an attempt to disappear. At the small health center, a soft-voiced nurse listened to the baby's heartbeat for the first time. Rose closed her eyes. It was a dull drum, strong, non-negotiable. She cried silently, her head resting on the worn sheet of the examination table. Not out of sadness, but because in that sound there was life, and she needed to start over. The lie came from the mouth of a curious neighbor. "You look like you've been a mother." Rose hesitated, but replied, "I was, but I lost it." The lie hurt, but it also protected. The news spread quickly. Soon everyone believed she was there recovering from a loss. And yes, she was. Just not the one they thought. In the days that followed, Rose helped her grandmother with the sewing, tended the plants, and read books that had been gathering dust on the shelves for years. She wrote letters she never sent, jotted down possible names for the baby, and practiced smiles in front of the mirror. She was relearning how to exist. At night, on the terrace, with her feet on an old cushion, she listened to her grandmother murmur prayers and felt that, perhaps for the first time, she was safe. "You don't need to run," Doña Mercedes said one of those nights, sewing a sky-blue blanket with infinite patience. "But you can't hide forever either." Rose looked down, hugging her discreetly growing belly. "I'm not hiding. I'm waiting to be strong. Strength isn't waited for, child. It's created." That phrase resonated for days. In the village, she met Letitia, a middle-aged woman with 2 children and a painful past she didn't hide. They became friends through silence, the kind who understand each other with glances and share secrets without naming them. It was Letitia who one afternoon asked directly, "If he changes, would you forgive him?" Rose didn't hesitate. Forgiving isn't the hard part. The hard part is trusting again. And that was the point. Trust isn't mended with apologies. It's glass. And broken glass isn't mended with thread. Time continued, as if trying to heal. But Rose knew there was no cure. There was choice. And she chose to move forward. Then came the day she scheduled the appointment. Not because she wanted to, but because she needed to feel she had control. That she was the one deciding. The eve before, she stayed awake, her eyes lost on the ceiling, her hand on her belly. She spoke to the baby without words, only with thought. It was as if she were saying, "If you're going to be born into a world where no one wants you, it's better not to be now." But her heart pounded, strong, insistent, as if saying, "I'm here, and I want you." That same night, on the other side of the city, Robert dreamed. In the dream, Rose left a white clinic, her hands stained with blood, her eyes empty, and there was a strange sound, not a scream, not silence. It was crying, a baby's cry. He woke up drenched in sweat, his chest pounding, as if he had run kilometers, and for the first time, he felt fear. Without thinking, he grabbed his car keys. He drove non-stop, as if the wheels knew the way. He arrived at the clinic just as dawn broke. The street was empty. A cold wind blew, dragging dust. And then he saw her. Rose came out slowly, her steps heavy, her face downcast, her head bowed. He ran towards her. "Rose?" She stopped, but she didn't look at him. "It's done. I had it removed." The phrase was uttered like a blade, without hesitation, without drama. Just said. He looked at her, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. "You don't have to worry anymore." And she kept walking. He fell to his knees right there, on the dirty pavement. The world spun. Everything in him screamed no. But it was too late, or at least that's what he believed. What he never knew was that she hadn't done anything. She just decided not to share anything more with someone who never stayed. That lie was the last gesture of love, or perhaps of self-protection, because she knew that, from that moment on, what she carried inside was only hers, and for whoever knew how to stay. A lie told for protection, a truth that cuts deeper than any blade. What would you do if you were Robert, consumed by guilt and a shocking revelation? Share your raw emotions in the comments. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for the next chapter of this powerful story. Later, lying again in the simple bed at her grandmother's house, Rose tenderly caressed her belly. "They think you don't exist," she whispered. "But you do, and so do I." In the darkness, with her eyes still damp, she finally fell asleep. For the first time in months, without a burden. Because now, yes, she was the one writing, and no one else. And that phrase, silent on Rose's lips, now echoed in Robert's life like a sentence. He had returned home after seeing her leave the clinic, or believing she had left there with an empty womb and a shattered soul, carrying a weight he couldn't immediately name. In the first few days, he tried to act as if nothing had happened. He talked to friends, laughed at the same jokes, went out drinking. But there was something different about everything. A dull sound behind the music, a lack of taste in the drinks, an inability to laugh he couldn't explain. The house, once silent, now screamed. The objects weren't just there, they judged him. The teapot, the old curtain she washed every week, the blue blanket folded on the sofa. Everything was a reminder of what he never knew how to value. Robert walked through the rooms like someone walking through ruins. And no matter how much he tried to convince himself that he was free now, something inside him knew he had lost something greater than any freedom. He started avoiding the mirror. His own eyes accused him. There was something he didn't recognize: unease. One night, opening the bedside table drawer, looking for any sleep medicine, he found the little notes. Those that Rose left in pockets, among clothes, or stuck in notebooks. He had read them at the time, yes, but he never gave them importance. Now, every phrase was a dagger. "You smiled in your sleep last night. I watched you for hours. You seemed happy. I made cinnamon coffee. I know you prefer it strong, but today I felt you needed something sweet." And then, at the bottom of the drawer, folded in four, like someone hiding a piece of their soul, was the final note. "If you ever truly love me, I hope there's still time." He read it aloud, once, twice, 3 times, and then he broke. It wasn't a pretty cry. It was a collapse. His body huddled on the floor, muffled sobs, trembling hands, a burning throat. He cried like someone who never learned, like someone who always repressed everything and could no longer. That night, he truly understood what he had done. It wasn't just about having asked for a divorce. It wasn't just about the rejected pregnancy. It was about all the days she tried, all she insisted on. And he failed. Regret didn't come as a thought. It came as a presence, a weight on his neck, an echo on the walls, a voice that repeated, "She stayed." And you left. Friends disappeared, not out of malice, but because they didn't know how to deal with what he had become. Robert was no longer the same. He didn't drink as much. He didn't laugh the same way. He had a lost look, always searching for something no one could give back. One day, he went to the park, where he used to walk with Rose. He sat on her preferred bench, the one under the large tree with rusted leaves. He stayed there for hours, watching people pass by. A young couple passed pushing a pram, and he didn't look away. He thought, that could have been me. But it wasn't. He returned home and looked at old photos. In a dusty album, an image of the two of them dancing at someone else's wedding. Rose smiled with her eyes. He was just there. Nothing more. For the first time, he noticed how he never truly smiled in photos with her. He sat on the living room floor, surrounded by albums, by notes, by memories he had previously ignored. And he had clarity. A painful one. He had lost her before realizing he had her. In the following days, he tried to call her. The number no longer worked. He called Rose's mother, who hung up without a word. He sent messages, and none were replied to. He went to her parents' house. No one answered. He learned they had sold it and moved. Rose, now, was an absence. Robert immersed himself in attempts to feign normalcy. He accepted a job at a mechanic's workshop. He spent his days between oil and grease, trying to dirty his hands so as not to dirty his soul anymore. At night, he slept on the sofa. Not for comfort, but for punishment. Dreams of Rose intensified. Sometimes she looked at him in silence. Other times, she spoke with eyes full of tears. And in some, she handed him a baby and took it away before he could hold it. Loneliness became a habit, but not the kind one chooses, but the kind that is imposed. One afternoon, returning from work, he found a letter at the door. No sender, no address, just his name, written in that handwriting he knew so well. He opened it with trembling hands, but it was an old note. One she must have mistakenly left in a notebook he threw away, and which someone by chance returned. I saw you sleep last night. You were dreaming. Did your lips move? Did you say my name? I want to believe you did. He broke again. The next day, he decided to clean the house, as if he wanted to remove the scent of omission, the trace of cowardice. He threw away what he didn't need. He put the notes in a box, closed it, and hid it. But he couldn't get rid of anything that belonged to her. Even the smell of her shampoo was still on the pillow. And sometimes, he would rest his face there, like someone seeking a safe place. Regret now was a body inside him. It occupied space. It spoke. It prevented him from smiling. There wasn't a single gesture of the day where Rose didn't appear as a memory. And the cruelest thing was knowing he couldn't go back, because she was no longer where he left her, and even more, perhaps she was no longer waiting for him. Robert then began to write. Not letters, because he didn't know where to send them, but loose texts, unburdens, like this one. Today I saw a woman with a child in her arms. They were laughing. I thought, that could have been you. That could have been ours. But it's not. I killed that possibility, and I'm still alive. That's the worst part. He wrote non-stop. Sometimes he read aloud, to no one. Other times, he immediately tore up the pages, as if by writing, he was trying to exorcise a ghost he himself had created. One night, he went out on foot, aimlessly. He walked through unfamiliar streets, crossed bridges, traversed avenues. He only stopped when his body could no longer. He sat on a pavement and cried again. No matter how many times he had done it, it always felt like the first. And it was there, his face in his hands, that he finally understood. It wasn't just about Rose. It was about him, the man who didn't know how to love, the child who grew up hearing that feeling was weakness, the husband who didn't learn to stay. And now, there was nowhere to hide. That dawn, returning home, he made a decision to start over. Not for her, not out of regret, but because he needed to rebuild himself from within. But the emptiness, oh, that didn't go away. Because when someone leaves, leaving love and silence in the same place, there is no cure. There is only coexistence. And that was what Robert was learning. To coexist with the love that arrived too late. The depth of Robert's regret is palpable. What do you think his next step will be on this difficult path to self-discovery? Can he ever truly find peace? Share your thoughts and hopes in the comments. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for the powerful climax. Time had that cruel habit of teaching lessons when there were no more exams to take. In the months that followed, Robert changed. Not like someone seeking redemption, but like someone who finally understood what he had lost. His routine became quieter, more contained. There was no more rush, no more distractions. The workshop was the only place where his mind calmed down, hammering, tightening screws, fixing what was broken. It was ironic. He could fix anything, except his life. One afternoon, under a sky of almost sad blue and the bustling streets of Guadalajara throbbing around him, Robert walked aimlessly. He had left work early, took a different route, and ended up in a square whose name he didn't know. There was an aged fountain, stone benches, ice cream vendors, and families scattered on the dry grass. An ordinary place. But that day, it was where everything stopped. He saw her, across the street. Rose. She wore a loose blouse, but not enough to hide the belly she held, with tenderness and firmness at the same time. She walked slowly, one hand on her back, the other on her stomach. She wore a simple dress and low sandals, and her hair, tied back in a way he had never seen before. But it was her. The city kept moving. People passed by, cars honked, children laughed. But for Robert, everything went silent. The world lost its sound. Only that image existed. The woman he thought he had lost forever. And more than that, the truth she never told. The baby. He took a step, then another, and stopped. The impact was stronger than the impulse. It wasn't just surprise. It was a pang in his chest, and a regret that now had flesh, form, and movement. He felt his legs falter. He gasped for air. His eyes filled. And then he sat on the edge of the pavement without noticing, his head bowed, his elbows resting on his knees. There, between the city noise and the internal silence, he murmured, "She lied. She didn't abort. She protected me, even from that." And he cried. Again, but differently, because now there was something more than guilt. There was hope. Rose crossed the square without seeing him. She entered a bakery, bought bread, spoke with the shop assistant, smiled slightly, and left. When she passed by him again, he didn't move. He just watched her. She looked tired, but whole. There was a fierce calm in her posture, like someone who fell, but chose to get up. That night, Robert didn't sleep. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked out the window, his eyes fixed on the darkness. And at some point, his mind created an image, him, with the baby in his arms. The child looked at him with deep eyes, similar to hers. And in the dream, he said, "Sorry. Not for before, but for not having been better." He woke up sweating, but with clarity, like someone receiving a mission. He needed to see her, truly, not just find her on the street, like a spectator. He needed to be in front of her, look her in the eyes, and say everything that had been stuck, even if she didn't forgive him, even if she didn't want to listen. He knew he couldn't show up empty-handed, nor with cheap words. The next morning, he asked for 2 days off. He told his boss he had to sort something personal. He took a bus to Oaxaca. He didn't know if she was still there, but it was the only thread he had. The road to San Jeronimo seemed longer than it was. Each curve of the road was a memory. Each stop, a hypothesis of what he would say. He arrived at dusk, with the sun hiding behind the mountains. The village was still simple, silent, like someone keeping secrets from everyone. He asked for Doña Mercedes. A child pointed to the house with the weathered roof. Robert stopped in front of the wooden gate. His heart pounded in his chest. He took a deep breath. He knocked and waited. The gate creaked before opening completely. It wasn't Rose who answered. It was Doña Mercedes. Her eyes, small and sharp, scanned Robert from head to toe like someone examining a wounded animal that had returned to its native mountains. She said nothing at first. She just opened the door a little wider. "Come in?" He obeyed. With slow steps, he crossed the packed dirt courtyard where flowers grew haphazardly, but alive. There was the smell of earth, of freshly brewed coffee, and a thick silence. "Rose doesn't want you here," she said, already in the kitchen, stirring something over the fire. Robert remained standing, his hands trembling and his throat dry. "I know, but I still had to come." Doña Mercedes didn't turn around. "Why?" "Because now I understand. And I didn't come to promise anything. I just want to be here. Do whatever she allows." The old woman let out a sigh that sounded more like a tired whisper. "You want to change?" He nodded, eyes downcast. Then she put the wooden spoon on the counter, turned around, crossed her arms, and looked at him directly, with the hardness of someone who has seen too many men promise what they never kept. "Then stay, but without romance, without promises, just presence." He swallowed hard. "She doesn't need a man. She needs help, and the baby needs a father." Those words cut into him like marks, a calling, a sentence. That same night, Doña Mercedes prepared the back room. It was narrow, with a single bed and a wardrobe that smelled of old wood. But it was a beginning, and he accepted it humbly. Robert has arrived, ready to face his past. What do you think Rose's reaction will be? Can a relationship truly be rebuilt on the ashes of betrayal? Share your powerful thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for the profound turning point. The next day, at 6 in the morning, he heard footsteps in the kitchen. He got up before the sun warmed the tiles and went there. Rose was with her back to him, stirring a pot with an apron stained with flour. She didn't say good morning. She didn't turn around. She just spoke, dryly. "You don't have to pretend everything's fine." "I didn't come to pretend anything," he replied, in a low voice. She continued stirring the pot. "How long are you staying?" "As long as you allow me." She stopped, took a deep breath, then resumed stirring. She said nothing else, and so it went for days, a silent, tense, but respectful coexistence. Robert began to help with small things. First, cleaning the courtyard, then going to the market, carrying bags. He tended the chicken coop, changed the water for the plants, prepared buckets of warm water when Rose's back hurt. He learned to make cinnamon tea as Doña Mercedes taught him. He observed in silence. He paid attention. One day, he saw Rose trying to reach something on a high shelf. She stretched, huffed, insisted. He approached slowly. "May I?" She hesitated, and for the first time she looked him in the eyes. "Only if you ask permission." He took a deep breath. "May I help you, Rose?" She looked away, and slowly she stepped aside. It was just a jar of flour, but for him, it was a world. Time passed. Days were long, but something was changing, though no one named it. One hot afternoon, while Doña Mercedes napped in the hammock and Rose rested with her feet on a stool, Robert wrestled with the patio faucet. The water pressure was low. Water splashed everywhere, and he muttered curses. "Damn it! Just hope this garbage doesn't explode now. Rose heard him, and for the first time she let out a laugh. Brief, but real. He turned, surprised, and she lowered her head, like someone caught by an affection she didn't want to admit. "What was that?" he risked asking. "Nothing. It's just that you haven't changed that much." He smiled, unsure if that was good or bad, but it was a sign. In her room, on the wooden crib, there was a teddy bear, the same one from the beginning of their marriage, that he once brought without thinking, in a gesture too small for what was missing between them. Now, that teddy bear was there, a witness to a time that no longer existed. One day, while Rose was folding baby clothes, he entered slowly. "May I?" She didn't reply, but she didn't chase him away either. He approached the crib, carefully touched the teddy bear. Then he looked at her. "I wish I could go back, do everything differently." She stopped, looked at him. There were tears in her eyes, but also firmness. "But you can't." "I know, and it's no use telling me you changed. I don't want to hear it. I need to see it, feel it." He nodded. "That's what I'm trying to do." The silence between them was no longer an abyss. It was a bridge under construction. Slow, unsure, but real. Weeks passed. Robert was still there. Present, silent, firm. And Rose, little by little, began to breathe differently. Still with fear. Still with reservations. But something in her also changed. Because love, sometimes, doesn't return. It is reborn. From scratch. In a different way. And no one there was in a hurry. Because broken pieces, when carefully glued, form something stronger than before, even if they never become the same again. A slow, painful, but genuine rebuilding of trust. What do you think the future holds for Robert and Rose? Will their silent efforts be enough to mend a shattered past? Share your hopes in the comments. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for the breathtaking climax. In that early morning, time seemed to fall out of sync. The house was dark, and the whole world slept, except her. Rose's scream was dry, intense, and pierced the walls like muffled thunder. Robert, who had been a light sleeper since moving into the small back room, sprang from bed as if under attack. He didn't even put on his shoes. He ran through the house, his eyes burning and his heart pounding wildly. He found her hunched in the hallway, clutching her belly with both hands, drenched in cold sweat. "Rose!" he cried, approaching. "She's coming now," she murmured through clenched teeth, her voice rasped by pain. He didn't hesitate. He grabbed the keys, opened the front gate, started the car with the headlights still off. Doña Mercedes was already standing too, as if she knew beforehand. She simply handed him the hospital bag, without a word. Robert ran to Rose and helped her into the car. Neither said anything. The drive to the hospital was like crossing a minefield. Potholes, rocks, curves, and in the passenger seat, the woman he once swore not to love, and who now was the only person he wanted to see breathe. "Breathe with me, Rose. Come on, take a deep breath." "I know what I have to do," she said through clenched teeth. "Just drive." And he drove, with the care of someone carrying something sacred. In the hospital, the corridor smelled of disinfectant and urgency. Doctors rushed back and forth, and he felt his legs give way as they put her in a wheelchair. "Are you the father?" they asked. He hesitated for a second, but not to think, only to let the weight of the word settle. "Yes, I am." They allowed him to enter. He stayed by her side, holding her hand tightly. She, between contractions, squeezed so hard his fingers throbbed. But he didn't let go. "Rose," he murmured. She didn't reply, but she didn't let go of him either. The hours felt like weeks. The labor was difficult, long. But at one point, The sound that filled that room was not a scream of pain. It was a small, new cry, a sharp, piercing cry, the kind of sound that is born only once and changes everything. Robert felt his legs wouldn't hold him. He had to lean against the wall. Tears came before he could stop them. It's a girl," the nurse said, emotional, as she handed him the clean baby wrapped in a blanket. Rose slowly turned her face, exhausted, depleted, but alive, and she saw when he received their daughter in his arms. Robert held her like someone holding fire, but also hope. His eyes wide, his hands trembling. She was so small, so light, so real. "Hello, little one. Hello," he whispered, his voice broken. He looked at Rose. Her eyes were filled with tears, without makeup, without armor. Just her. Human, hurting, strong. She gave a slight nod, like someone allowing, like someone recognizing something. And he understood. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet. But it was something. A step. In the days that followed, the house changed. Silence gave way to cries, hurried footsteps, boiling water, bottles, warm cloths. Rose breastfed with attentive eyes, and Robert offered to carry the baby after each feeding. He learned to change nappies, to warm water to the right temperature, to calm cries with soft music. Doña Mercedes watched from afar. She didn't say much, but her gaze held a contained peace, like someone watching a barren field begin to bloom. One ordinary afternoon, she was sitting with the baby in her arms, cradling her carefully. The sun filtering through the window gilded her white hair. Robert and Rose were in the kitchen, separated by the table, exchanging brief glances, trying to decipher the new language emerging between them. Doña Mercedes called them with a gesture. They approached. "Now she's yours," she said bluntly, looking at the sleeping child in her lap. "What I could do, I've done. A house, a test, and love from both sides." She handed the baby to Rose delicately, like someone returning a miracle. Rose held her in her arms with almost shy affection. She looked at Robert. He said nothing. He just looked at her. In the eyes. "I still don't forgive you," Rose said, her voice firm, yet broken. "I don't expect that, but I think I want to." That phrase, spoken with eyes full of fear, but also tenderness, was the beginning of everything that could still be. He smiled. "It's okay. While I wait, I'll care." And she believed him, because there's a difference between someone who returns and someone who stays. And he was there, without promises, without speeches, just with presence. And at that moment, though no wound was completely closed, they were a family. Not perfect, but possible. A new life, a fragile hope. What do you think this shared vulnerability means for Robert and Rose's future? Can love truly be reborn after such pain? Share your raw emotions in the comments. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for the beautiful conclusion. Time passed with slow steps, as if it knew that haste doesn't suit reconstruction. The days in that house were no longer made of sharp silences, but of new sounds. The patter of tiny feet in the hallway, the shy laughter of a little girl beginning to explore the world, and the soft conversations between two people who, at last, were learning to listen to each other. Robert woke up early. The sun had barely stretched over the rooftops when he was already dressed, his hands rough and his lunch packed by Rose. The construction site was a half-hour walk away. It was hard work, but dignified. And for him, more than that, it was the opportunity to build something solid, both externally and internally. He returned in the afternoon, his body covered in dust and his face tanned by the sun. But upon crossing the wooden gate, he always found the same scene. Rose sitting on the terrace, with the little girl on her lap or at her feet, playing with scraps of fabric, dry leaves, and inventing stories for every new sound she learned to make. "Your bath is ready," Rose would say, without looking at him, as he took off his dirty boots. It was routine, but it wasn't automatic. It was care, a care that had been born slowly, like everything that needed to be reborn. After his bath, they would drink tea, cinnamon tea, with more sugar than he liked, but which she said helped him relax. It was in those moments that they looked into each other's eyes. They didn't talk about the past. There was no need. The important thing was what they were building. The baby, now teething and taking unsteady steps, had become the center of their universe. Each new syllable, each attempt to say mummy or daddy, was celebrated with contained joy, as if they feared fate would hear them and come to collect its due. Rose smiled more, and it was a different smile than he remembered. Before, she smiled with hope. Now, she did so with presence, the smile of someone who no longer expects anything, just lives. Robert, seeing her like this, felt a silent gratitude. Not for being forgiven, but for being allowed, for being received, even without breaking the whole story, for her having chosen to stay, even though she didn't have to. Sundays were the favorite days in that house. They woke up unhurriedly. Doña Mercedes prepared bread in the wood-fired oven, and after lunch, told stories from when she was young. The little girl listened, not understanding much, but always applauding at the end. And everyone laughed. Rose sometimes looked at Robert and saw a different man. One she hadn't known before. Someone who no longer asked for forgiveness with words, but with actions. Who arrived exhausted, but still found the strength to tell a story or fix the dripping tap that had been bothering them for days. She no longer said she forgave him. But every night, as she lay down beside him, she rested her head on his chest. And that was enough. It was on one of those nights, with the little girl asleep on his lap and the warm breeze brushing the terrace, when it happened. Robert knelt, not in a rush, nor out of fear, but with a serenity that Rose had not yet seen in him. He took a small cardboard box from his pocket. Inside, a simple ring. Without stones, without sparkle, but clean, chosen with care. Paid for with days of work and nights of saving. "Rose, I was an idiot. I loved you from the beginning, but I was too foolish to realize it." His voice was firm, but his gaze trembled. She looked at him without saying anything. The little girl was still asleep, breathing softly, as if everything in the world was in its place. "You are my home, my courage. Will you marry me again? This time, for love. Only for love." Time stopped. Rose looked at the little girl, then at him. Her eyes filled with tears, not from sadness, but from overflowing emotion. She took a long time to reply, because she knew what that yes meant. It was a new beginning, not to forget the past, but to look at it like someone remembering the path that led them here. "Yes, now, yes." Robert closed his eyes for an instant, like someone breathing a sigh of relief, like someone finding shelter. At the back of the courtyard, in the shadows of the plants, Doña Mercedes watched. She didn't approach. She just smiled, a quiet smile, of someone who understands that some harvests take time, but they bloom. "Now, a real family," she murmured, returning inside with a light heart. On the terrace, the moon seemed to listen to everything, and there, under a sky full of invisible witnesses, 3 lives intertwined, not with promises, but with gestures, with the weight of all that had been and the lightness of all that could still be. Love now was not a utopia. It was every day. True love doesn't always begin with promises. Sometimes it begins with falls, with silence, with wounds no one sees, but also with choices, with someone who, even after everything, decides to stay. Because to love is not to say, it is to care, it is to listen, it is to return, and to deserve to stay. And sometimes what begins with pain ends with a baby sleeping in your arms, and a heart that at last understands what it means to truly love. If you felt this story until the end, tell me you were here with me. Write in the comments, "I stayed," because whoever stays until the end understands the value of a new beginning.
The sound of shattering glass echoed through the penthouse suite of the Alexander Industries Tower. Blake Alexander, 34-year-old tech mogul and Boston's most eligible bachelor, stared in disbelief at the champagne flute fragments scattered across his imported Italian marble floor. She said no. Blake's voice was barely above a whisper, as if speaking the words any louder might make them more real. His assistant, Marcus, shifted uncomfortably by the door. "Yes, sir. Ms. Collins declined your dinner invitation." Her exact words were, "Tell Mr. Alexander I'm not interested in becoming another notch on his designer belt." Blake ran his fingers through his dark, meticulously styled hair. This was unprecedented. Women didn't say no to Blake Alexander. They certainly didn't send back his custom-made invitations delivered with rare blue orchids flown in from Thailand. He owned half of Boston's skyline, for God's sake. "Did you tell her who I am?" Blake demanded, his steel blue eyes narrowing. Marcus adjusted his glasses nervously. She knew exactly who you were, sir. That seemed to be part of the problem." Blake paced the floor, carefully avoiding the glass shards. His reflection bounced off the floor-to-ceiling windows that showcased the glittering Boston skyline, a kingdom he had built from nothing. A kingdom that apparently held no sway over one Emma Collins, head librarian at the Boston Public Library. "Find out everything about her," Blake ordered, straightening his bespoke suit jacket. "And I mean everything. What she likes, what she hates, her favorite food, books, music." "Sir," Marcus interrupted gently, "maybe the issue is precisely that approach. Your reputation precedes you." Blake stopped pacing. His string of high-profile flings was well documented by the tabloids. The billionaire Casanova, they called him. Last month's charity gala photo of him with twin supermodels still dominated the gossip sites. "I just want dinner with her, Marcus," Blake insisted, though he wasn't entirely sure why this particular rejection stung so much. He had glimpsed Emma only once, during a library fundraiser he'd reluctantly attended. She had been passionately arguing about the importance of physical books in a digital age, completely unaware of who he was, or how much power he wielded in the room. Her complete indifference had been intriguing. Perhaps a less ostentatious approach, Marcus suggested. Blake's phone buzzed. Another crisis at the company needed his attention. Always another crisis. Always another deal. Always another conquest. But for the first time in years, Blake Alexander felt something different stirring. A challenge. "Cancel my meetings tomorrow morning," he said suddenly. "I think it's time I visited the library." What Blake didn't know was that Emma Collins had her own complicated reasons for avoiding men like him, and that his appearance in her carefully ordered world was about to set in motion a chain of events neither of them could have anticipated. As his private elevator descended, Blake smiled to himself. He'd never had to work for a woman's attention before, but then again, he hadn't built a billion-dollar empire by backing down from a challenge. The Boston Public Library's main reading room was bathed in golden morning light as Emma Collins shelved returned books with practiced efficiency. At 32, she found peace in the ordered world of the library that had eluded her in other aspects of life. Her chestnut hair was pulled back in a practical bun, her glasses occasionally sliding down her nose as she worked. "Emma, there's someone asking for you at the reference desk," her colleague Olivia whispered, approaching with wide eyes. "And well, you should just come see." Emma frowned. "I'm almost done here. Trust me," Olivia insisted. "You want to handle this one personally." Sighing, Emma followed Olivia to the front where she stopped dead in her tracks. Standing at the reference desk, dressed in a casual button-down that probably cost more than her monthly rent, was Blake Alexander. In person, he was even more striking than in his magazine covers, tall with an easy confidence that radiated power. Several patrons were openly staring. "Ms. Collins," he said with a smile that had charmed countless women across continents. "I'm looking for a book recommendation." Emma's expression remained neutral despite her racing pulse. "What sort of books? Do you enjoy, Mr. Alexander?" "I'm not sure. That's why I need a librarian's expertise." He leaned against the counter. What would you recommend to someone who's used to getting everything he wants? The self-help section is on the second floor, Emma replied coolly. Specifically, books on handling rejection. A woman nearby stifled a laugh. Blake's smile faltered momentarily before returning with renewed interest. Actually, I'm genuinely looking for something to read. His voice softened. Contrary to what the tabloids suggest, I do read books that aren't quarterly reports. Emma studied him, trying to determine if this was another elaborate attempt to add her to his collection of conquests. Follow me, she finally said, leading him toward the fiction section. Why did you turn down my dinner invitation? Blake asked once they were between the shelves, away from curious eyes. Because I'm not interested in being photographed on your arm, dissected by gossip columns, then discarded when someone more exciting comes along, Emma stated matter-of-factly, pulling a book from the shelf. Here, Pride and Prejudice. It might teach you something about first impressions. I've read it, Blake replied, surprising her. Darcy was misunderstood. Darcy had to earn Elizabeth's respect, Emma countered. Is that what I need to do? Earn your respect? Blake's blue eyes held a challenge. Emma pushed her glasses up. Mr. Alexander. Blake. Mr. Alexander, she insisted. I appreciate the theater of the humble billionaire visiting a public library, but we both know tomorrow you'll be back to your real life. You don't know anything about my real life, he said, a hint of genuine frustration in his voice. I know enough, Emma replied, thinking of her sister Katie's heartbreak after being dumped by a man cut from the same cloth as Blake. Now, if there's nothing else, have dinner with me, Blake said, but this time it wasn't a command. No private jets, no expensive wine, no pressure, just dinner. Why? Emma asked, genuinely curious. There are literally models and actresses lining up for your attention. Blake considered his answer carefully. Because when I donated to the library fundraiser last month, you were the only person who didn't care who I was. You argued with me about digital books versus physical ones without once mentioning my net worth. It was refreshing. Emma remembered the conversation but hadn't realized who he was at the time. She'd been rather passionate, perhaps even rude. One dinner, Blake continued, at a restaurant of your choosing. If you still think I'm the shallow playboy from the tabloids afterward, I'll never bother you again. Before Emma could respond, her phone buzzed. It was a text from Katie. Emergency. Pipe burst in my apartment, everything's flooded, need help. I have to go, Emma said urgently, shoving the phone back in her pocket. Family emergency. As she rushed toward the staff room to grab her things, Blake followed. Let me help. I can have a restoration team there in minutes. This isn't your problem, Emma insisted. Consider it my first attempt at earning respect, Blake offered, already pulling out his phone. Emma hesitated, torn between pride and practicality. Her sister's apartment was her whole world, and time was of the essence with water damage. Fine, she conceded reluctantly. But this doesn't mean I'm having dinner with you. Blake's expression was uncharacteristically sincere. Understood. Now, what's the address? The scene at Katie's apartment was worse than Emma had imagined. Water cascaded from the ceiling, the hardwood floors already buckling. Katie stood in the middle of the chaos, frantically trying to save photo albums and books. Emma, thank God. Katie stopped mid-sentence when she noticed Blake Alexander standing behind her sister. Why is Blake Alexander in my flooded apartment? He offered to help, Emma explained awkwardly. Before Katie could respond, a team of professionals in uniform flooded in, not with water, but with industrial equipment. Blake had made one phone call from the car, and suddenly a full restoration crew was efficiently tackling the disaster. This is Jackson, Blake introduced a man who appeared to be the team leader. He'll make sure everything's handled properly. I should be documenting this for insurance, Katie said, looking overwhelmed. Already taken care of, Jackson assured her. We're photographing everything. As the crew worked, Blake rolled up his sleeves, literally, revealing tanned forearms as he moved furniture away from the worst of the flooding. You don't have to do that, Emma said, surprised. "I'm not completely useless," Blake replied with a half-smile. "Contrary to popular belief, I wasn't always rich." Emma raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. "It's true," Blake continued, helping her move a bookshelf. "I grew up in South Boston. My dad was a mechanic. When our basement flooded every spring, there was no team to call, just mops and buckets." Emma studied him, trying to reconcile this image with the playboy billionaire from the magazines. "The articles all say you come from old money. That's the story my PR team prefers," Blake admitted. "Sounds better than scholarship kid who got lucky with a tech startup." In the kitchen, Katie was frantically trying to save a stack of papers. Blake noticed Emma's concerned expression. "What are those?" he asked quietly. "Her manuscript," Emma explained. "She's a writer. Been working on that novel for 2 years." Blake immediately went to help, carefully separating the damp pages. "We need a hairdryer and some paper towels," he said with surprising expertise. "If we act fast, we might be able to save most of it." For the next hour, Emma watched in amazement as Blake Alexander, who reportedly once bought a yacht on a whim, painstakingly dried each page of her sister's manuscript. There was something unexpectedly gentle in the way his fingers handled the fragile pages. "Why are you really doing this?" Emma finally asked when they had a moment alone. Blake considered the question. "Maybe I'm trying to prove you wrong about me. Or maybe this is just an elaborate strategy to get me to have dinner with you," Emma countered, though with less conviction than before. Blake's phone rang, the third time in 20 minutes. He glanced at it, then silenced it again. "Don't you need to get that?" Emma asked. "Billion-dollar empires don't run themselves. They can manage without me for one afternoon," Blake replied, though Emma noticed the tension in his jaw. Katie approached them, looking shell-shocked but grateful. "The crew says they've stopped the water and can start drying everything out, but..." She trailed off, looking around her saturated apartment. "You'll need somewhere to stay," Emma finished, her thought. "You can stay with me." "Actually," Blake interjected, "I own a building 2 blocks from here with a fully furnished guest apartment. It's empty right now. You're welcome to use it until your place is fixed." Katie's eyes widened. "I couldn't possibly. It's just sitting there," Blake insisted. "Consider it a loan, not charity." Later, after Katie was settled in the immaculate apartment, which Emma suspected was worth more than most people's primary residences, Blake walked Emma to her car. "Thank you," Emma said sincerely, "for helping my sister." "Does this mean I've earned enough respect for that dinner?" Blake asked, his usual confidence tempered with what seemed like genuine uncertainty. Emma hesitated. The man who had spent the afternoon saving her sister's manuscript didn't align with the tabloid caricature she'd judged so harshly. "One dinner," she conceded. "No private dining rooms, no celebrity chef treatment." "Deal," Blake agreed quickly. "Tomorrow night? I know a place that makes incredible ramen, very public, very casual." "Ramen?" Emma couldn't hide her surprise. "Best comfort food in Boston?" Blake said with unexpected enthusiasm. "Unless you'd prefer somewhere else?" Emma shook her head, intrigued despite herself. "Ramen is fine." As they parted ways, Emma realized with alarm that she was actually looking forward to their date. "No," she corrected herself firmly. "Not a date. A dinner." There was a difference. Blake watched her drive away, realizing he'd just rescheduled a crucial investor meeting for a bowl of noodles with a librarian. Marcus would think he'd lost his mind. Maybe he had. The ramen shop was tucked away in a narrow alley off the main street, its weathered wooden sign barely visible beneath the soft glow of paper lanterns. Emma arrived 15 minutes early, a habit from childhood she'd never shaken, and found herself scanning the bustling sidewalk for any sign of Blake. She smoothed down her emerald-wrapped dress, chosen after an embarrassingly long deliberation, for someone who'd insisted this wasn't a real date. When Blake appeared, he was almost unrecognizable. Gone was the power suit and slicked-back hair. Instead, he wore dark jeans, a simple navy Henley that accentuated his broad shoulders, and glasses, actual prescription glasses, that lent him an intellectual air Emma hadn't expected. His usual bodyguard and entourage were conspicuously absent. "You look surprised," Blake said, a hint of vulnerability in his smile as he approached. "Disappointed?" "Just processing," Emma admitted, taking in this transformed version of Boston's most notorious playboy. "I didn't recognize you without your billionaire costume." "That's the idea." Blake's eyes lingered on her for a moment longer than necessary. "You look beautiful, by the way. Green suits you." A warmth crept up Emma's neck that had nothing to do with the steam rising from the ramen shop's open kitchen. She deflected with practiced ease. "How did you even find this place? It's not exactly on the Billionaire's Guide to Boston." "My college roommate's family owned it," Blake explained as they entered. "I used to wash dishes here when I was broke and trying to launch my first startup." "Hero," he called out to an older Japanese man behind the counter who broke into a wide grin at the sight of him. "Blake-kun, too long." Hero abandoned his post to embrace Blake with genuine affection. "And with a real date, not those plastic women. From TV." Emma couldn't help but laugh at Blake's embarrassed expression. This wasn't the carefully orchestrated charm she'd expected, but something far more appealing: authenticity. They were led to a corner table intimate without being secluded. The restaurant was packed with an eclectic mix of students, local families, and workers from nearby businesses. Not a single person seemed to recognize the tech magnate in their midst. "You come here often?" Emma asked, genuinely curious. "When I need to remember who I really am," Blake replied, then looked immediately self-conscious. That sounded less cliché in my head. "No, I get it." Emma surprised herself with the admission. "Sometimes I hide in the rare manuscripts room at the library when everything gets too loud. Just me and 500-year-old books that have survived wars, plagues, and time itself. Makes my problems seem smaller." The conversation flowed with unexpected ease as they ordered. Blake in fluent Japanese that made Emma raise her eyebrows appreciatively. They shared steaming bowls of tonkotsu ramen, the rich broth swimming with tender slices of chashu pork, perfectly jammy eggs, and springy noodles that demanded their full attention. "So," Blake said, skillfully maneuvering his chopsticks, "what made you become a librarian? Passion for literature or love of silence?" "Both," Emma confessed. "But mostly I believe stories save lives, mine included." She hesitated, then decided to offer a piece of herself. "My mom died when I was 12. Dad worked double shifts to keep us afloat. Books became my escape, my comfort, my education on how to be human when everything hurt too much." Blake's expression softened. "I'm sorry about your mom. Long time ago," Emma said, though the gentle understanding in his eyes made her throat tighten unexpectedly. "What about you? How does a mechanic's son become a tech billionaire before 30? "Sheer terror of ending up back where I started," Blake admitted with startling honesty. "And insomnia. Turns out you can build an empire when you never sleep." "That's not sustainable," Emma observed. "Says who?" Blake challenged with a half smile. "The dark circles under your eyes," Emma replied boldly, "and the fact that you've checked your phone 17 times in 45 minutes. Blake looked genuinely startled, then chagrined. He pulled out his phone and switched it off completely, a gesture that, for someone like him, felt oddly intimate. "Tell me about your sister," he said, changing the subject. "The writer." Emma's face lit. "But Katie's brilliant. Her novel's about a woman who discovers she can see how much time people have left to live. It explores grief, mortality, the value of moments when you know they're finite." She paused. "She's been rejected by 32 publishers. But she keeps writing. Every day. Sometimes I think she believes in her stories more than she believes in herself." Something shifted in Blake's expression. "I'd like to read it someday." "Why?" Emma challenged. "So you can play literary agent now?" "No," Blake replied seriously. "Because it matters to you." The simple truth of his words hung between them, unexpectedly weighty. Emma searched his face for any sign of the practiced charm she'd been guarding against, but found only earnest attention. Their conversation meandered through books they loved, places they'd traveled, Blake everywhere for business, Emma nowhere but everywhere through pages, and childhood memories both sweet and painful. Time slipped away unnoticed until Hero began to dim the lights, a gentle hint they were closing. "I can't believe it's almost midnight," Emma said, startled. "Shall I walk you home?" Blake offered, then quickly added, "Just to your door. No expectations." The night air was crisp as they strolled through Boston's historic streets, their shoulders occasionally brushing. Emma's apartment was only 15 minutes away, but they took their time, neither quite ready for the evening to end. "You haven't asked about my business once," Blake observed. "Should I have?" Emma replied. "Everyone does. It's usually all they want to talk about." "I'm more interested in the person than the portfolio," Emma said simply. They reached her brownstone apartment building, pausing at the bottom of the steps. The moment stretched between them, electric with possibility. "I had a nice time," Emma admitted, surprising herself with her honesty. "Nice enough to do it again?" Blake asked, his usual confidence replaced by something more tentative. Before Emma could answer, her phone rang. She glanced at it, frowning. "It's Katie. She never calls this late." The moment she answered, Katie's panicked voice came through. "Emma, turn on the news. Channel 7. Blake watched Emma's expression transform from confusion to horror as she fumbled with her keys, rushing inside. He followed, concern overriding propriety, as Emma turned on her small television. There on the screen was Blake's face next to hers, captured leaving the ramen shop. The headline scrolled beneath, "Billionaire Blake Alexander's New Conquest Mystery Woman Unveiled." Emma stared at the television in horror. The reporter's voice droned on about Blake's notorious dating history and speculated about his latest fling with the unassuming librarian. They had footage of them walking, laughing, and even a moment when Blake had gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture that had seemed private and tender in the moment, now dissected for entertainment. "I have to go," Blake said, immediately pulling out his phone. "I'll fix this." "Fix this?" Emma echoed, her voice hollow. "How exactly do you fix a national news story?" "I have a PR team, Emma. This isn't the first time." "That's exactly the problem," Emma cut him off, wrapping her arms around herself. "This isn't the first time for you. This is your world. But it's not mine." She glanced back at the screen where they were now showing photos of his previous relationships. All stunning models and actresses. "I don't belong in that lineup." Blake's expression turned serious. "That's not what this is." "Isn't it?" Emma challenged, a mixture of embarrassment and anger rising within her. "One dinner, and I'm already the punchline to Boston's favorite soap opera." "Emma, please." Her phone began buzzing incessantly, messages from co-workers, distant friends, even her father who rarely texted. A particularly awful thought struck her. "Oh God, the library board, if they see this..." "They can't fire you for having dinner with someone," Blake argued. "You don't understand." Emma's voice cracked. "I'm up for the director position. The why? Board votes next week. They're all about maintaining the library's dignified image." She scrolled through her notifications with growing dread. "And now I'm Billionaire's bookish booty call on TMZ." Blake ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "Let me make some calls. I can have this contained by morning." "Contained?" Emma's laugh was bitter. "My life isn't one of your PR problems to manage, Blake. This is exactly why I said no in the first place." The hurt in his eyes was unmistakable, but Emma was too overwhelmed to care. Her carefully constructed world was unraveling on primetime television. "I think you should go," she said quietly. "Emma, please," she insisted, opening her door. "I need space to figure out how to deal with this." Reluctantly, Blake moved toward the door, then paused. "For what it's worth, tonight was real. For me. More real than anything has been in a long time." After he left, Emma sank onto her couch, phone still buzzing relentlessly. She turned it off completely but couldn't escape the thoughts racing through her mind. Tonight had been perfect. Until reality intruded. Blake's reality. A world where privacy was a luxury he hadn't enjoyed in years. The next morning brought no relief. Emma trudged to work, hood pulled up, sunglasses on despite the cloudy day. She'd barely reached her office when Olivia burst in, tablet in hand. "Have you seen the latest?" Olivia asked breathlessly. "Blake Alexander just gave an impromptu press conference." Emma's stomach dropped. "What?" On the tablet screen, Blake stood outside his corporate headquarters, looking impeccably dressed, yet somehow exhausted. His voice was firm as he addressed the gathered reporters. "My personal life is not public entertainment," he stated. "The woman you've been speculating about is a private citizen who deserves respect. Our relationship is exactly no one's business but our own, and I expect all coverage to cease immediately." A reporter shouted, "Are you confirming you're dating the librarian?" Blake's jaw tightened. "I'm confirming that I value my privacy, and more importantly, hers. This ends now." The video cut to a news anchor. In an unprecedented move, Alexander Industries has threatened legal action against any outlet continuing to publish stories about Blake Alexander's personal relationships, citing privacy laws. Tech industry insiders are speculating this may impact Alexander's upcoming merger talks with. Emma switched off the tablet, her mind reeling. Had Blake just put his business interests at risk for her privacy? Olivia was practically vibrating with excitement. "So it's true? You and Blake Alexander?" "It was one dinner," Emma muttered, slumping into her chair. "One dinner that has the most eligible bachelor in Boston threatening media outlets," Olivia pointed out. "That's not nothing." Before Emma could respond, her phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Ms. Collins, this is Marcus, Mr. Alexander's assistant. He would like to speak with you if you're willing. Please call at your convenience." Attached was a private number. Emma stared at the message, conflicted. Part of her wanted to delete it and pretend the whole whirlwind had never happened. But another part couldn't forget the genuine connection they'd shared over steaming bowls of ramen, or how he'd dried her sister's manuscript page by page. Her office phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. It was Mrs. Harrington, head of the library board. "Emma, dear." The older woman's voice crackled through the line. "The board would like to see you. Now, if possible." Heart sinking, Emma made her way to the boardroom. This was it. The end of her professional aspirations, all because of one dinner. To her surprise, the entire board was present, faces unreadable. Mrs. Harrington gestured for her to sit. "Emma, we've received a rather unusual call this morning," Mrs. Harrington began. "From the mayor's office." Emma blinked. "The mayor?" "Yes. It seems Blake Alexander has offered to triple the library's annual funding, establish a new wing for rare manuscripts, and create a literacy foundation in partnership with us." Mrs. Harrington leaned forward. "Contingent on one condition." "What condition?" Emma asked, though she already suspected. "That we judge the director candidate on her merits alone, without regard to her personal associations." Emma felt a flush of anger. Of course, Blake was trying to buy her way out of trouble, just throwing money at the problem like he did with everything else. "I see," Emma said stiffly. "And what did the board say?" "We said Mr. Alexander's generous offer was appreciated but unnecessary," Mrs. Harrington stated firmly. "We've always intended to judge you on your merits alone, my dear. Though the additional funding is certainly welcome, it doesn't influence our decision. And," added Mr. Peterson, the youngest board member, "we agreed his condition was reasonable. Your private life is your own business." Relief washed over Emma, quickly followed by confusion. Blake had offered the library millions, not to secure her job, but simply to ensure she was judged fairly. As she left the meeting, Emma's phone buzzed again with another text from Marcus. "Mr. Alexander wanted me to clarify he expects nothing in return for his library donation. It was something he'd been considering since the fundraiser last month. Your career and reputation should never suffer because of your association with him." Emma stopped in the middle of the hallway, torn between gratitude and frustration. Blake, was making grand gestures, throwing his influence around, but was it to help her? Or to ease his own conscience? And why did part of her wish he would just show up himself instead of sending texts through his assistant? As if in answer to her unspoken question, the library's front doors opened, and Blake Alexander walked in, looking decidedly un-billionaire-like, in jeans and a worn MIT sweatshirt. He carried 2 cups of coffee and wore an expression of uncertainty Emma had never seen in any of his magazine covers. Their eyes met across the lobby, and everything else seemed to fade away. The library atrium fell silent as Blake approached Emma, the morning sunlight streaming through the skylights casting a spotlight on their unexpected reunion. Patrons and staff alike tried to pretend they weren't watching Boston's most famous, Billionaire, nervously holding 2 coffee cups. "You're all over the news," Emma said quietly when he reached her. "Not the first time," Blake replied with a wry smile, offering her one of the coffees. "Oat milk latte with cinnamon. Your sister mentioned it was your favorite." Emma accepted the cup, surprised he'd remembered such a detail. "You talked to Katie?" "She called me, actually. Said you were too stubborn to do it yourself." His blue eyes searched hers. "Can we talk? Somewhere private?" Emma led him to the rare manuscripts room, her sanctuary. The room smelled of old paper and wood polish, the kind of scent that money couldn't buy. Blake looked around with genuine appreciation at the climate-controlled displays of literary treasures. "I'm sorry," they both said simultaneously, then laughed, breaking the tension. "You go first," Emma offered. Blake set his coffee down on a reading table. "I'm sorry your privacy was invaded because of me. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you from that. But I'm not sorry about our dinner or getting to know you." Emma sighed, running her finger along the edge of an ancient manuscript case. "I'm sorry I panicked. It's just, I've spent my whole life being invisible, Blake. Comfortable, in the background. Then suddenly I'm on national TV being dissected by strangers. I understand," Blake said softly. "More than you know." "Do you?" Emma challenged. "Your life has been public for years." "And I hate every second of it," Blake admitted, surprising her. "The real me, the one who reads classics, who misses working with his hands, who just wanted to build something useful, got buried under Billionaire Blake years ago." He moved closer, not touching her, but close enough that Emma could see the genuine emotion in his eyes. "Then I met a woman who argued with me about books, who didn't care about my bank account, who called me on my bullshit. And for the first time in years, I felt like myself again." Emma's resolve weakened. "Blake, I canceled the merger," he interjected. Emma blinked, confused. "What merger?" "With Technovate, the deal I've been working on for 2 years." Blake ran a hand through his disheveled hair. "My board thinks I've lost my mind." "Why would you do that?" "Because they were demanding guarantees about my public image. Stable, predictable, marketable." His voice was bitter. "They had concerns about me dating a normal person instead of the approved celebrity types, said it made me look unsophisticated." Emma's eyes widened. "You canceled a $1 billion deal because of me?" "No," Blake corrected firmly. "I canceled it because of me. Because I'm tired of letting other people dictate who I can be." He took a deep breath. "But I'd be lying if I said you weren't part of it. You reminded me there's more to life than acquisitions and stock prices." A silence fell between them, heavy with possibility. "The board offered me the director position," Emma said finally. Blake's face lit up. "Emma, that's wonderful." "I haven't accepted yet," she continued. "I needed to talk to you first." "To me? Why?" Emma set her coffee down and met his gaze squarely. "Because if I take it, I need to know if this," she gestured between them, "is something real. Something worth the risk." Blake's expression softened. "Ask me." "Ask you what?" "Whatever you need to know to make your decision." Emma took a deep breath. "If we tried this, really tried, what happens when the novelty wears off? When I'm just Emma the librarian and the challenge is gone?" "The challenge was never the point," Blake said simply. The connection was. And the media circus? Your shareholders' opinions? Let me worry about them. He moved closer. My question is, are you willing to give this a chance? Not the billionaire and the librarian, just Blake and Emma, two people who connected over ramen and books. Emma looked at him, really looked at him, and saw beyond the public persona to the man who had saved her sister's manuscript, who had threatened media outlets to protect her privacy, who stood before her now, vulnerable and hopeful. It won't be easy, she warned. Nothing worth having ever is, Blake replied with a smile. And I won't change who I am, Emma added firmly. No designer makeovers or charity galas every weekend. I wouldn't want you to change, Blake assured her. Your authenticity is what drew me to you in the first place. Emma felt the last of her resistance crumbling. One condition. Name it. We take it slow. Really slow. Blake's smile widened. Does that mean I get a second date? It means, Emma said, stepping closer until they were inches apart, that I'm willing to see where this goes, day by day. Blake reached out, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, just as he had the night before. Only this time, there were no cameras, no audience, just them. I can work with that, he murmured. Their first kiss was nothing like Emma had imagined, not the calculated move of a practiced playboy, but something tentative and sweet, full of promise rather than demand. When they broke apart, both were smiling. So, Blake asked, his forehead resting against hers, what should we do for our second date? Emma laughed. Something normal people do. Mini golf, maybe? I'm terrible at mini golf, Blake confessed. Even better, Emma teased. I'll finally find something you're not good at. I can think of worse ways to spend an evening than being humiliated at mini golf by the new library director, Blake said, his eyes sparkling. Their moment was interrupted by Blake's phone buzzing, his board no doubt still in crisis mode over his canceled merger. At the same time, Emma noticed Mrs. Harrington hovering near the door, clearly waiting to speak with her. Real-life calls. Emma sighed. Let it wait another minute, Blake said, pulling her close again. 6 months later, the tabloids still occasionally featured photos of Boston's most unlikely power couple, the billionaire and the librarian. They captured Blake carrying stacks of books at library fundraisers, Emma reluctantly attending tech conferences, albeit in her own comfortable style, and the two of them regularly eating at a certain hidden ramen shop. What the cameras missed were the quiet moments, Blake reading manuscripts for Katie, who was now working with a publisher, Emma challenging Blake's workaholic tendencies and bringing balance to his life, their Sunday morning ritual of coffee and crosswords in her small apartment, which he preferred to his penthouse. In the end, Emma Collins, who had once been certain that men like Blake Alexander were nothing but trouble, found herself happily proven wrong. And Blake, who had spent years surrounding himself with people who wanted something from him, discovered that what he'd really been searching for was someone who simply wanted him, just him, not the empire he'd built. And that, it turned out, was worth all the risk in the world. The thunderous crash echoed through the quiet neighborhood street as Alexander Blackwood's matte black Lamborghini collided with the ancient pickup truck. For a moment, time stood still. Alexander, his knuckles white against the steering wheel, watched in horror as the driver of the truck, a weathered older man with kind eyes, stumbled from his vehicle looking dazed. "Are you all right?" Alexander shouted, abandoning his $30 million car without a second thought. At 35, Alexander had built Blackwood Technologies into a global empire, but right now, none of that mattered. "Sir, please sit down. I've called an ambulance." "No hospitals," the old man mumbled, waving his hand dismissively. "Can't afford it. I'm fine, just dizzy." Alexander's chest tightened. Of course, medical bills. A problem he hadn't considered since his 20s. "My name is Alexander. I'm responsible for this accident and I'll cover any expenses." He guided the man to sit on a nearby bench. "What's your name?" "Eduardo Santos," the man replied, his accent gentle but distinct. "The truck, it was my livelihood. I deliver flowers to local shops." Alexander glanced at the mangled pickup bed, where crushed roses and lilies lay scattered across the pavement, their sweet fragrance mixing with the acrid smell of leaking fluid. The truck was clearly beyond repair. "Mr. Santos, I promise you'll have a new truck by tomorrow, better than the old one." Eduardo looked at him skeptically. "Young man, I've heard promises before. This one I'll keep." Alexander handed him a business card with a personal number scrawled on the back. "Call me anytime." The paramedics arrived despite Eduardo's protests. As they checked him over, Alexander made calls, arranged for the vehicles to be towed, and ordered a car service to take Eduardo home once he was cleared. "Where do you live, Mr. Santos? I'll have someone drive you." "Maple Grove Gardens. It's a small apartment complex on the east side." Eduardo hesitated. "My daughter will be worried if I'm late." "Then let's not keep her waiting." An hour later, Alexander escorted Eduardo to the door of a modest apartment. The building was clean but worn, with faded paint and well-tended potted plants lining the walkway. Before Eduardo could insert his key, the door flew open. "Papa, where have you been? I've called you 10." The young woman froze, her worried expression transforming to confusion as she took in the sight of her father, accompanied by a stranger in a $3,000 suit. Alexander found himself momentarily speechless. She had Eduardo's kind eyes, but everything else about her was unexpected. Intelligent, fierce, beautiful. Her dark curls were pulled back haphazardly, a pencil stuck through the bun. She wore paint-splattered overalls over a simple white t-shirt. "Isabella, this is Mr. Blackwood." Eduardo began. "I crashed into your father's truck," Alexander finished, extending his hand. "Alexander Blackwood." Isabella's eyes narrowed as she ignored his hand. "You crashed into Papa's truck? That truck is everything to him." "Isabella?" Eduardo scolded gently. "It was an accident, and Mr. Blackwood has been very kind." Alexander lowered his hand, strangely affected by her protective instinct toward her father. Most people he met were either intimidated by his wealth or eager to impress him. Isabella Santos was clearly neither. "I've arranged for a replacement vehicle," Alexander explained, "and I'd like to make sure your father sees a doctor for follow-up." Isabella crossed her arms. "We have our own doctors, thank you." "Isabella," Eduardo sighed. "Please." Something in her father's tone made Isabella soften. "Fine. Come in, Mr. Billionaire. I just made coffee." As Alexander stepped into the small but warmly decorated apartment, he felt something he hadn't experienced in years, the sensation of being completely out of his element. Family photos covered the walls. Books were stacked on every surface. The smell of home-cooked meals lingered in the air. For a man who owned properties on 4 continents, Alexander Blackwood suddenly realized he had never truly felt at home anywhere, and somehow inexplicably, he found himself wanting to stay in this tiny apartment just a little longer. "It's just Alexander," he corrected gently as Isabella handed him a chipped mug of the most delicious coffee he'd ever tasted. Well, just Alexander, she replied with the barest hint of a smile. You should know that my father's flowers are the best in the city. Whatever truck you get him better have a good cooling system. And just like that, Alexander Blackwood, who had closed billion-dollar deals without breaking a sweat, felt his heart skip a beat over a woman who couldn't care less about his fortune. By the time Alexander left the Santos apartment that evening, the sun had long set. He found himself lingering over dinner, a simple but delicious homemade paella that Isabella had reluctantly extended an invitation to after Eduardo's insistence. What was meant to be a quick apology had turned into hours of conversation. Your car is still waiting, Isabella noted as she walked him to the door, arms crossed defensively across her chest. Don't billionaires usually have places to be? We do, Alexander replied with a small smile. But rarely anywhere worth being. Something flickered in her eyes. Curiosity, perhaps, before she replaced it with her now familiar skepticism. The new truck arrives tomorrow? 8 a.m. sharp with the cooling system you specified. Isabella nodded once, satisfied. Good. Papa needs to make his deliveries. Alexander hesitated at the threshold. I'd like to check on your father in a few days. Make sure he's recovering well. We have his follow-up appointment on Friday. She tucked a loose curl behind her, a gesture Alexander found inexplicably captivating. You can call. I'd prefer to come in person, he said, surprising himself with his persistence. Perhaps around noon, I could bring lunch. Isabella studied him, her artist's eyes seeing more than he was comfortable revealing. Why are you really doing this, Alexander? The truck, the doctor, now lunch, guilty conscience or charity case? Her directness caught him off guard. In his world, people danced around their true intentions, every interaction a calculated move. Isabella's bluntness was refreshing. Neither, he answered honestly. I enjoy your father's company. And yours, though you seem determined not to, let me. A reluctant smile tugged at her lips. Friday, noon, but I'm cooking. You're distracted, observed Vivian Hayes, Alexander's chief operating officer, during their executive meeting the next morning. That's the third time you've checked your watch. The boardroom fell silent. In 10 years, no one had seen Alexander Blackwood anything less than completely focused during a meeting. The Santos delivery, he explained curtly. Did operations confirm the truck arrived? Vivian raised an eyebrow. The flower shop owner from yesterday? Yes, delivered at 7:58 a.m., 2 minutes early, fully equipped with the specialized cooling system you specified. Is there a problem? No problem. Alexander returned to the quarterly projections on his tablet, aware of the curious glances exchanged around the table. He had personally overseen the truck selection, a practical yet comfortable model that would serve Eduardo's business well. Not flashy enough to make him uncomfortable, but reliable enough to last years. What Alexander couldn't explain was why he'd spent the night researching flower transportation requirements instead of reviewing the acquisition proposal worth billions on his desk, or why he'd added a small studio space in the back of the truck, with proper lighting and a fold-out desk, after noticing Isabella's paint-stained hands and the half-finished canvases stacked in their living room. Let's continue, he said, refocusing. But throughout the day, Alexander found his thoughts drifting to the small apartment across town, to homemade coffee and chipped mugs and genuine conversation. Isabella stared at the truck parked outside their apartment building, her mouth slightly open in disbelief. This isn't just a replacement, she muttered, running her hand along the pristine white exterior. This is excessive. Eduardo beamed as he showed her the spacious cabin, the state-of-the-art cooling system, and then, to her astonishment, the small but perfectly equipped studio space in the back. He said this was specially for you, Eduardo explained, watching. His daughter's expression shift from suspicion to wonder as she examined the easel, the storage for canvases, the perfect natural light from the skylight. I don't understand, Isabella whispered, touching the high-quality brushes arranged neatly in their holders. Why would he do this? Eduardo smiled knowingly. Perhaps, mija, not everyone with money uses it only for themselves. Isabella thought of Alexander's eyes. Startlingly blue, yes, but it was the loneliness in them that had caught her attention. Despite her best efforts to remain unimpressed, she found herself wondering about the man behind the wealth. "He's coming Friday," she reminded her father, closing the studio door firmly. "Don't get any ideas." "Of course not," Eduardo replied innocently, but his eyes twinkled. "Though I think your mother would have liked him." Isabella felt a pang at the mention of her mother, gone 5 years now. Mama would have seen right through his expensive suit and luxury cars. "Yes," Eduardo agreed quietly. Straight to his heart, just as she did with everyone. Alexander's phone rang as he was leaving the office that evening. "Mr. Blackwood?" It was Isabella's voice, softer than he'd heard it before. "Alexander," he corrected automatically, heart quickening. Pause. "Alexander?" The sound of his name in her voice sent an unexpected warmth through him. "I wanted to thank you for the studio in Papa's truck." It was thoughtful. "Your father mentioned you were an artist," he replied, trying to sound casual. "Do you sell your work?" "I'm an art teacher at Westside Community Center," she explained. "I paint when I can, but..." She trailed off, and Alexander could fill in the blanks: time, money, opportunity. "Would you show me sometime your paintings?" Another pause, longer this time. "Maybe," she finally said. "Friday, if you don't talk about business or stock prices during lunch." Alexander laughed, a genuine sound that made his assistant glance up in surprise as he walked past her desk. "Deal. No business talk." "And Alexander," Isabella added, "the truck is too much, but Papa loves it, so thank you." After they hung up, Alexander stood motionless in the elevator of his company's towering headquarters. For the first time in years, he was looking forward to something that had nothing to do with acquisitions or assets. Just a simple lunch in a modest apartment with a woman who challenged everything he thought he knew about what mattered in life. And somehow, Friday couldn't come quickly enough. Friday arrived with Alexander feeling uncharacteristically nervous. He had canceled 2 international calls and rescheduled a board meeting, something he'd never done for personal reasons before. "You look different," Vivian commented as she dropped off the quarterly reports he'd requested. "New suit?" Alexander glanced down at his attire. He had deliberately chosen his most casual outfit, a simple button-down shirt and slacks, no tie, no designer labels visible. Old, actually. Vivian studied him with the shrewd assessment that made her invaluable as his COO. "It's that flower shop family, isn't it? The Santos girl." "Isabella," Alexander corrected automatically, then immediately regretted it when he saw Vivian's knowing smile. "Be careful, Alex," she said, using the nickname only she was permitted. They'd known each other since college, before his first million. "You live in different worlds." "Maybe I'm tired of my world," he replied quietly, surprising them both. When Alexander arrived at the Santos apartment, he was greeted by delicious aromas and the sound of laughter. He paused before knocking, struck by a sudden, uncomfortable realization. He couldn't remember the last time laughter had echoed through any of his homes. Isabella opened the door, flour dusting her cheek and her hair pulled back in a messy bun. "You're early," she accused, but without the edge her voice had carried during their first meeting. "I brought wine," Alexander offered, holding up a bottle. He'd agonized over the selection, finally choosing a moderately priced local vintage rather than something from his cellar that would cost more than a month's rent for the Santos family. Isabella's lips quirked in amusement. "How restrained of you." "Isabella, let the man in," Eduardo called from inside. "The empanadas are getting cold." The apartment seemed different today, brighter somehow. Alexander noticed fresh flowers arranged in simple vases throughout the space, clearly from Eduardo's new truck. Isabella had been busy in the kitchen. The small table was set with mismatched plates and well-worn silverware, but everything was spotless and thoughtfully arranged. "Papa insisted on making his famous empanadas," Isabella explained, leading him to the kitchen where Eduardo was arranging golden pastries on a serving plate. "It's his way of saying thank you." No thanks necessary, Alexander insisted, helping Eduardo carry the food to the table. How are you feeling? Perfect, Eduardo beamed. The new truck is a dream. My regular customers have doubled their orders, now that the flowers stay so fresh. During lunch, Alexander found himself relaxing in a way he rarely did. The conversation flowed easily, without the calculated undertones he was accustomed to in his business interactions. Eduardo told stories of his childhood in Peru, of meeting Isabella's mother, of building his small business flower by flower. And you, Alexander? Eduardo asked. Your family? Alexander hesitated. My parents died when I was in college. Car accident. Isabella's eyes softened. I'm sorry. I threw myself into building Blackwood Technologies after that. Alexander stared at his plate. It was easier than dealing with the emptiness of the family estate. So you built an empire instead, Isabella observed, not unkindly. I built walls, Alexander corrected with unexpected honesty. Very expensive walls. A comfortable silence fell, broken when Eduardo announced he needed to make his afternoon deliveries. The hospital orders are waiting, he explained, winking at Alexander. Very important clients. After Eduardo left, Alexander expected awkwardness to descend, but Isabella surprised him. Come on, billionaire, she said, standing. You wanted to see my paintings. She led him to a small room that clearly served as both her bedroom and studio. Canvases leaned against every wall, some finished, others in progress. Alexander moved slowly around the space, genuinely moved by what he saw. Isabella's art captured ordinary moments with extraordinary emotion. An elderly couple on a park bench, their hands intertwined. A child's face illuminated by birthday candles. Dawn breaking over the city's industrial district. Somehow beautiful despite the grit. These are remarkable, Alexander said softly, stopping before a particularly striking painting of Eduardo, surrounded by his flowers, his weathered face radiating quiet joy. You see people, really see them. Isabella watched him cautiously. That's what's missing in your world, isn't it? Being seen for who you are, not what you own. Alexander met her gaze. Yes. And what about your work? Do you enjoy it? The question caught him off guard. People asked about his success, his strategies, his wealth, never if he enjoyed what he did. Parts of it, he answered thoughtfully. I like creating something from nothing, solving problems. But lately, he trailed off. What? Lately, I've been wondering what it's all for. Alexander gestured to her paintings. You create beauty. You teach children art. Eduardo brings flowers to people celebrating or grieving or falling in love. I make money. For what? Isabella considered him for a long moment. Maybe you haven't found your what yet. On impulse, Alexander picked up a brush from her work table. Will you teach me? To paint? Isabella looked skeptical. Don't billionaires usually buy art, not make it? I'm not interested in being a typical billionaire today, he replied, holding her gaze. Something shifted between them as Isabella took the brush from his hand, her fingers brushing his. First lesson, she said softly. You have to be willing to make a mess. For the next 2 hours, Alexander Blackwood, whose signature appeared on documents that moved markets, struggled to paint a simple bowl of fruit under Isabella's patient guidance. His cell phone rang repeatedly. He silenced it without checking. The caller. Email notifications piled up. He ignored them all. When Isabella finally stood behind him, her breath warm against his neck as she guided his hand to create the right stroke, Alexander knew with absolute certainty that no business deal had ever made him feel this alive. Not terrible, Isabella pronounced when they finished examining his lopsided attempt. High praise, Alexander laughed, then grew serious. Thank you, not just for this, he gestured to the painting, but for today, for seeing me as just Alexander. I don't think there's anything just about you, Isabella replied quietly. When their eyes met this time, the air between them charged with possibility, Alexander did what terrified CEOs and hardened investors never could. He rendered Alexander Blackwood completely speechless. "Would you have dinner with me tomorrow?" He finally managed. "Not here. There's a place by the waterfront, small, family-owned, nothing fancy." Isabella tilted her head, considering. "Will you wear that suit again? The one without the designer label you tried to hide?" Alexander smiled. "Cut. If you'll call me Alex." "Alex?" She tested the name, and he felt something crack open inside him at the sound. "Pick me up at 7. And don't be late." As Alexander left the Santos apartment that afternoon, he realized something profound had shifted. For years, he had moved through life accumulating wealth and power, believing they were adequate substitutes for genuine connection. Now walking down the steps of a modest apartment building, his hands still smudged with paint, Alexander felt richer than he had in decades. 3 months had passed since the fateful accident that brought Alexander Blackwood into the lives of the Santos family. 3 months of dinners at small family-owned restaurants, weekends spent helping Eduardo with his deliveries, and evenings in Isabella's tiny studio, where Alexander had progressed from lopsided fruit to almost recognizable landscapes. Tonight, Alexander paced his penthouse, more nervous than before any acquisition or merger in his career. The board meeting today had been contentious. His announcement of the Blackwood Foundation, dedicated to supporting community arts and small businesses, had been met with resistance from shareholders concerned about redirecting profits. "They'll come around," Vivian had assured him afterward. "They always do when they see the numbers." "But are you sure about the other decision?" Alexander fingered the small velvet box in his pocket. "More certain than I've ever been about anything." Now, as he waited for Isabella to arrive for their special dinner on his private terrace, Alexander wondered if he'd made the right choice in bringing her here. They had carefully navigated the disparities in their worlds over the past months, with Alexander embracing Isabella's simple pleasures and community-centered life. Tonight would be the first time she would see how he truly lived. The elevator chimed, and Isabella stepped out, momentarily taking his breath away. She wore a simple emerald dress, her dark curls cascading over her shoulders. What struck him most was her expression, uncertain but determined. "So this is the fortress," she said, taking in the vast penthouse with its floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. "It never felt like home until this moment," Alexander replied honestly, taking her hand. "Now it just feels empty." He led her to the terrace, where he had personally arranged a table beside his rarely used pool. Candles flickered in the evening breeze, and the city lights sprawled beneath them like fallen stars. "You did this yourself," Isabella observed, noting the slightly crooked place settings and the hand-picked flowers, clearly from her father's truck, arranged with more enthusiasm than skill. "I wanted tonight to be from me, not my staff or my wealth," Alexander explained, pulling out her chair. "Though I did have the chef prepare your father's empanada recipe. I hope I remembered it correctly." Isabella smiled, touched by his effort. "It's beautiful, Alex." Throughout dinner, Alexander found himself watching Isabella's face, memorizing every expression. She had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand, teaching him to see beauty in ordinary moments, to value connection over acquisition, to create rather than merely possess. "There's something I need to show you," he said when they had finished their meal. He took her hand and led her to his home office, a space he had redesigned entirely over the past week. Isabella gasped when she entered. Where cold, minimalist furniture and financial displays had once dominated, the room now held easels, canvases, and art supplies. One wall featured a stunning mural of the city at dawn, a professional rendering of Isabella's painting that had so moved him on their first afternoon together. But it was the large architectural model in the center of the room that drew her attention. "What is this?" she asked, circling the intricate miniature building. "The future home of the Westside Community Arts Center," Alexander explained, his voice betraying his excitement. "With studios for local artists, classrooms for children and adults, gallery space, and a rooftop garden for your father's flowers." Isabella stared at him speechless. The Blackwood Foundation's first project, he continued, nervous now at her silence. I've acquired the old factory building on Maple Street. If you approve the design, construction begins next month. Alex, Isabella finally whispered, her eyes glistening. Why would you do this? Alexander took a deep breath. Because you showed me that wealth only matters if it creates something meaningful. And because... He hesitated, then reached for her hands. Because I love you, Isabella. I love your passion, your honesty, your ability to see beauty where others see nothing. You've taught me what truly matters. Isabella's eyes widened. You love me? More than I thought possible, Alexander admitted. And I know we come from different worlds, but... No, Isabella interrupted, stepping closer. We come from the same world. You just forgot that for a while. She reached up to touch his face, and Alexander felt the artist's calluses on her fingers, a texture more precious to him now than the smoothest silk. I love you too, she said simply. Not your money or your power, just you, Alex. The man who paints terrible fruit and makes my father laugh and sees me, really sees me. Alexander pulled the small velvet box from his pocket and opened it. Inside nestled a ring unlike any Isabella had ever seen. Not a flawless diamond as one might expect, but a unique creation of natural sapphires and tiny emeralds arranged like forget-me-nots and leaves, surrounding a modest central stone. My mother's, Alexander explained softly. The only thing of hers I kept. The setting was plain gold originally. I had it redesigned to remind me of your paintings. It's perfect, Isabella breathed, tears spilling onto her cheeks. Isabella. Santos, Alexander said, his voice steady despite his pounding heart. Will you marry me? Not for my fortune, but for the man you've helped me become? Yes, she answered without hesitation, but on one condition. Alexander raised an eyebrow, amused. You're negotiating my proposal? We live in a real home, Isabella said firmly, not this beautiful, empty fortress, somewhere with neighbors and noise and life. Alexander laughed, pulling her close. I was hoping you'd say that. I have a confession to make. He reached for a folder on his desk and handed it to her. Inside were papers for a modest but charming house a few blocks from Eduardo's apartment. Already purchased, he admitted. With a studio for you, an office for me, and a garden for your father to tend when he's not making his deliveries. Isabella shook her head in wonder. You were that certain I'd say yes? I was certain I'd never stop asking until you did, Alexander replied, slipping the ring onto her finger. Your father's blessing wasn't easy to earn, you know. He made me deliver flowers with him for a month before he agreed. Papa knew? Isabella gasped. He suggested the house. Alexander grinned. Said you'd never be happy in a place without character. As they stood together in the reimagined office, the city lights twinkling below them, Isabella reached up to kiss him, a promise of all that was to come. You know, she murmured against his lips, for a billionaire, you're surprisingly wise. And for an artist, he replied, holding her close. You've created your greatest masterpiece in me. 1 year later, the grand opening of the West Side Community Arts Center buzzed with activity. Children raced through the hallways, marveling at the artwork displayed in the galleries. Local artists showcased their creations in the newly built studios. And on the rooftop garden, Eduardo Santos proudly gave tours of his flowering paradise, which supplied the center's cafe and events. In the main gallery, Alexander stood with his arm around his wife, watching as she directed the hanging of the center's featured exhibition, Ordinary Extraordinaire, a collection showcasing the beauty in everyday moments. Mrs. Blackwood called one of the students from Isabella's advanced class. Should the lighting be warmer for the sunset pieces? Isabella smiled at the title she was still getting used to. Definitely warmer, she agreed, then turned to her husband. What do you think, Mr. Santos? Alexander laughed at their private joke. He had indeed taken her family name alongside his own when they married, much to the business world's confusion. "I think," he said, kissing her forehead, "that I'm the richest man in the world, and it has nothing to do with my bank account." From across the room, Eduardo watched his daughter and son-in-law with satisfaction. When Alexander had first crashed into his truck, Eduardo had seen something in the young billionaire's eyes, a loneliness that mirrored what he had once seen in his own reflection after losing his beloved wife. Now, as he observed Alexander and Isabella together, planning the future of the community center that would be their legacy, Eduardo said a silent prayer of thanks for broken trucks and the beautiful collisions that sometimes change lives forever. Outside the center's entrance, a simple plaque read, "The Santos Blackwood Community Art Center, where worlds collide and beauty emerges." And beneath it, in smaller letters, "Fortune finds those who know where to look." Indeed, Alexander Blackwood had discovered the truth, that love, purpose, and connection were the only currencies that truly mattered in the end. "Look at Camden's shoes, they're falling apart." 10-year-old Camden Blackwood froze as laughter erupted around him. His gaze dropped to his worn-out sneakers, the duct tape he'd carefully applied that morning now peeling away to reveal a gaping hole. The pristine marble floors of Westfield Academy seemed to magnify his inadequacy as his classmates circled him like sharks sensing blood. "My father says your family is living on charity," jeered Oliver Prescott, the ringleader of the pack. "He says your scholarship is just a handout because the school feels sorry for you." Camden's ears burned hot with shame. His threadbare uniform, a hand-me-down 3 sizes too large, hung off his skinny frame, a constant reminder that he didn't belong among the children of Manhattan's elite. "Leave me alone," Camden muttered, clutching his second-hand textbooks tighter against his chest. "Or what? You'll call your father? Oh, wait." Oliver's voice dripped with mock sympathy. "He's too busy being nobody." Something snapped inside Camden. The books tumbled from his arms as he lunged at Oliver, his fist connecting with the boy's perfectly straight nose. Warm blood splattered across the marble floor. "Camden Blackwood!" The headmaster's voice boomed through the hallway. "My office. Now, 15 years later. Mr. Blackwood, your 9 a.m. is here." Camden Blackwood didn't look up from the financial reports spread across his massive glass desk. At 35, he'd transformed from that desperate scholarship kid into New York's most ruthless business tycoon. His corner office on the 92nd floor of the Blackwood Tower offered a panoramic view of the city he now owned piece by piece. "Tell Oliver Prescott I'll see him when I'm ready," Camden replied, his voice as cold as the steel beams supporting his empire. "Let him wait." "Yes, sir," his assistant replied, retreating silently. Camden allowed himself a thin smile. Oliver Prescott, once the golden child of Manhattan society, was now on the verge of bankruptcy, coming to beg for a job from the boy whose shoes he had once mocked. Camden had spent 15 years methodically acquiring companies, properties, and power, all building toward moments like this. His phone buzzed. Without looking, he knew it would be another executive at Blackwood Enterprises requesting an extension on an impossible deadline. Camden had earned his nickname, the Executioner, by showing no mercy, whether to competitors or his own employees. "Blackwood," he answered curtly. "Camden, listen," came the desperate voice of his CFO. "The Wellington merger team needs more time. They've been working 20-hour days for weeks." "Then they should work 22, Camden interrupted. "The Wellington acquisition closes Friday. If your team can't handle it, I'll find people who can." He ended the call without waiting for a response. Rising from his chair, Camden adjusted his bespoke Tom Ford suit, a far cry from the oversized hand-me-downs of his youth. He approached the floor-to-ceiling windows surveying the city below. Each glittering skyscraper represented another piece of his revenge against a world that had once dismissed him. The intercom buzzed again. "Sir, there's also a young woman here. She doesn't have an appointment, but she insists on seeing you. A Ms. Luna Morales?" Camden frowned. The name meant nothing to him. "Tell her to make an appointment like everyone else. Sir, she's quite persistent. She says it's personal and urgent." Camden despised disruptions to his meticulously planned schedule. "Fine. 5 minutes. Then escort Oliver in." The door opened, and Camden turned, expecting to dismiss this intrusion quickly. Instead, he found himself facing a petite woman with fierce dark eyes and wild curls barely contained in a messy bun. Her clothing, a faded denim jacket over a waitress uniform, was jarringly out of place against the minimalist luxury of his office. "Mr. Blackwood," she said, her chin tilted defiantly upward to meet his gaze. "You probably don't remember me, but 3 months ago you hosted a charity gala at the Platinum Room. I was your server." Camden's expression remained impassive. He didn't waste mental space remembering service staff. "I see," he replied flatly. "And you're here because—" Luna Morales took a deep breath, her hands unconsciously moving to rest on her stomach in a protective gesture that Camden didn't miss. "I'm here because I'm pregnant," she announced, her voice steady despite the bomb she was dropping. "And you're the father." Camden Blackwood, the man New York business magazines called the Iceman, felt his carefully constructed world tilt on its axis. Pregnant? Camden's voice was barely audible. For the first time in years, he found himself genuinely stunned. That's impossible. Luna Morales raised an eyebrow. The doctor and 3 pregnancy tests disagree with you. I meant, Camden said, regaining his composure, that I always take precautions. Well, congratulations, Mr. Blackwood. You've managed to defy statistics. Luna's casual tone belied the gravity of the situation. Look, I'm not here to trap you or demand marriage. I just thought you should know. Camden circled his desk, unconsciously putting the barrier between them. How do I know it's mine? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Luna's face flushed with anger. Because unlike the socialites you usually entertain, I don't make a habit of sleeping with billionaires in coat closets. She turned toward the door. This was a mistake. Wait. Camden wasn't sure why he stopped her. Logic dictated he should let her leave, have his lawyers handle this mess. But something in her fierce dignity struck a chord. Sit down, please. 3 months earlier, Luna Morales balanced 5 champagne flutes on her tray as she weaved through Manhattan's elite at the Children's Hospital Charity Gala. The irony wasn't lost on her, serving drinks to people who spent more on a single night out than she made in a month, all while she struggled to pay her own mounting medical bills. Another circuit, Morales, barked her supervisor. The East Terrace needs refreshments. Luna nodded, suppressing a wince as pain shot through her lower back. The double shifts were taking their toll. But with her grandmother's Parkinson's medication costs doubling last month, she had no choice. The Platinum Room's East Terrace offered a breathtaking view of the city skyline, the twinkling lights like a carpet of stars below the real ones above. Luna paused for a moment, allowing herself to imagine a different life. One where she wasn't 3 months behind on rent for the cramped Queens apartment she shared with her grandmother and teenage brother. Beautiful, isn't it? Luna startled, nearly dropping her tray. A tall man in a perfectly tailored tuxedo stood beside her, gazing at the skyline. She recognized him immediately from the enormous portrait in the lobby. Camden Blackwood, tonight's host and the owner of the Platinum Room, along with half of Manhattan if rumors were to be believed. Yes, sir. It is. Luna shifted awkwardly, unsure of the protocol for speaking to the boss's boss's boss. I used to look at this view from down there, he said, pointing to a neighborhood in the distance. From a 1-bedroom apartment I shared with my mother. I used to promise her someday we'd be up here instead. His voice carried an unexpected vulnerability that contradicted everything she'd heard about the notorious executioner. Before Luna could respond, a commotion erupted inside. A server had spilled red wine on a guest's designer gown, and the woman's shrieks could be heard even over the orchestra. You clumsy fool, the woman screamed. Do you know how much this Valentino costs? You'll be paying for this with your pathetic salary for the next decade. Luna watched as the young server, a college student named Miguel who had helped her learn the ropes, trembled with fear. The manager was already rushing over, apologies spilling from his lips. Excuse me, Luna said to Blackwood, hurrying inside. It was an accident, Miguel was explaining, his voice shaking. The gentleman stepped backward. I did no such thing, protested the man in question. It doesn't matter how it happened, the manager hissed. You're fired. Leave now. Luna pushed forward. It wasn't his fault. I saw what happened. All eyes turned to her, including Camden Blackwood's, who had followed her inside. The lady bumped into him while taking a selfie, Luna continued, her heart pounding but voice steady. Miguel tried to avoid her, but she spun around suddenly. The woman's face contorted with rage. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Someone who needs to learn basic human decency? Luna suggested before she could stop herself. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The manager looked apoplectic. Ms. Morales, you're fired too, both of you, out now. No one is getting fired. Camden Blackwood's authoritative voice cut through the tension. The room fell silent. Accidents happen. The Platinum Room will cover any cleaning costs, Mrs. Prescott. The woman, apparently Mrs. Prescott, Looked like she'd bitten into a lemon. "Camden, darling, you can't be serious. Your staff is atrocious." "My staff is hardworking and honest." His eyes met Luna's briefly. "Two qualities I value above all others. Now I believe the auction is about to begin." The crowd dispersed, the drama forgotten as quickly as it had erupted. Luna released the breath she'd been holding. "Thank you, Mr. Blackwood," Miguel whispered before hurrying away. Luna turned to thank her unexpected savior, but found him watching her with an intensity that made her heart skip. "Not many people would risk their job for a colleague," he observed. Luna shrugged. "Not many billionaires would stand up for their servers." His lips twitched. "Touché," he extended his hand. "Camden Blackwood." "I know who you are," Luna replied, reluctantly shaking it. "Luna Morales." "Well, Luna Morales, I think you've earned a break. Care to join me for some air? The coat room balcony has a better view than the terrace and fewer socialites taking selfies." Luna knew she should decline. She'd heard the rumors about Blackwood's ruthlessness in business and his string of model girlfriends, but something in his eyes, a flicker of that same vulnerability she'd glimpsed earlier, made her nod. "5 minutes," she agreed. "Then I need to get back to work." 5 minutes turned into an hour of surprisingly easy conversation. Camden Blackwood, it turned out, was nothing like his public persona. He spoke of growing up poor, of working 3 jobs to put himself through college, of the small bookstore his mother had once dreamed of opening. "What about you?" he asked. "You don't seem like a career server." Luna laughed. "I'm working on my nursing degree. 2 more semesters if I can keep up with tuition payments." "Nursing? That's admirable." "It's practical. My grandmother raised me after my parents died. She's sick now, Parkinson's. I want to be able to care for her properly." Luna was surprised by her own candor. Something about the intimate darkness of the balcony, the city lights below, made confessions feel natural. When Camden's hand found hers, she didn't pull away. When he leaned in to kiss her, she met him halfway. And when he whispered, "Stay with me tonight," against her lips, she found herself saying yes to something she'd never done before. A one-night stand with a man she barely knew but somehow felt she'd always known. The next morning, she slipped away while he slept, leaving no note, no number. Fairy tales weren't for girls from Queens with dying grandmothers and mountains of debt. That night had been stolen magic, nothing more, until the morning sickness started 3 weeks later. Present day. "How's your grandmother?" Camden asked quietly. Luna blinked in surprise. "You remember that?" "I remember everything about that night." His eyes held hers. "Why didn't you leave your number?" Luna laughed, the sound brittle. "Because men like you don't date waitresses from Queens, they just sleep with them. I wasn't interested in being your charity case or secret fling." Camden flinched as if she'd struck him. "Is that what you think happened?" "Doesn't matter what happened. What matters is this." She gestured to her stomach. "I'm keeping the baby, with or without your involvement. I just thought you had the right to know." Camden walked to the window, his back to her. Luna studied his reflection in the glass, the rigid posture, the clenched jaw. The man the business world feared, who could devastate companies with a single phone call, looked oddly vulnerable against the backdrop of the city he owned. "I want a paternity test," he said finally. Luna rose, dignity intact despite the tears threatening to spill. "Of course you do. Have your lawyers contact me." She placed a business card on his desk. "That's my address and phone number. Good day, Mr. Blackwood." As she reached the door, his voice stopped her again. "Luna." She turned, one hand protectively over her stomach. When the test confirms it's mine," Camden said, his voice oddly rough, "I want to be involved, fully involved." Luna's eyes widened. Of all the reactions she'd anticipated, this wasn't one of them. "Why?" she asked, genuinely bewildered. Camden's gaze drifted to a small framed photo on his desk, the only personal item in the sterile office. a worn photo of a woman with his eyes and smile. "Because," he said quietly, "I know what it's like to grow up with only one parent. And while my mother was everything to me, there were times He stopped, vulnerability vanishing behind his mask of control. "The appointment for the test will be tomorrow. My driver will pick you up." It wasn't quite an answer, but Luna nodded. As she left, Camden Blackwood's assistant gave her a curious look while Oliver Prescott, the man still waiting outside, stared open-mouthed at the waitress emerging from the office of New York's most inaccessible billionaire. Neither noticed the tiny smile playing at the corners of Luna's lips, or the way Camden watched her departure through the glass walls of his empire, his expression unreadable to everyone but her. The black Bentley idled outside Luna's apartment building in Queens, looking as out of place as a peacock in a chicken coop. Neighbors peered through curtains as Luna, wearing her best and only dress, suitable for a doctor's appointment with a billionaire, hurried down the crumbling steps. Camden's driver, a stoic man introduced only as Jones, held the door for her with a nod that revealed nothing of his thoughts about his boss's latest passenger. Luna slid into the butter-soft leather-back seat, half expecting to find Camden there. Instead, she found herself alone with a note on the opposite seat. "Meeting ran late. We'll meet you at the clinic. CB." Of course. She'd been naive to think he'd personally escort her. This was business for him, a potential liability to be verified and managed. The ride to Manhattan was surreal. Luna watched her neighborhood, with its vibrant murals, busy bodegas, and resilient spirit, fade away, replaced by the gleaming towers of wealth and privilege. Two worlds, separated by a bridge and an economic chasm wider than the East River. The clinic wasn't what she expected. No sterile hospital corridors or crowded waiting room. Instead, the Bentley stopped at a discreet brownstone on the Upper East Side with a small brass plaque reading, "Dr. Eleanor Whitman, M.D." Jones opened her door. "Mr. Blackwood is already inside." The interior was elegant but warm, more like a luxury spa than a medical facility. A receptionist greeted Luna by name without asking who she was, and led her to a private room where Camden stood gazing out the window, tension evident in his shoulders. He turned at her entrance, and Luna was struck by how different he looked, in casual clothes. Dark jeans and a simple gray sweater that probably cost more than her monthly rent, but somehow made him seem more human. "You came," he said, as if he'd half expected her to change her mind. "I said I would." Luna removed her coat. "Is this really necessary? The doctor at my clinic already confirmed." "This isn't about not believing you," Camden interrupted. "It's about doing things properly from the start." He hesitated. "Dr. Whitman is the best obstetric specialist in New York. While we're here, she'll do a complete prenatal workup. I've arranged for her to take over your care." Luna bristled. "You had no right." "Good morning." A striking woman in her 50s entered, her warm smile diffusing the tension. "I'm Dr. Whitman. You must be Ms. Morales." Over the next hour, Luna endured the most comprehensive medical examination of her life. Blood drawn, ultrasound performed, medical history taken. Through it all, Camden remained in the room, asking more questions than Luna herself and looking strangely fascinated by the grainy ultrasound image of what currently resembled a lima bean more than a baby. "Everything looks perfect," Dr. Whitman finally announced. "You're exactly 12 weeks along, Ms. Morales. The paternity results will take a few days, but..." "That won't be necessary," Camden interrupted, surprising both women. His eyes met Luna's. "I know it's mine." Dr. Whitman tactfully excused herself, leaving them alone with the rhythmic sound of their baby's heartbeat still echoing in the room. "How can you be so sure?" Luna asked quietly. Camden's gaze remained on the frozen ultrasound image. "Because you're not the type to lie about something like this, and because..." He hesitated. "I haven't been with anyone else since that night." Luna tried to mask her surprise. The tabloids regularly linked him to models and actresses. "Don't believe everything you read," he said, correctly interpreting her expression. The Camden Blackwood in those stories is a carefully crafted persona. And which Camden Blackwood is sitting here now? He smiled faintly. I'm still figuring that out myself. The Bentley ride after the appointment was silent until Camden suddenly instructed Jones to take a detour. Where are we going? Luna asked as they turned away from the route to Queens. There's something I want to show you. 20 minutes later, they pulled up before a modest brownstone in a gentrifying Brooklyn neighborhood. Unlike Camden's gleaming corporate tower, this building had character. Worn stone steps, a small garden struggling to survive between concrete, windows that had witnessed a century of New York life. What is this place? Luna asked as Camden led her inside. The answer was immediately obvious. Bookshelves lined every wall of the renovated ground floor, with cozy reading nooks nestled between stacks. The scent of fresh coffee mingled with the distinctive aroma of new and old books. Blackwood books, Camden said, watching her reaction carefully. My newest acquisition. It's not open to the public yet. You bought a bookstore? Luna ran her fingers along the spines of classic novels lovingly displayed. I wouldn't have pegged you for a book lover. My mother was, he replied quietly. She dreamed of opening a shop like this. She died before she could. Understanding dawned on Luna. The photo on his desk. The wistful way he'd spoken of his mother that night at the gala. It's beautiful, she said sincerely. She would have loved it. Something in Camden's expression softened. There's an apartment. Upstairs. Newly renovated. 3 bedrooms, modern kitchen, private rooftop garden. He paused. I want you to live there. Luna blinked. Excuse me? The bookstore opens next month. It needs a manager. He held up a hand as she began to protest. Someone passionate about books. Good with people. The job comes with the apartment. Full benefits including complete medical coverage that would include your grandmother. You investigated me, Luna accused, torn between outrage and incredulity. Of course I did, Camden replied unapologetically. You're carrying my child. And this is… What? Your way of controlling the situation? Keeping your pregnant waitress mistress hidden away in your quaint little bookstore project? Camden's jaw tightened. This is me offering you a good job and safe housing for our child. Your current apartment has black mold, Luna. Your neighborhood reported 14 violent crimes last month alone. You work double shifts on your feet all day, which Dr. Whitman specifically advised against. How dare you? And your grandmother's medication, he continued relentlessly, costs $4,300 a month. Your insurance covers less than half. You've been paying the difference with credit cards that are now maxed out, which is why you've been skipping your own medication. Luna's face drained of color. Have you been spying on me? I've been learning about the mother of my child, Camden corrected. You're drowning, Luna. Let me help you. In exchange for what? She demanded. What's the catch? Camden ran a hand through his hair, a gesture that humanized him beyond any designer jeans could. No catch. You get financial security and a safe home. I get to be involved in my child's life. The apartment has a separate entrance. Your life would be your own. Except I'd be living in your property, working in your business. Think of it as co-parenting with benefits, he suggested, a flicker of humor lightening his intensity. Despite herself, Luna laughed. Has anyone ever told you that you're disturbingly controlling? Daily, he admitted, his lips quirking upward, usually followed by far less polite adjectives. Luna wandered through the bookstore, her mind racing. The practical part of her, the part that had struggled to keep her small family afloat since she was 18, recognized the lifeline being offered. Not just for her, but for her grandmother and the baby. My brother, she said finally. He's 17. He comes with us. The apartment has 3 bedrooms, Camden reminded her. I assumed as much. And I finished my nursing degree, no negotiation on that. I wouldn't dream of it. Camden approached her, stopping a respectful distance away. Is that a yes? Luna studied him, the man the business world feared, offering her a bookstore because of a childhood dream his mother never realized. There were layers to Camden Blackwood that the world never saw, layers she'd glimpsed that night at the gala. I'll think about it, she answered carefully. Camden nodded, accepting this non-answer with surprising grace. The offer has no expiration date. As they left the bookstore, Camden's phone rang. His expression darkened as he checked the screen. Blackwood, he answered, his voice instantly transforming into the cold tone she remembered from his office. The Wellington. Deal was supposed to close today, Harrison. A pause. Unacceptable. If their lawyers can't meet the deadline, replace them. Luna watched the transformation with fascination. This was the Camden Blackwood the world knew, the ruthless executioner who showed no mercy. When he hung up, his expression was troubled. Is everything okay? She asked. Camden hesitated. The Wellington acquisition is complicated. The company is failing, but it employs over 2,000 people. If I dismantle it for assets, those jobs are gone. And if you don't? My investors expect a 20% return. Keeping Wellington operational would cut that in half. Luna studied him. What would you do if money wasn't the point? Camden looked genuinely startled by the question, as if no one had ever asked him such a thing before. Their conversation was interrupted by the vibration of Luna's phone. Her face fell as she read the message. What's wrong? Camden asked, instantly alert. My grandmother's caregiver quit. My brother can't miss any more school or he'll fail the semester. Luna's hands trembled slightly. I need to get home. Jones will take you, Camden said immediately. Then more hesitantly, would you like me to come? I could help figure something out. The offer was so unexpected that Luna nearly declined automatically, but something stopped her. Perhaps the genuine concern in his eyes, so at odds with the cold businessman of moments before. Actually, she said, surprising herself, that would be helpful. As the Bentley navigated back toward Queens, Luna found herself sneaking glances at the billionaire beside her, trying to reconcile the ruthless tycoon with the man who offered bookstores and seemed genuinely concerned about an old woman he'd never met. Camden caught her looking and raised an eyebrow. Something on your mind? Luna smiled wryly. Just wondering which Camden Blackwood is going to meet my grandmother, the executioner or the bookstore dreamer. His response was unexpectedly vulnerable. Let me know when you figure it out. Then, after a pause, I'd like to know too. Carmen Morales had the kind of dignified beauty that age and illness couldn't diminish. Sitting in her worn armchair, by the window of the small Queens apartment, her hands trembling with Parkinson's, she possessed a regal quality that made Camden oddly nervous, a sensation he hadn't experienced in boardrooms with men controlling billions. So you're the father, she said without preamble, her accent thickening her words but not dulling their impact. Camden, perched uncomfortably on a couch with a suspicious spring, nodded. Yes, ma'am. Carmen's dark eyes, so like Luna's, assessed him with unnerving precision. And you are here because… Abuela, Luna interrupted from the kitchenette where she was preparing tea. Camden offered to help find a new caregiver. I don't need charity from strange men, Carmen declared firmly. Camden cleared his throat. It's not charity, Mrs. Morales. I'm responsible for Luna's current condition. That makes me responsible for ensuring she can continue her education without worrying about your care. Carmen's expression softened marginally. You speak like a businessman. I am a businessman. And what business do you have with my granddaughter, beyond this baby? The directness of the question caught Camden off guard. What business indeed? The practical arrangement he'd proposed at the bookstore suddenly seemed hollow when faced with Carmen's penetrating gaze. Luna rescued him by returning with mugs of tea, followed by a lanky teenager with her same dark curls and suspicious eyes. This is my brother Mateo, Luna introduced. Mateo, this is Camden Blackwood. Mateo didn't offer his hand. The billionaire baby daddy. Cool. Mateo, Luna scolded. Camden smiled, unexpectedly appreciating the boy's hostility more than fake politeness. Nice to meet you, Mateo. Whatever, the teen muttered. I'm guessing you're not here to propose to my sister? Mateo, enough, Carmen interjected firmly. Mr. Blackwood is a guest in our home. An awkward silence fell. Camden glanced around the apartment, small but immaculate, decorated with family photos and mementos. Despite its shabby furniture and peeling paint, it radiated more warmth than his own sterile penthouse ever had. Luna tells me you enjoy reading, Mrs. Morales, Camden said, noticing the stack of well-worn books beside her chair. Carmen's face brightened. Since I was a girl. My father was a literature professor in Puerto Rico before we came here. He taught me to love stories. Abuela knows Garcia Marquez by heart, Luna said with affectionate pride. 100 Years of Solitude was my mother's favorite novel, Camden offered, surprising himself with the personal revelation. For the first time, Carmen smiled at him. Your mother had excellent taste. The conversation flowed more easily after that, centered around books and stories. Carmen proved to be widely read and sharp-witted, while Mateo gradually abandoned his hostile stance to join the discussion when it turned to science fiction. Camden found himself relaxing, sharing stories of his mother's book collection that he rarely spoke about. The peaceful moment was interrupted by Camden's phone vibrating insistently. He checked it with a frown. I need to take this, he apologized, stepping into the hallway. Harrison, what now? His CFO sounded frantic. The Wellington deal is falling apart. Their CEO is threatening to sell to Prescott Ventures instead. Prescott? Camden's voice hardened. Oliver doesn't have the capital. Apparently he's found investors. They're meeting in an hour at Le Bernardin to finalize. Camden checked his watch. Stall them. I'll be there in 30 minutes. When he returned to the apartment, Luna was helping Carmen with her medication. You're leaving, she said, not a question. Business emergency. I'm sorry. Camden hesitated. About your grandmother's caregiver. We'll manage, Luna interrupted, her expression closing off. Camden recognized the pride in her stance, the same stubborn self-reliance that had made her walk away that morning after the gala without leaving her number. Luna, please, let me help. Why? She challenged. Because of the baby? Or because you feel guilty? Because I care, he replied, the words escaping before he could consider their implications. Her eyes widened slightly. My mother raised me alone while working 3 jobs, Camden continued quietly. She refused help from anyone, even when she got sick. Her pride cost her years of her life, years I could have had with her if she'd just accepted the treatment she needed. Luna's expression softened. Camden, I have a service that provides in-home medical care, he pressed on. Professional caregivers, nurses, they could help until you've decided about the bookstore offer. From her armchair, Carmen observed their exchange with shrewd eyes. Luna, show Mr. Blackwood out. He has important business to attend to. Camden approached the older woman, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. It was a pleasure meeting you, Mrs. Morales. You'll come for dinner next week, she replied, somewhere between request and command. Sunday, 7 o'clock. We'll discuss this caregiving arrangement then. Camden smiled. I'd be honored. In the hallway outside, Luna leaned against the wall studying him. You handled that well. Abuela doesn't usually warm to strangers so quickly. She's remarkable, Camden said sincerely. I see where you get your strength. Luna's cheeks colored slightly. About the caregiving service. Just a phone call, Camden assured her. No strings attached. Their eyes met, the tension of attraction still palpable between them despite the complications of their situation. You should go, Luna said softly. Your business emergency awaits. Camden hesitated, suddenly reluctant to return to the world of mergers and acquisitions when the warm little apartment with its threadbare furniture and strong coffee beckoned. "The Wellington deal," he explained. 2,000 jobs at stake. "And what will the executioner do with those jobs?" Luna asked, not unkindly. Camden's phone vibrated again. "I need to go." "Camden," Luna called as he started toward the elevator. When he turned, she offered a small smile. "Sunday, 7 o'clock. Don't be late." It felt strangely like a lifeline. Le Bernardine hummed with the quiet luxury that only old money could afford. Camden strode through the restaurant, nodding at familiar faces while his mind remained in a Queen's apartment with peeling wallpaper. In a private dining room, Oliver Prescott sat across from Howard Wellington, the silver-haired CEO of Wellington Industries, and a trio of serious men in identical navy suits. "Camden," Oliver's false joviality didn't mask his disappointment at the interruption. "We were just discussing the future of Wellington Industries." "Were you?" Camden took the empty seat at the head of the table. "Howard, I thought we had an agreement." Wellington looked uncomfortable. "Your terms were difficult, Camden. Prescott Ventures is offering to maintain our operations." "At a loss?" Camden raised an eyebrow. How philanthropic of Oliver. Oliver's smile tightened. "Unlike you, Blackwood, some of us consider more than just the bottom line." The irony of Oliver Prescott, who had tormented him mercilessly for being poor, posing as a champion of working people, wasn't lost on Camden. Neither was the calculation behind it. Oliver wanted Wellington Industries for its valuable patents, not its workforce. The preservation of jobs was a temporary ploy to secure the deal. Camden studied Oliver, seeing not the successful businessman but the spoiled boy who had mocked his shoes. For 15 years, Camden had built his empire with revenge as the foundation, buying companies from beneath former classmates, destroying the businesses of those who had once looked down on him. Oliver Prescott represented the final conquest in that crusade. But as Camden prepared to deliver the crushing counteroffer that would secure Wellington Industries and devastate Oliver financially, Luna's question echoed in his mind. What would you do if money wasn't the point? Camden thought of Carmen Morales, dignified despite her illness, of Mateo, protective of his sister despite his youth, of Luna, working double shifts while pursuing her degree, never complaining about the unfairness of her struggles. And for the first time in his ruthless ascent to power, Camden Blackwood questioned what he was truly fighting for. "Gentlemen," he said finally, "I'd like to propose an alternative." For the next hour, Camden outlined a restructuring plan that would preserve Wellington Industries as an operational subsidiary of Blackwood Enterprises, maintaining all current employment while gradually transitioning to sustainable profitability. "This is highly irregular," his CFO sputtered when Camden finished. "It's insane," Oliver added bluntly. "You'll take a 30% hit on projected returns." 32%, Camden corrected calmly. "But Wellington's sustainable energy patents align with my company's 5-year diversification strategy." Howard Wellington's eyes shone with undisguised relief. "You'd keep the company intact? No layoffs?" "No layoffs," Camden confirmed. "In fact, I'd like to expand the research division." As the meeting adjourned with handshakes and sighs of relief, Oliver cornered Camden by the coat check. "What game are you playing, Blackwood? This isn't like you." Camden adjusted his scarf. "Perhaps you don't know me as well as you think, Oliver." "This is about that waitress, isn't it?" Oliver sneered. "The one who came to your office. Word gets around, you know. Camden Blackwood's little queen's conquest." Camden's hand shot out, gripping Oliver's silk tie with sudden, dangerous intensity. "Careful," he warned, voice soft but lethal. Oliver paled. "Hit a nerve, did I?" Camden released him, straightening his tie with deliberate precision. "You know, Oliver, I've spent 15 years building an empire with one purpose, proving that the poor scholarship kid with taped-up shoes could own you and everyone like you." He smiled coldly. "And I've succeeded. So thoroughly that I no longer need to care what you think." Oliver's eyes widened at the reference to their childhood encounter. "You Remember that? I remember everything, Camden replied. Every taunt, every humiliation. I built Blackwood Enterprises on the foundation of those memories. That's disturbing, Oliver managed. Camden laughed, genuinely amused for the first time in their encounter. Perhaps, but I'm beginning to think there might be better foundations for the next phase of my life. As he walked away, Camden felt oddly lighter, as if setting down a burden he'd carried since childhood. His phone chimed with a text message from Luna. Abuela insists you bring dessert on Sunday. Something chocolate. Peace. The caregiving service called. Thank you. Camden smiled, sliding into the back seat of his waiting Bentley. Jones, we need to make a stop at that chocolatier on Madison. Very good, sir, his driver replied, catching Camden's unusually relaxed expression in the rearview mirror. May I ask the occasion? Camden gazed out at the city, thinking of the strange new path unfolding before him. Family dinner? He said, testing how the words felt on his tongue. They felt surprisingly right. 3 months had transformed Camden Blackwood's life in ways no business acquisition ever had. Sunday family dinners at the Morales apartment had become the highlight of his week. He'd learned to play dominoes with Carmen, who showed no mercy despite her trembling hands. He'd introduced Mateo to coding, discovering the boy's natural aptitude for technology, and he'd fallen more deeply for Luna with each passing day, though neither had put words to the feelings growing between them. Today, Camden paced the rooftop garden of the brownstone bookstore, making last-minute adjustments to the small table set for two, with the Manhattan skyline glittering beyond. After weeks of Carmen's not-so-subtle matchmaking and Mateo's eye-rolling commentary on their obvious attraction, Camden had finally asked Luna to dinner, just the two of them. You're nervous, observed Jones, who had arrived with the catered meal from Luna's favorite restaurant. Camden straightened silverware that was already perfectly aligned. That's ridiculous. I negotiate billion-dollar deals without breaking a sweat. Yes, sir, Jones replied, his usually stoic expression softening with something like amusement. The flowers are excessive. Camden surveyed the dozens of arrangements transforming the rooftop into a fragrant garden. Too much? For anyone else, yes. Jones adjusted his tie. For Ms. Morales, perhaps appropriate. The loyalty in Jones's voice wasn't lost on Camden. Over the past months, his normally reserved driver had become almost protective of Luna and her family, volunteering to drive Carmen to medical appointments and teaching Mateo to parallel park in the Bentley, something Camden himself hadn't known about until he'd received the parking ticket. His staff had been transformed by the Morales family's introduction into his life. His cold, efficient household had somehow warmed, as if Luna had brought sunshine into rooms that had never known natural light. The bookstore below was now open, managed by Luna 3 days a week while she continued her nursing studies. Camden often found himself inventing reasons to visit, watching her recommend novels to customers, or read to children during the weekend story hour, her pregnancy now visible in the gentle curve beneath her flowing dresses. Luna had agreed to the apartment above the store only after establishing strict boundaries. She paid rent, an amount Camden considered symbolic, but she insisted was fair market value. She maintained her independence, and the arrangement was temporary until she finished her degree. They were co-parents preparing for a child, she maintained. Nothing more. But something had shifted in recent weeks. Lingering glances, conversations that stretched late into the night. The electricity of accidental touches. Camden found himself sharing thoughts he'd never vocalized, while Luna gradually revealed the dreams she'd set aside to care for her family. The sound of the rooftop door opening pulled Camden from his thoughts. Luna appeared, wearing a simple, blue dress that made her eyes seem even darker. At 5 months pregnant, she glowed with a vitality that took his breath away. This is... wow, she said, taking in the transformed space. Camden pulled out her chair. Too much? Luna laughed. Definitely, but somehow perfect. As they ate, conversation flowed easily between them. Discussions of the bookstore's success, Luna's nursing program, Carmen's improving health under the care of the medical team Camden had arranged. They carefully avoided the topic of what happened after the baby arrived, maintaining the fiction that their arrangement was purely practical. The Wellington restructuring is going well, Camden offered as they finished dessert. The renewable energy division is already showing promise. Luna studied him over her sparkling water. You never told me why you changed your mind about that deal. Camden hesitated. How could he explain that a simple question from her had unraveled 15 years of single-minded ambition? That meeting her family had made him question what true success looked like. I realized I was building an empire for the wrong reasons, he said finally. Revenge is a hollow foundation. And what are the right reasons? I'm still figuring that out. His eyes met hers. But I think it has something to do with creating something meaningful, something that lasts. Luna's hand rested protectively over her stomach. Like a family? The word hung between them, charged with possibilities neither had acknowledged. Luna, The shrill ring of his phone interrupted the moment. Camden checked the screen with a frown. I need to take this, it's the Tokyo office. Luna nodded, rising from the table. I'll give you privacy. While Camden handled the call, a minor crisis that his Tokyo team could have resolved without him, Luna wandered to the edge of the rooftop garden. The city spread before her, a tapestry of lights against the darkening sky. Somewhere in that glittering landscape was her old apartment, where she'd spent countless nights worrying about bills and Carmen's health. Now she stood on a rooftop garden, carrying the child of one of New York's wealthiest men, with her grandmother receiving the best medical care available and her brother applying to top universities with Camden's encouragement. It felt like a fairy tale, and that was precisely what worried her. Camden joined her at the railing. Sorry about that. It's who you are, Luna replied. Camden Blackwood, the business titan. Is that all you think I am? He asked quietly. Luna turned to face him. I don't know what to think, Camden. 3 months ago, you were a one-night stand who turned out to be a billionaire. Now you're... She gestured helplessly. I'm what? That's just it. I don't know. Luna's voice trembled slightly. You've created this perfect bubble for us. The bookstore, the apartment, the medical care for Abuela. But bubbles burst, Camden. They always do. This isn't a bubble, he insisted. Isn't it? You live in a world of corporate takeovers and private jets. I'm a nursing student from Queens. This arrangement works now, but what happens when the novelty wears off? When the baby comes and reality sets in? Is that what you think this is? A novelty? Luna shrugged, fighting tears. What else could it be? Men like you don't end up with women like me except in fairy tales. Camden studied her face in the glow of the string lights, seeing the vulnerability beneath her fierce independence. My mother used to read me fairy tales, he said softly. But she always changed the endings. Luna raised an eyebrow. How? She said the prince didn't matter, that Cinderella would have been fine on her own, that she was always worthy with or without the glass slipper or the castle. Camden moved closer. My mother believed the real magic wasn't in fairy godmothers or enchanted pumpkins, but in recognizing your own worth. Sounds like a wise woman. She was. Camden took a deep breath. She also said that if I ever found someone who made me want to be better than I was, I should never let them go. Luna's eyes widened. Camden. I'm not good at this, he interrupted. Relationships, feelings. I've spent my adult life building walls no one could breach. Then you walked into my office and announced you were pregnant, and suddenly those walls seemed pointless. I didn't ask for this, Luna whispered. For you to change your life. You didn't have to ask. You just had to exist. Camden took her hands. Luna Morales, you stormed into my carefully controlled world and turned it upside down. You made me question everything I thought I wanted. You and your grandmother and your brother showed me what I've been missing while I've been accumulating. Wealth and power. And what's that? A family, Camden said simply. A real one. Not built on obligation or practicality, but on... On what? Luna prompted, her heart pounding. On love, he finished, the word foreign, yet right on his tongue. I'm in love with you, Luna. Not because of the baby, although I already love our child too. I'm in love with the woman who stood up for a co-worker at the risk of her own job, who works double shifts to support her family, who refuses to accept charity but offers kindness freely to everyone she meets. Luna blinked rapidly, tears spilling onto her cheeks. You can't just say things like that. Why not? Because I might believe you, she exclaimed. And then what happens when you realize that caring for a baby means sleepless nights and messy diaper changes? When you get tired of explaining to your society friends why you're with someone who was once your server? Camden smiled. You think so little of me? I think so naturally of what happens in the real world, Luna corrected, where different worlds rarely mix successfully. Camden reached into his pocket, withdrawing a small velvet box. Luna gasped. What are you doing? Something I should have done months ago. He opened the box, revealing not a ring, but a key. This isn't a marriage proposal, not yet. We have time for that if and when you're ready. Then what is it? A key to my home. My real home, not this apartment I set up for you. Camden held it out. I want us to create a home together, Luna. Somewhere that's ours, not mine or yours. Somewhere we choose together that reflects both of us. Luna stared at the key. You want us to live together? I want us to be a family, Camden clarified. You, me, our baby, and Carmen and Mateo too if they want. Or they can stay in the apartment here if they prefer independence. You've thought this through, Luna observed, a smile tugging at her lips. I plan hostile takeovers for a living, Camden reminded her with a grin, though this is the first time I've planned one with my heart instead of my head. Luna laughed, the sound like music in the night air. Your corporate board will have a fit. The executioner domesticated by a waitress from Queens. Former waitress, Camden corrected, pulling her closer. Current bookstore manager, future nurse, and hopefully... He hesitated. My future wife. Someday. When you're ready. Luna's breath caught. Is that part of your corporate strategy too? No, Camden murmured, his lips inches from hers. That's purely selfish. I love you, Luna Morales. You've taught me what actually matters in this world, and it isn't stock options or corporate mergers. What matters then? She whispered. This, he replied, kissing her with all the tenderness she'd awakened in him. Us. Family. Love. When they finally parted, Luna studied him with glistening eyes. You know, for a ruthless billionaire, you can be surprisingly romantic. Only with you. Camden placed a gentle hand on her rounded stomach. And maybe with this little one. As if in response, the baby kicked against his palm. Luna laughed at his expression of wonder. I think that's a yes, she said softly, taking the key from the box. To the home, to the family, to us. And the someday proposal? Camden asked, heart racing with an emotion no business victory had ever evoked. Luna smiled, winding her arms around his neck. Ask me again in a year, Mr. Blackwood. When we've weathered midnight feedings and diaper explosions. When you've seen me at my worst and I've seen you at yours. If you still want to marry a headstrong woman from Queens, then I will, he promised, sealing the vow with another kiss. Every day of our lives, I will. 1 year later, the grand opening of the Carmen Morales Memorial Hospital wing drew crowds of reporters and benefactors. Camden stood at the podium, unusually nervous as he prepared to address the gathered press. The Blackwood Foundation's largest project to date is dedicated to providing accessible healthcare to underserved communities, he began. Named in honor of Carmen Morales, whose strength in the face of illness inspired its creation. In the Idora front row, Luna sat with their 6-month-old daughter, Elisa Carmen Blackwood, who babbled happily in her mother's arms. Beside them, Mateo, now a freshman at Columbia, recorded the speech on his phone. Carmen hadn't lived to see her great-granddaughter's birth, but her spirit infused the family Camden had once never dared to dream of having. 3 years ago, Camden continued, I measured success by acquisitions and profit margins. Today, I measure it differently. His eyes found Luna's. Today, success is about the lives we touch, the communities we serve, and the love we share. The press conference concluded with the announcement of the Blackwood Foundation's next initiative, a scholarship program for nursing students from low-income backgrounds, inspired by Luna's recently completed degree. As the crowd dispersed, Camden joined his family, taking his daughter into his arms. She immediately grabbed his tie, a habit that never failed to melt the heart of the man once known as the executioner. Ready for our next adventure, Mrs. Blackwood? He asked, pressing a kiss to Luna's forehead. The simple gold band on her finger caught the light as she smiled up at him. Always, Mr. Blackwood. Behind them, the hospital wing's entrance featured a plaque with Carmen's favorite quote from Garcia Marquez. It's enough for me to be sure that you and I exist at this moment. And for the family that had found each other against all odds, the billionaire with a painful past and the waitress who had healed his heart, existing together in this moment, and all the moments to come, was more than enough. It was everything.